Old Wei, where is that sixth son of mine? Didn't I order all the princes to attend court this morning? Sitting atop the imperial throne, my dear father, His Majesty Ning Chonglun, Emperor of the Great Yin Dynasty, swept the hall with his sharp gaze. Not spotting me anywhere in sight, his expression instantly turned stormy, dark as the bottom of a blackened pot. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Chief Eunuch Wei hastily bowed deeply, his voice trembling. Yesterday, this humble servant personally went to the sixth prince's residence to deliver your decree. The prince acknowledged it and assured me he'd attend. As for why he isn't here, I truly have no idea. It was clear that Ning Chonglun's temper was already teetering on the edge. Father, my second brother, Prince Ning Wenjie, stepped forward with a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. This son has heard something. It seems sixth brother went to the Red Sleeves Pavilion yesterday afternoon. He's probably still fast asleep there. Outrageous. The mere mention of the Red Sleeves Pavilion was enough to send Ning Chonglun into a rage. He slammed his palm on the dragon-carved desk before him, the sound echoing ominously through the hall. Ministers fell silent, the tension suffocating, though a few subtly exchanged mocking glances. Cheng-Ying, Ning Chonglun roared. Take your men to the Red Sleeves Pavilion and drag that unfilial disgrace back. If he dares refuse, then tie him up and bring him by force. Yes, your Majesty. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Cheng-Ying, immediately saluted. With a group of elite guards in tow, he strode out of the grand hall, all eyes of the assembled officials following him toward the brothel's famed location. Meanwhile, I, Ning Zongxing, the sixth prince of the Great Yin Dynasty, was living my best life somewhere entirely unbothered. Leaning back lazily, my head was comfortably resting on a beautiful woman's thighs. In one hand, I raised a finely crafted cup brimming with wine. A look of complete satisfaction spread across my face. They weren't lying. Sober, rule the world. Drunk, rest in beauty's lap. The ancients really knew what they were talking about. As the burning warmth of the wine traveled down my throat, I let out a deep, contented sigh. You see, I wasn't originally from this world. My name is still Ning Zongxing, but the years before my 16th birthday belonged to another time, another place entirely. The day I came here, something extraordinary happened. I awakened a peculiar system. A slacker system. Apparently, the lazier I am, the more I gain from it. Lucky for me, I'd never had any grand ambitions in the first place. My birthright as the son of a fallen princess from the previous dynasty meant the dragon throne was never in my cards. I couldn't care less about vying for a seat in the mud-soaked game of imperial succession. But alas, being born royal means you don't have a say in being dragged into these schemes. My mere existence is seen as a threat to my brothers. My mother, Consort One, might have once been a defeated princess, but the mysterious and vast influence she still wields makes my siblings quake. They've tried assassinations, more than a few times, to make sure I'm out of the picture permanently. So what did I do? Starting at 15, I walked into Red Sleeves Pavilion and decided never to look back. Wine, music, and laughter became my companions, while political intrigue could burn itself out without my interference. No one knows when the Red Sleeves Pavilion suddenly appeared in the capital, but within a month of its opening, it was hailed as the most luxurious and sought-after den in all of Great Yin. Its terrifying reputation grows due to its mysterious backers. Anyone, regardless of status or martial skill, who dares to cause trouble in its walls is promptly, mercilessly dealt with. At this point, my reputation as a decadent wastrel has become a running joke not just within Great Yin, but also among neighboring dynasties. They laugh at me over tea, seeing me as a disgrace to our martial lineage. After all, Great Yin was built by strength and valor, and yet here I am, the sixth prince. The sixth prince was notorious for being powerless, a good-for-nothing when it came to cultivation. But guess what? It was precisely those words, useless trash, that slowly made the other princes less interested in watching me. I was nothing more than an idler in their eyes, living off the imperial family with no ambition. Exactly how I wanted it. Young master, there's news from the palace. An elderly man with a hunched back and tattered clothes shuffled into the room. You didn't attend the morning court meeting. His Majesty is furious. He sent Grand Commander Cheng-Ying to arrest you. Oh, old Huang, you never know how to read the room. I replied without even looking up. You know I hate being disturbed right now, yet here you are, making me irritated. If I could beat you, I would have taught you a lesson ages ago. Lazily, I shifted to rest my head on the soft lap of a woman beside me. What's my dear father throwing a fit about this time? Just because I skipped morning court? It's not like I've ever attended before. I couldn't care less about that seat of power. My lifelong dream, to drink fine wine while resting my head on a beautiful woman's lap. Speaking of which, Wanshi, your legs are softer by the day, I teased with a grin. Wanshi giggled lightly. She'd known me long enough to be accustomed to my flirtatious banter. In fact, every woman in the red silk pavilion knew one thing for certain about me. I had never truly crossed the line with any of them in all these years. Not once. But no one outside these walls knew. To them, Ning Songxing, the sixth prince, was nothing but a lecherous fool unworthy of respect. Your Highness, perhaps you should go. After all, it's the reigning emperor, your father. Wanshi smiled as she tried to persuade me gently. All right. Since my dear Wanshi has spoken, I'll give you this face. With a stretch, I stood up, adjusting the folds in my robe as I spoke. Old Huang, when Cheng gets here, tell him to wait outside. Will do, young master. Old Huang broke into a grin, revealing a row of jagged teeth with a couple missing, a sight comically grotesque. He turned and left the room. About 15 minutes later, Cheng Ying arrived, greeted by Old Huang waiting outside the door. Grand Commander, my young master says you're to wait here, Old Huang said, his expression friendly yet oddly sharp behind his smile. Cheng Ying, his brows furrowed, raised his arm, prepared to act, but Old Huang merely opened his eyes slightly, and a flash of an icy, threatening aura swept over them. Cheng Ying's body froze entirely. What is it, Grand Commander? Old Huang said leisurely. You planning to make a move? I opened the door, stepping out in time to catch this confrontation. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Planning to make a move? Cheng Ying's face paled instantly. He was a martial master, an accomplished fighter, and yet this unassuming, ragged-looking old man had stopped him with just a glance. The thought alone was terrifying, but what truly unsettled him wasn't Old Huang. It was me. Everyone in the empire knew that 6th Prince Ning Songxing couldn't even gather inner energy, let alone achieve martial prowess. However, with just a single sentence, I'd exposed Cheng Ying's intent mid-action, something that only someone extraordinary could do. Your Highness, I wouldn't dare. Cheng Ying forced himself to reply, his voice trembling as he suppressed his fear. Furious and humiliated, bowing low in apology. I might be a prince, but even I wouldn't dare cross noble consort one. As long as you know better, I swept past him. Father wants me at court, right? Let's go. Walking shoulder to shoulder with Old Huang. I didn't even bother giving a glance to the commander of the Imperial Guards. A flicker of frustration passed through Cheng Ying's eyes, but he ultimately held his ground. He knew full well he'd struggle to last even 3 moves against Old Huang. Your son greets father. Facing this convenient imperial father of mine, I still performed the proper courtesies. After all, he is the ruler of this nation. If I, as his son, disregarded even the formalities, who knows what kind of trouble that might stir. Yet before I'd even finished speaking, my second brother, Ning Wenjia, was already on the offensive. 6th brother, do you even remotely resemble a prince anymore? Father explicitly decreed yesterday that all princes were to attend court this morning. And where were you? Spending the night in the Red Sleeves Fragrance Pavilion. Do you even respect father? Do you realize how much disgrace your actions have brought to the royal family? A glint of cold contempt passed through my eyes. When it comes to hostility towards me, no one among the princes surpasses this second brother of mine. He's attempted to frame me countless times in the shadows. If not for my usual vigilance, I'd have fallen into his snares long ago. Second brother, I said indifferently. Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Father hasn't even reprimanded me yet. When did it become your place? Besides, what I, Ning Songxing, do has nothing to do with you. The hall fell silent in astonishment. Even Ning Kanglin was taken aback for a moment. Everyone present knew my usual demeanor. When chastised publicly by the second brother, I would always endure it silently, never daring to retort. But today, my response caught everyone off guard. Instead of intervening, Ning Kanglin seemed amused, watching me with interest, as though curious to see what else this son of his might do. Ning Wenjia's face turned an ominous shade of rage. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected that someone he had always dismissed as easily controlled would dare to openly challenge him in front of the entire court, leaving his reputation in tatters. "How impudent," he roared. "As your elder brother, it is my rightful duty to discipline you. You've clearly made a mistake and now dare to argue back? Father has far too much to manage. It's only fitting that I step in to teach you properly." TCH. I scoffed in disdain. Even if I, Ning Songxing, have truly erred, if father won't handle it, then naturally, it falls to eldest brother. I fixed him with a cold stare, enunciating each word clearly. "What's the matter, second brother? Are you trying to replace eldest brother's position?" A simple sentence brought Ning Wenjia to a dead halt on the spot. The great Yin dynasty valued strict hierarchies of age and position. Even if I had made a mistake, if father chose not to address it, then the responsibility would naturally fall to the eldest prince, Ning Tianqian. For the second prince to overstep in this way might be acceptable in a common household, but in a royal family, it carried far graver implications. "Father, don't let sixth brother's nonsense mislead you." Ning Wenjia hastily defended himself. "Father, I have no intention of replacing my elder brother. I merely wanted to teach him a lesson." The crown prince, Ning Tianqian, glanced at me, realizing how just a few of my words had put Ning Wenjia on the spot. A flicker of an unusual emotion crossed his eyes. "Have you two had enough of this nonsense?" Emperor Ning Kanglin reprimanded with a stern face. "Do you know where you are? This is the royal court. Such behavior is unbecoming here. When you return, both of you are to reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. Until I issue a decree, neither of you is to step out of your residences." "I understand, father. It won't happen again," Ning Wenjia quickly responded. I, however, hardly took it seriously. "Reflect behind closed doors? That doesn't mean a thing to me. I summoned you here today to discuss an important matter," Emperor Ning Kanglin declared, his expression growing heavy. "The northern barbarians have sent an envoy to the capital. Their purpose this time, they wish to marry my 10th princess. Ministers, what are your thoughts on this?" As soon as these words left his lips, the court descended into uproar. The great Yin Empire and the northern barbarians had fought countless battles over the years, with victories and losses on both sides. The battlefield was littered with the bones of fallen soldiers, and the common folk near the border suffered long under the constant raids of the northern cavalry, a bitter existence to say the least. The northern barbarians, nomadic masters of the steppe, were unparalleled in cavalry warfare. To utterly defeat them was no simple task. Who would have expected that this time, the northern barbarians would take the initiative to propose peace by asking for the hand of the great Yan's 10th princess in marriage? "Father, I believe we should agree to this proposal." Ning Wenjia's voice once again echoed through the grand hall. As his words landed, a hush fell over the court. Anyone with eyes could see that the emperor was clearly testing the waters. The wily old foxes in the court, who had spent decades navigating political intrigues, would never voice their opinions lightly. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Ning Wenjia stepped forward without hesitation. The ministers secretly aligned with him grimaced inwardly. Compared to their scheming and calculating emperor, the second prince was just too inexperienced, not even as shrewd as the crown prince. "Ning Wenjia, tell us your reasoning." Emperor Ning Kanglin replied with an inscrutable expression, neither approval nor displeasure discernible. "Father, the northern barbarians have been at war with the great Yin for years, causing countless casualties. They've become a heavy burden on the court. Now that they're willing to propose an alliance, it's a clear benefit to our empire. I am certain that the 10th princess, learning of this matter, would also comply. After all, this is a great deed for the nation and its people. As members of the royal family, it's our duty to make sacrifices for the empire." Ning Wenjia spoke with passion and conviction, and several ministers nodded in agreement. For them, as long as their own interests weren't at stake, they didn't care what was sacrificed. However, the crown prince and the other royal siblings looked on with disdain. Superficially, Ning Wenjia's argument sounded reasonable, but upon deeper thought, it was utter nonsense. The Great Yan's strength and pride lay in its military might. If the empire were to agree to a marriage proposal from the northern barbarians so readily, it would be a tremendous loss of face. Other empires would surely mock them relentlessly. Never in history had any empire stooped to such humiliation as to form a marriage alliance with the northern barbarians. If this were to happen, the Great Yan's name would forever be tarnished. Your Majesty, this old minister believes the second prince's suggestion to be most prudent. A feeble voice suddenly spoke up. The hall was filled with a sharp voice, catching everyone's attention. All heads turned toward the sound, and nearly every person in the room reacted with a sharp intake of breath. The speaker was none other than Liu Chengbai, the Right Minister, a three-reign senior statesman of the highest standing. His influence spanned the entire court. Nearly 30% of the officials, both civil and military, were directly or indirectly his protégés. His prestige was unmatched. No one expected that he, of all people, would step forward at this moment to openly back the second prince. Even Ning Kanglin, the sixth prince, was slightly taken aback. The crown prince, Ning Tianqian, on the other hand, looked absolutely furious. He had visited this elder statesman personally on multiple occasions, yet every time he was met with a cold door. Now Liu Chengbai had publicly thrown his weight behind the second prince. How could Ning Tianqian not seethe with anger and jealousy? The moment the right minister spoke his support, the hidden allies of the second prince among the assembled officials started voicing their agreement one after another, lauding the second prince's vision and wisdom. What none of them noticed, however, was that in the court that day, there were two people whose fury was on the brink of exploding. One of them was our father, the emperor. The other was me. From the moment they announced that the northern barbarians wanted to take my 10th sister as their bride, the bloodthirst in my heart had been impossible to suppress. In all of Diyan, apart from my elder brother Ning Tianqian, the person I was closest to was my little sister Ning Linglong. Since we were kids, she'd always been the one clinging to me, following me wherever I went, doing everything by my side, even if it meant being punished together. These past years, I'd admittedly grown distant as I drowned myself in the pleasures of the courtesan houses, but every time I came across something tasty or fun, she was always the first person that came to mind. Now, these bastards dared to suggest marrying her off to the Khan of the northern barbarians, a decrepit old man over 50. Linglong just turned 15, that senile pervert. And yet, here these shameless people stood, spewing nonsense about serving the greater good of the nation. Most infuriating of all was my second brother and that damned right minister. At that moment, I wanted nothing more than to draw my blade and slit their greedy throats. Utter bullshit. My roar echoed across the hall, immediately silencing everyone. You spineless bastards. Come on, say that again if you dare. The officials who had just spoken in favor of the second prince were stunned into silence. None of them could have foreseen that the sixth prince, typically regarded as the carefree and lazy one, would suddenly erupt on such an occasion and curse them all out in front of the entire court. But I didn't care. I never wanted to meddle in this quagmire, nor did I ever aspire to be anything more than a carefree prince. Yet their despicable actions had pushed me far past my limit. Old fool, repeat what you just said to my face. In a flash, I stormed up to Liu Chengbai, jabbing my finger at his face in front of everyone and snarling. There wasn't the slightest hint of respect in my tone for this three-reign veteran. The great hall was thrown into chaos. Even my father, the emperor, was caught off guard, stunned that his supposedly reckless and carefree son had the audacity to confront Liu Chengbai so directly. And as for the right minister himself, he was utterly dumbfounded. Not once in his decades of service in Diyan had anyone dared to speak to him in this manner. Not even the emperor treated him with anything less than courtesy. For a long moment, Liu Chengbai could do nothing but tremble with fury, glaring at me and sputtering with impotent rage. Not backing down, huh? Sixth brother, do you even know what you're doing? Second Prince Ning Wenjie stepped forward with a self-righteous expression etched on his face. The Right Chancellor is a veteran who has served our dynasty over 3 reigns. He is the cornerstone of our Dalian Empire. How dare you act so discourteously? Apologize to him at once. What a perfect performance, putting on such a grand display of honoring the wise and respecting the elders. The higher he elevates himself, the more despicable he's trying to make me appear. Unfortunately for him, such tricks are wasted on me. I know exactly what kind of game my second brother is playing. But at this moment, my fury is boiling over. Apologize? I wouldn't mind thrashing that old dog right here and now if it came to it. Shut your mouth. I fixed my gaze on him, articulating each word with precision. As a prince of Dian, how can you spout such nonsense? If I were you, I'd already be smashing my head against a wall out of shame. Proposing a marriage alliance with the northern barbarians? What's wrong with your brain? Squeezed in a door? Kicked by a donkey? Saying something so moronic, you're disgracing the royal family. Don't you understand what this implies? After my words fell, a flicker of sharpness flashed through Father Emperor's eyes. Sixth Prince, said the Right Chancellor Lu Chengbai coldly. Which of my words was so improper that I deserve such humiliation from you? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll throw myself to death right here in this hall. As soon as he spoke, his disciples followed suit, voices rising in a collective fury, their eyes reddened with indignation as if ready to tear me to pieces. The second prince's lips curled into a cold smirk. Too bad for them that they've run into a wall today. I, Ning Songxing, will never give these sorts of people even an ounce of kindness. Old man, I said indifferently, you'd best end it now and throw yourself to death. Otherwise, I'll do it myself and paint this place with your blood. The entire court fell into stunned silence. 6. Father Emperor Ning Kanglin reprimanded in a deep voice, hold your tongue. Apologize to the Right Chancellor immediately. Father Emperor, your son has done nothing wrong. I retorted resolutely. These fools are actually entertaining the idea of allying with the northern barbarians. What's in their heads? Is it all just crap? Our Yin stands strong as a military nation, and it is written in our ancestral teachings. Better to die in battle than to live in disgrace. And the northern barbarians, of all times, chose now to propose marriage? Has no one thought why they're doing it at this moment? Several ministers' expressions suddenly shifted. Yes, why now? There's something deeply suspicious about this move. Sixth brother, are you suggesting? Father Emperor, the reality of who the northern barbarians are, isn't it common knowledge in Dian? Their words are utterly untrustworthy. The reason they propose marriage now is because winter has arrived. My eyes swept over everyone. The northern plains are now blanketed in snow. Their livestock and warhorses are freezing to death in droves. This winter, they simply lack the strength to march south. That's precisely why they aim to recuperate through a marriage alliance, stalling us. They only need to endure the winter, and when the snow melts, the northern barbarians' iron cavalry will still crush our borders, plunder our people, and seize our resources. As soon as these words left my mouth, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The generals present, already harboring deep-seated resentment against the northern barbarians, had been vehemently opposed to the earlier suggestion of an alliance through marriage. But lacking eloquence, they had found themselves outmaneuvered by the smooth-talking civil officials. Now, my statement struck a chord with them, right at the heart of their frustrations. Your Majesty, Duke Jing stepped forward, his voice resonating like a heavy bell. If what the sixth prince says is true, this marriage alliance is nothing but a calculated scheme. We mustn't fall for it. Rather, we should show the northern barbarians what we're truly capable of. A chorus of agreement erupted among the military leaders. Meanwhile, led by the prime minister, the civil officials' faces grew increasingly grim. Sixth brother, my second brother sneered, refusing to back down. That's just hearsay from your end. If the northern barbarians truly wish to form a marriage alliance, why would they go back on their word? Besides, you've never set foot near the border. How could you possibly know the situation over there? The civil officials nodded in agreement. Whispers of doubt rippled silently among them. Where exactly was the sixth prince getting all his information? Second brother, I retorted with a cold chuckle. Do you think you're so clever in the rest of us fools? Have you heard the proverb? Those who are not of our kind will always harbor different hearts? And based on a few hollow promises from the northern barbarians, you're ready to send your own sister off to marry one of them. How respectable of you as her older brother. As for the actual situation at the border, I continued, my tone sharp. Ask anyone who's been there. They'll tell you everything you need to know. And if you still won't believe it, why not issue a direct order to General Meng stationed on the frontier? Have him send someone to investigate the realities of life in the northern barbarians' winter territories. My second brother opened his mouth, but no words came out. At the moment I uttered the phrase, "Those who are not of our kind will always harbor different hearts," I noticed the glimmer of approval flicker in the eyes of both father and the military leaders. Today, I had stunned them, perhaps even impressed them. "You, Your Majesty," the Crown Prince, my eldest brother Ning Tianchen, suddenly stepped forward. "I believe sixth brother's concerns are valid. The northern barbarians' request for marriage doesn't require an immediate response. We can send a delegation to the frontier to corroborate General Meng's findings. If this truly is a ploy, then we'll have uncovered it in time. If not, delaying just a few days won't harm us in the slightest." Father's face registered satisfaction, pleased with the thoughtfulness of my eldest brother's suggestion. Across the court, however, resentment smoldered in the eyes of my second brother and the Prime Minister. "Huh, eldest brother, you're being far too rash," my second brother objected anxiously. "Even if sixth brother's claims are true, what does that signify? The northern barbarians' marriage proposal brings undoubted benefits to our empire without any drawbacks. What do we truly know of the border situation? None of us have seen it firsthand, but a royal marriage alliance would allow our citizens to recuperate, sparing them from the pain of war. Should conflict reignite, the ordinary people along the border will pay the highest cost. And let's not forget, our treasury has run dry after years of constant warfare. How on earth could we afford to fight another war?" In my second brother's eyes, only the eldest brother, the Crown Prince, was worthy of being his rival. I, Ning Sangxing, never even registered on his radar. But today, here, in the imperial court, "Composure," sneered the second prince, Li Baiyan. His face darkened at how the tide of opinion had turned after the sixth prince's bold words. The confidence he displayed earlier was now shaken. The throne, the seat of ultimate power, was something he had long considered as good as his. Anyone who dared to challenge that notion, he met with unyielding opposition. "Father," spoke the third prince, Ning Baifeng, his voice calm, yet calculative. "I believe second brother's words carry merit. The treasury is nearly empty. We cannot afford another war at this time. A marriage alliance may tarnish the honor of our great Yin Empire, but it is for the good of the common people." The third prince, however, had no genuine intention of siding with his second brother. He wanted nothing more than to fan the flames, watching the eldest and second brothers tear into each other. Such was his way, scheming yet subtle. My brothers, every one of them harbored ulterior motives. Meanwhile, on the dragon throne, my father's expression grew heavier. The earlier words from my eldest brother and me had brought him some comfort. He loved his youngest daughter dearly and hated the idea of sending her away to marry those from the barbaric northern horde. Yet, what second brother said did hold some truth. Years of warfare had drained the imperial treasury, leaving the nation weakened and in trouble. But agreeing to a marriage alliance? Such a move might buy time. But the northern horde would only grow stronger and inevitably return to invade with even greater force. This was a reality my father could not accept. Lost in thought, his brow furrowed even deeper. "What do you think, sixth son?" He finally turned to me, his gaze piercing. Without hesitation, I stood tall and declared, "Father, I have only one thing to say. Great Yin has only princes who will die in battle, but never princesses who are married off in submission." The room fell silent, stunned. Second brother's words may sound reasonable, but they are utter nonsense. I continued fearlessly. He's never set foot on the border, so he can spout whatever he likes without consequence. But if these words were spoken at the frontier, the people there would tear him to pieces. For years, Great Yin and the northern horde have been mortal enemies, irreconcilable. The people of the northern border burn with hatred for them, longing to devour their flesh and drink their blood. To now ask them to make peace with the enemy they loathe, they will never accept it. Princes who die in battle, not princesses married off in submission. This declaration rippled through the hall, leaving many in shock. Of all people, who would have thought that the sixth prince, always considered a worthless failure, could utter words so stirring, so full of conviction? My fiery stance struck a nerve, especially among the battle-hardened generals and dukes who had walked through seas of blood on countless battlefields. Their gazes toward me now blazed with an intensity they hadn't felt in years. Your Majesty, the stalwart Duke Su Tianfeng rose abruptly, his voice like thunder. The sixth prince speaks the truth. Great Yin was built on the might of arms. Your Majesty, I remember when you yourself, sword in hand, rode into battle and brought entire armies to their knees. These northern barbarians are no match for our great Yin. Though I'm old, I can still lift a blade and fight. Duke Su is absolutely right, another general exclaimed. Negotiating with those beasts is pointless. The only way to handle them is to fight until they fear us, until they submit completely, roared one more. Count me in for the battlefield, cried a veteran warrior, his weathered face alight with a renewed fighting spirit. My words had sparked something deep within these aging heroes, a reminder of the years they had shed blood and sweat under Great Yan's banner. For a moment, it seemed as if they had all returned to the glorious era of hooves thundering and steel clashing on the battlefield. Even my father, an emperor hardened in his youth by war, was visibly swayed. Beneath his reluctant exterior stirred echoes of the fearless leader who once wielded a blade against impossible odds. Well, what do you expect from a bunch of bloodthirsty old men? Sneered the second prince, attempting to regain control, unwilling to adapt to the times. But by then, the balance had already shifted. Old fool, Lu Chengbai interrupted coldly. The state treasury is empty. How do you plan to prepare supplies and provisions? With just your old bones and a heart full of passion? Without enough resources, are you expecting the soldiers on the front lines to fight on an empty stomach? The older generals were instantly speechless. In their fervor from my earlier words, they had completely overlooked the most critical problem. As seasoned veterans of the battlefield, they understood better than anyone that logistics were the lifeline of war. Without supplies, even the mightiest of armies would march straight to their demise. A hint of disdain flickered in Lu Qingbai's eyes. Dealing with these uneducated, old-school brutes was something he handled with ease. But he was well aware that his real opponent wasn't these elder generals. It was me, standing right at the forefront. Your Highness, the sixth prince. He turned toward me with a smile as sly as a fox. Surely you've got a solution to secure provisions? What a cunning, shameless, venomous snake. But I, Ning Songxing, would not yield so easily. If he's so desperate to court disaster, then I'll gladly grant him his wish. Lu Xiang, of course, I do have a plan. I replied quietly with a faint smile. I'm just afraid that if I say it aloud, Lord Lu might end up spitting blood from anger. And if that happens, don't go accusing me of being the cause. The assembled officials couldn't hide their curiosity. Even my father, the emperor, seemed eager to hear what brilliant solution his son might have in store. Speak plainly, sixth, my father said sternly. No more games. Father, though Great Yin has faced consecutive years of war and our treasury has been drained, it doesn't mean we are out of money, I said confidently. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Great Yin has wealth, immense wealth. All it requires is one imperial decree from you, and the provisions and supplies will flow in abundance. Oh, and what decree would that be? My words piqued not only the emperor's interest but also drew the gaze of the crown prince, military generals, and the entire court. It's simple, I said, spreading my hands, appearing unequivocally innocent. Have the entire court, every official and noble, contribute funds. With a sentence so straightforward, I was certain I'd nearly caused half the court to cough up blood on the spot. In their wildest dreams, they never would have guessed that my brilliant solution was to raid their pockets. Judging by the looks on their faces, I'd clearly just labeled them all as sheep fattened for slaughter. Your Majesty, this humble official, though possessing some modest wealth, truly cannot spare much. Lu Chengbai stammered in panic. Lu Xiang. I cut him off sharply. If anyone else says they don't have money, I might believe it. But you, saying you have no money? That would be outright deception. Are you tired of living? I've heard, Lord Lu, that just a few days ago, you married your 8th concubine. The bride price alone included 100,000 taels of silver and 10,000 taels of gold. Such extravagance, yet you're telling me you have no money? Everyone knows about your massive business empire scattered across the capital. If even you don't have money, then I dare say there isn't a single wealthy person left in all of Great Yin. The whispers and astonished looks from the gathered officials spread throughout the court. His heart skipped a beat. Minister Lu taking a concubine was no secret. Everyone knew about the substantial bribes that had accompanied it. But the staggering amount of the bride price? That was a secret known to only a select few. Who could have guessed that I, of all people, would know every detail, even down to the exact figure? My words struck Lu Chengbai in the face like a ruthless slap. Your Majesty, this old servant. Lu Chengbai at this point almost wanted to cough up blood. Had he known earlier, he'd never have tried to take the lead on this matter. Just moments ago, he was crying poverty, and now I'd utterly exposed his facade. The way Father Emperor looked at him had completely changed. Prime Minister Lu, my father said suddenly, his voice carrying an unexpected lightness. Who would have thought that even at your advanced age, you're still as hardy and robust as ever? Those words, on the surface, seemed harmless, even pleasant. But for someone like Lu Chengbai, who had served through 3 reigns and was as savvy as they came, if he couldn't hear the undertones of that remark, he had indeed wasted all those years. Our emperor, my father, had seized the throne rising from rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. His acumen and means were leagues beyond ordinary men. Just that one sentence was enough to make Lu Chengbai realize, if he didn't act now, he might not live to see the sun rise tomorrow. Your Majesty, I confess my wrongdoing. He dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. I am willing to donate 300,000 taels of silver to the military. 300,000 taels. My father's expression finally softened ever so slightly. And the rest of you? He barked at the gathered officials. Your Majesty, this humble servant pledges 100,000 taels of silver. Your Majesty, I offer 50,000 taels of silver and 100,000 caddies of grain. This official presents 1,000 warhorses as tribute. In less than an hour, the gathered ministers had pledged over 1,000,000 taels of silver, along with hundreds of thousands of caddies of grain and more than 3,000 warhorses. The sheer scale of wealth and resources shocked and infuriated Father. He had never in his wildest imagination realized that this group of ministers was so obscenely rich, wealthy enough to rival the empire itself. It overturned everything he thought he knew. For a fleeting moment, a part of him wanted to execute them all on the spot. But he knew this couldn't be rushed. Father's eyes landed on me. Without my schemes, he wouldn't have unearthed such concealed truths. What intrigued him even more, however, was this. How had I learned of such a deeply hidden scandal concerning the Prime Minister? At that moment, I could sense Father seeing me, his 6th son, with entirely different eyes. The military funding is now resolved, Father declared in a steady tone. Next, we'll wait for news from the north. If it's really as my 6th son claims, this marriage alliance with the northern barbarians is something the Great Yin absolutely cannot agree to. First Prince, he commanded. I'll leave it to you to have Meng Hui investigate the true situation in the northern territories without delay. As for the northern barbarian delegation, Father paused, his gaze hardening. I'll leave that matter to the 6th Prince. I trust you won't disappoint me. Yes, Father Emperor. The first prince bowed low, taking on the assignment. Me? I inwardly rolled my eyes. Those filthy barbarians want to marry my 10th sister? I'd sooner chop them to bits on the spot. And now I'm supposed to receive them? I'd almost rather die. Just as I opened my mouth to plead my way out of this, Father stood and swept out of the hall without even giving me a chance to protest. Frustrated beyond belief. Stuffy. But if we're talking about the most frustrating ones, it has to be the 2nd Prince and the Right Chancellor. My performance today dazzled their eyes and caused them to lose a significant amount of money for nothing. For a moment, countless eyes were locked on me. If looks could kill, I'd probably have been chopped into 1,000 pieces by now. Too bad. I've never given these people a second thought. Right now, there's something more pressing I need to take care of. The Moon Pavilion. When I stepped through the hall doors with old Huang, everyone else was already gone. It was just Mother Consort remaining. You're here, my son, she greeted. The moment she saw me, a smile lit up her face, one I hadn't seen in a long time. I know she understands that I've no shot at that throne in this lifetime. She gets it, and I get it even more. That's why all these years, despite my reckless, indulgent behavior, she's never scolded me, not even once. not a single harsh word. Mother consort, your son has arrived, I said as I immediately dropped to my knees to salute her. That cheap excuse of an emperor, my so-called father, isn't worth my knees. But this woman before me, she's different. Through all these years, if not for her protection, I'd have no idea how many times I'd be dead by now. In my heart, she is my true mother. I've heard about what happened at court this morning. You did well this time, standing up for your younger sister, she commented cheerfully. Seems you're really growing up, finally sparing me some worry. One sentence, and my face began to heat up. Thinking back to the foolish things I've done in the past, it truly makes me feel shame now. Mother consort, I was immature before, but from now on, I won't be anymore. I raised my head, speaking each word with resolve. I've only ever desired to be a free and idle prince. I've never had my eyes on that throne. Yet, they won't even grant me that modest wish. And so, I paused briefly. Then I'll fight them for it. Let's see, for the people under heaven, who truly deserves this throne. Have you made up your mind? She asked. I have, I affirmed. A hint of amusement glimmered in her gaze. Since you've decided, then do what your heart compels you to. I've been married into this palace for many years, through all its schemes, plotting, open fights, and hidden struggles. What haven't I seen? Those tricks? I've never put them in my eyes, she said gently. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. The petty schemes of the harem are beneath her notice. By the way, mother consort, where's Ling Long? Why didn't I see her today? 10th sister, Ning Ling Long, is the person I care about most, aside from mother consort. Her mother died in childbirth, and ever since she was little, she's trailed after me. Mother consort raised her as her own daughter. Over the years, she's come here to the Moon Pavilion almost daily to keep mother consort company. Not seeing her today, it's unexpected. Oh, that girl. She's probably wandered off to your residence, mother consort sighed. She must have heard somewhere that the northern barbarians just. The person chosen for the marriage alliance is her, and my heart feels heavy about it. She's a princess. There's no room for her to have a say in this kind of arrangement. She's likely seeking you out to vent. Upon hearing this, my gaze turned cold, and a surge of killing intent flared up within me. My mother caught on, her heart skipping a beat. The entire Diyin knew me as an undeniable cultivation failure. She had never doubted me before, but my inability to cultivate was common knowledge throughout the land. However, in this moment, it felt as if I had deceived everyone. My mother looked at me, a subtle smile slowly curving on her lips. If this was true, then her son's abilities were truly beyond imagination. All right, these are all your favorite dishes. If you don't eat them soon, they'll get cold, she said with a gentle smile, pushing the food toward me. Once you're done eating, go check on Ling Long. Don't let her overthink or do something foolish. Don't worry, mother, I replied gravely. As long as I am here, Ling Long will never be forced to marry into the northern barbarians. I trust you, she said. No sooner had I stepped out of Lanyu Palace did Emperor Ning Kanglin enter. The smile on my mother's face instantly vanished. She busied herself cleaning up the dishes on the table, acting as though the emperor wasn't in the room. Ning Kanglin didn't seem offended. It was as if he had long grown used to this treatment. Lanyu, I have something I'd like to ask you, he said. You want to know, my mother replied coldly, whether that old man by Sheng'er's side was sent by me. Exactly, Ning Kanglin answered without hesitation. Cheng Ying said that he himself couldn't hold a candle to that elder. You know Cheng Ying's strength. If even he is no match, that man must at least be at the late Grandmaster stage, if not an even higher Great Grandmaster. With that level of skill, if it wasn't you who arranged it, then I can't imagine how the sixth prince could have recruited someone like him. Unfortunately for him, the truth of old Huang's identity was known only to me. Your Majesty, what I can tell you is this. Old Huang wasn't sent by me, my mother replied plainly. To be honest, even I don't know where Sheng'er found someone like that. Impossible. No one else, but you could have done this, Ning Kanglin said firmly, unwilling to believe otherwise. Believe what you will, my mother said with indifference. But Sheng'er just told me that he plans to contend for the empire. As his mother, of course, I support him. In fact, I'm rather curious. If one day he truly claims that throne for himself, how would his father, the emperor, react? Ning Kanglin's expression darkened. Some matters, even for an emperor, were beyond control. The sixth prince may indeed be his son, but due to my mother's humble origins, the boy's fate was sealed from the moment he was born. He was destined to have no claim to the ultimate position of power. Very well, Ning Kanglan said slowly. If the sixth prince truly possesses such ability, then let him fight for it. Should he succeed, even if all the court officials object, I will grant him that throne. But I will not aid him in the slightest, and neither will you. Offer a helping hand. There's no need for that. He will rely solely on himself. Don't worry, my mother replied calmly. Since I've spoken, as the son of one Lanyu, he doesn't need anything else. Leaving Lanyu Palace, I headed straight back to my residence. The moment I stepped through the door, a figure threw itself into my arms. Sixth brother, I don't want to marry into the northern savages. If father dares agree, I'd rather die. A tearful voice pierced my ears, and the trembling figure in my arms told me she was truly terrified and outraged. The killing intent in my eyes only grew more intense. Don't worry, 10th sister, I said slowly, deliberately. As long as I'm here, you will never be married off to the northern savages. Ning Linglong looked up at me, her gaze steady. Ever since I indulged in the frivolities of the red silken pavilion, she'd stopped visiting me often. Yet nothing had ever truly changed between us. The rumors outside claimed that I was no longer the person I used to be. If not for hearing about the potential marriage alliance with the northern savages, she might not have come to find me. But my words from earlier made her certain her sixth brother had never changed. He still cared for her as he always had. Who else would say such words to her? All right, Linglong, I said with a small smile, helping her to her feet. You're a grown woman now. If anyone sees, they might laugh at you, princess. Umph. Let them try mocking me. She jumped out of my arms, put her hands on her hips, and pouted. This princess would make them eat their words. Seeing her regain her usual feistiness, I couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, I said. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some food. I have no idea what father was thinking, making me attend court this morning. Those old men were more devious than ever. Spent the whole time draining my energy, and now I'm starving. Yes, food. At the mention of food, her eyes sparkled, and she forgot her earlier grievances entirely. She skipped ahead excitedly. I haven't eaten at Sixth Brother's place in so long. I've been craving it. After all, she was only 16, still just a child. I'd shielded her from far too much. The bloodshed, endless schemes, and ruthless politics of the outside world were a reality she knew nothing about. 10th sister, I reminded her as I followed. After we finish eating, I'll have someone escort you back to mother's chambers. Stay there for a while. Don't leave her palace for any reason. If something comes up, she or I will handle it. Leave the matter of the northern savages to me. All right, sixth brother, I understand, she replied obediently. She trusted me. But at the moment, her entire focus was on the prospect of a good meal, leaving no room for anything else. Watching her so preoccupied with food, I shook my head in resignation. In the Hall of Diligence, Ning Kanglan, the emperor, suddenly seemed to recall something. He called for Chungying once more. Chungying, can you confirm the strength of that elder? Though he hadn't gleaned any answers from Consort One, a weight pressed on his chest. How could he not be wary of this revelation? A grandmaster unknown to anyone, hidden by his son's side, and utterly loyal to his every command. This was no small matter. You should know that stepping into the grandmaster realm means one is capable of establishing their own sect. And when it comes to supreme grandmasters, there are only 5 known in all of Dian, with other nations being no different. Your Majesty, though that individual has not acted, based on his gaze and aura alone, I am absolutely no match for him, Cheng Ying said solemnly. From my observations, he's undoubtedly a sword master. As far as I know, our empire has but one supreme sword grandmaster, the Qingfeng sword saint, Luo Qingfeng. However, the one by the sixth prince's side is definitely not him. Ning Kanglan remained silent for a long time, his thoughts unreadable. All right, you may leave now, he said with a slight wave of his hand. As soon as Chungying disappeared, a shadowed figure dressed in black robes appeared beside him. The figure, completely concealed within the robes, revealed no discernible features. What news from the Black Dragon Guard? Ning Kanglan asked. Your Majesty, The raspy voice of the black-robed figure replied. That old man has been by the sixth prince's side for over 10 years, yet no one knows his origin. A pause followed before he continued. Our agents who attempted to track him were likely already detected. Thankfully, he did not make a move. If my assumptions are correct, he is a supreme grandmaster. And the voice hesitated briefly, then added, he is likely in the later stage of the grandmaster realm. Even I would not be his match. What? Ning Kanglin's voice betrayed his shock. Even you are no match for him. If Cheng Ying's report had caught him off guard, this revelation sent waves of true astonishment through him. No one knew the black-robed figure's strength better than Ning Kanglin. For him to admit inferiority meant there was no room for doubt. His mind churned with questions. Why would such a formidable supreme grandmaster willingly serve under what everyone deemed his useless son? And not just serve him, but seemingly display such loyalty? Your Majesty, the black-robed figure spoke again. The sixth prince is not as simple as he appears. Over the years, despite his indulgence in brothels and entertainment houses, the Black Dragon Guard has confirmed that he has never committed anything inappropriate. Every time he visits the Red Sleeve Pavilion, he seeks out only one woman, a courtesan named Wanshi. And as for her background, the shadowy figure hesitated. There is nothing we've been able to uncover about her. Not a single clue. Curiosity sparked in Ning Kanglin's eyes. If this son of his had indeed been hiding his abilities all this time, then things were starting to get very interesting. Dian had not yet named a crown prince. For years, the princes had engaged in both open struggles and covert schemes against one another. The sixth prince, however, had always shown no interest in the matter until now. Not only had he recently declared his intention to vie for the throne, but today's events had showcased an entirely different side of him. The more Ning Kanglin thought about it, the more intrigued he became. Keep a close watch on the sixth prince, the emperor ordered flatly. And if anyone tries to harm him, you may act at your discretion. Understood, Your Majesty. At the sixth prince's residence, I had just sent my youngest sister back to our mother. Now, old Huang sat beside me, cup of wine in hand, enjoying the feast spread before us with a look of utter contentment. Besides the two of us, there was one other person present. Dressed entirely in white, with dual blades hanging at her waist, a wide-brimmed bamboo hat shaded her face, though it could not obscure her fox-like beauty. She sat silently, but the sharpness in her eyes and the aura emanating from her were so overwhelming that even old Huang dared not provoke her. Her name was Nangong, Chief Secretary, a legendary beauty hailed as the most stunning in the land, yet also someone who aspires to be the world's greatest swordsman. Like old Huang, she is a figure I summoned through my sign-in system. Unlike others, she has no memories from a previous life and now serves as my personal guard. Her existence is virtually a secret. Your Highness, someone showed up outside the residence today, old Huang muttered, taking a swig of his wine before letting out a loud belch. They were trying to test me, but I caught them red-handed. If I'm not mistaken, they must be part of the Emperor's Black Dragon Guards. Only they would have the skills to pull this off. It seems the benevolent Father Emperor has begun to suspect me. A knowing smirk tugged at my lips. I didn't want to fight for that throne originally, but my dear brothers pushed too hard, leaving me no room, not even to enjoy a peaceful life as an idle prince. If that's the case, then there's no point in hiding anymore. Mother Consort has probably already hinted at my ambitions to Father Emperor. Hiding is meaningless at this point, I declared, setting down my chopsticks. Old Huang, notify the Shadow Guards. Keep a tight watch on everyone in the capital. I want every individual's actions monitored. Old Huang nodded firmly. Old Huang, what's the situation up north nowadays? I suddenly asked. This sudden proposed marriage alliance from the northern barbarians doesn't sit right with me. It's their winter season right now, yet given how they've been lying low for years, it's odd that they'd make a move without preparation. Something's fishy about this. Not entirely sure, old Huang answered, shaking his head. General Li hasn't sent any recent messages, so all seems calm. Besides, General Meng has 150,000 troops stationed at the northern border. Nothing's likely to go wrong there. I knitted my brows in concern. General Meng's 150,000-strong army stands guard in the north, along with Jing Si and his 10,000 elite snow dragon riders. but having crossed paths with the northern barbarians before, I know them too well. They're not just enemies. They're beasts, inhuman and merciless. Show even the slightest ounce of pity, and they'll turn around and take a bite out of you. Something's off, deeply off. I made a swift decision. Old Huang, send word to the Shadow Guards. Have Jingxi lead the Snow Dragon Riders to secretly infiltrate their territory. I need to know exactly what games they're playing. And if they're up to something, drench their land in rivers of blood. Leave no room for mercy. Rest assured, Your Highness. Old Huang grinned mischievously. With General Li and the Snow Dragon Riders, the northern barbarians won't stand a chance. For now, though, the bigger concern is that His Majesty has tasked you with hosting their envoy. I may not fully understand His Majesty's reasoning, but this is undoubtedly a test. The second prince, especially, bears a grudge against you and would love nothing more than to see you fail. And you can bet that the other princes won't shy away from stirring trouble either. Old Huang lowered his voice gravely. If anything goes wrong during the envoy's visit, I'm afraid all the blame will fall squarely on your shoulders. I remained silent, my gaze shifting to a dim corner of the room. Old Huang and Nangong Chief Secretary followed my gaze. There seemed to be someone hidden within the darkness over there. Sure enough, from within the shadows, a voice gently echoed, Your Highness, I believe Old Huang has a strong point. His Majesty's intention in the tasks handed over to Your Highness are, indeed, a test of your abilities. What Your Highness accomplished in the court today has shaken quite a few. Without a doubt, the other princes are already scheming to deal with you, he said with a deep tone of concern. And the best way to deal with Your Highness is to ensure trouble befalls the northern tribal envoy. Upon hearing this, I tilted my head back and laughed heartily. Mr. Kongming truly lives up to his reputation, I said with a smile. Everyone within the court knows how much I despise that envoy. If anything were to happen to them, I am the prime suspect beyond a shadow of a doubt. Using someone else's knife to kill, old as the trick is, it works perfectly. I narrowed my eyes, my tone chilling. But there's one thing they didn't account for. I, Ning Songxing, have never planned to let those northern barbarians leave this land of dying alive. Even if I do slaughter them all, so what? That, Zhuge Kongming's voice spoke from the shadows, calm and steady, is precisely what they probably never anticipated, Your Highness. For now, you need not lift a finger. Simply watch and let things take their course. The moment they make a move against you, there will be traces to follow. I nodded slightly in agreement. Prime Minister, this sixth brother of mine certainly caught me off guard today. Ning Wenjie, the second prince, said through gritted teeth. All along, I thought he was nothing more than a useless wastrel incapable of cultivating. Who would have known? He was merely hiding his strength all this time. By his side, the expression on the Prime Minister, Liu Qingbai's face was darkened with rage. Ning Songxing's maneuver earlier today had caused him to lose a significant amount of fortune, something that pained him more than losing his own life. As a senior statesman who had served 3 emperors, Liu Qingbai had his reasons for choosing to back the second prince. Having boarded this ship, there was no turning back. The only way forward now was to ensure that Ning Wenjie would ascend to the throne. Only then could Liu Qingbai continue to wield power over the court. Second prince, Liu Qingbai said with a calculated gleam in his eyes, stroking his white beard, I understand your indignation. However, now is not the time for us to act. The sixth prince's actions today have alarmed not just us. Every other prince is watching him closely as well. At this critical juncture, we mustn't let others profit off the situation. Let the other princes make the first move and feel out the waters, he advised with a cunning smile. Prime Minister, as always, your insight is invaluable, Ning Wenjie sneered darkly. That third brother of mine, I bet he's already losing his patience. Your Highness, 2 little mice have come scurrying in, Lao Huang reported with a hint of disdain in his voice. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smirk coldly. So, as I had suspected, after what happened during the morning court session, someone couldn't sit still for even a single day. They didn't just want me dead, they were desperate for me to breathe my last as soon as possible. Nangong Push, unfazed, simply closed his eyes and rested, entirely indifferent to the assassins lurking in the dimly lit chamber. I spread my hands in mock helplessness and turned to Lao Huang. Looks like it's your turn to step in this time. If that's your wish. Your Highness, rest assured I'll handle this matter swiftly. Having already decided to fight for that position, there's no point in hiding anymore. It's time they understand. Our residence isn't a place they can just come and go as they please. Old Huang slung the sword case over his shoulder and walked out. In the courtyard, two dark shadows had arrived. A man and a woman, both wrapped tightly in black, leaving only their eyes visible. The woman held a parasol. The man carried a blade, upon which was engraved the image of Yama, the king of hell. Old Huang chuckled. Well, I didn't expect guests from Tian Sha Lu tonight, ranked 5th and 6th, no less. The ghostly dance of chaos and the blade that cuts the soul. If they've sent the two of you, it surely wasn't a simple figure pulling the strings. With one sentence, he exposed their identities. Tian Sha Lu was the largest assassin organization in the world, boasting countless killers. But only the top 10 were worthy of making the infamous ranking, each at least a master-level fighter. The duo, Yu Ming, Ghostly Dance, and Yin Luo, King of Hell, were a husband and wife team who, combined, had once slain a pinnacle stage master-level fighter. For them to be brought in against me. It seems my performance at court this morning has already caused more than a few to sense the threat I pose. Didn't expect this old man to recognize us. Yin Luo's voice was hoarse and chilling. But recognition won't save you. Tonight, the 6th prince dies, and you, old man, will join him in the grave. In the shadows around the mansion, spies who were staking the place out froze at the revelation of the assassins' identities, their eyes instantly filled with terror. Report this back immediately. It's Yu Ming and Yin Luo. They've killed master-level fighters before. This isn't just any assassination. Who could possibly afford to hire them? The 6th prince, this time he might really. By dawn, all of Kyoto would know. Someone had put a hit on the 6th prince. When Emperor Yin Kanglin heard about the attempt on his son's life, his expression didn't flicker in the slightest. He wanted to see just how deep old Huang's skills ran. Equally composed was my mother, noble consort one. She knew all too well the weight old Huang carried. And even if, by some impossible chance, old Huang were to fall, I would remain unharmed. Protecting her son, she certainly didn't rely on just one layer of security. My son, she softly murmured, after tonight, all of Kyoto will know, you are the true dragon. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, a murderous intent had already risen in old Huang's eyes. On most days, he was nothing more than a hunched-back carriage driver, indifferent to most things. But I was the one person he had sworn to protect for life. To have someone openly declare, in front of him, that they would kill me, how could he not be enraged? Inside the house, I heard Yin Luo's words, but I didn't take them to heart. With old Huang and Nangong by my side, if they actually managed to kill me, that would be nothing short of a fairy tale. Nangong, I asked, how do you think these two will die? How many moves can they last under old Huang? Nangong, the deputy minister standing calmly beside me, simply replied with two cold words, utterly boring. I sighed helplessly. Fair enough. To him, people like this were nothing more than a waste of time. Humans are nothing much to speak of. At this very moment, Nangong Pushue had reached the strength of a half-step towards the rank of a land immortal. Though he had not yet mastered the legendary strongest sword strike, his power was already pushing the limits of mortal realms. These two assassins didn't even qualify to have him cast them a second glance. All right, you're incredible, and whatever you say is always right, I shrugged. So when are you going to teach me your ultimate technique? When you defeat me, I'll teach you. Oh, come on. If I could beat you, why would I even need you to teach me? Besides, I'm only at the later stage of martial grandmaster realm. How could I ever stand a chance against you? As I grumbled, an almost imperceptible curve tugged at the corners of Nangong's perpetually frosty face, though it vanished in an instant. The battle had begun in the courtyard. Daring to threaten His Highness right in front of me. Old Huang, you two are the first, old Huang growled, a rare flicker of anger in his eyes. I don't care if you're from the celestial slaughterhouse or who sent you. For tonight, your lives remain here. Haha, old fossil. Those who survive after crossing blades with us can be counted on one hand, and you're certainly not one of them. First I'll kill you, then I'll kill Ning Songxing. Let's do this. Netherworld Waltz. Yama Slash. Layers of mist rose from Yuming's netherworld's body as her figure spiraled upward, nearly dancing in the haze. Tendrils of black fog shot forth like sword shadows, blasting toward Old Huang. But Old Huang only chuckled. Impressive, mental attacks hidden in the fog. Even before his words settled, a saber shadow more than a dozen meters long had already descended from above, aiming directly for his skull. One disrupted the mind. The other performed the killing strike. This was the secret behind the undefeated record of this lethal couple. Unfortunately for them, their opponent tonight was Old Huang. In the shadows, the onlookers were stunned. They all had heard of the infamous couple's reputation, but had never witnessed their attacks firsthand. Some felt a pang of pity for the old coachman, though most were eager with anticipation, wanting to see if he could survive this blow. Under the collective gaze of all, Old Huang calmly closed his eyes. At some unspecified moment, the sword chest on his back had already opened. When 6 famed swords shot skyward, the entire residence of the 6th prince was illuminated as though it were broad daylight. Everyone around was utterly dumbfounded. Sword cultivators were already rare, and famed swords were even rarer still. But the swords in Old Huang's chest weren't just extraordinary, they were supreme treasures. And there were 6 of them. The sheer envy radiating from the crowd could have burned holes in the chest housing them. If that sword chest were to fall into the wrong hands, it would cause an all-out brawl among sword cultivators across the land, I quipped. Even Nangong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them upon sensing the aura of those 6 swords, his gaze fixed on their forms. Old Huang, as though recalling something deeply buried in his memories, continued to let his aura climb higher and higher. And within a matter of seconds, that overwhelming pressure, he broke past the master realm and soared directly into Grandmaster. What? Impossible. How could this old guy be a Grandmaster? Yen Luo roared in shock and anger. The spies hidden in the shadows were utterly stunned as well. In their eyes, Old Huang, just an ordinary stableman, had revealed himself to be a true and formidable Grandmaster. I, Old Huang, am just His Highness's stableman, he said, opening his eyes. His voice was as deep and resonant as an ancient bell. It was His Highness who gave me a second chance at life. This life of mine is devoted to protecting him. You too, you'll be the first lives I take. And to send you on your way, I'll use my strongest technique. Sword 9, 6,000 miles. 6 legendary swords soared into the air, hanging high as if they were stars in a reversed Milky Way. Their brilliance illuminated the entire capital, carving the vast beauty of the 1,000-mile empire into the night sky. A flash of silver streaked through. Nobody could see what had happened. Only the sound of 2 piercing, anguished screams broke the silence. When the light dimmed, 2 bloodied figures lay sprawling in the courtyard, groaning in agony, their earlier arrogance completely crushed. Their black robes had been shredded entirely by the sword qi, revealing their true identities. Old Huang had returned to his hunched, unassuming self, carrying the sword box on his back again. He cast a glance at the defeated pair, shook his head lightly, and turned back toward the house. It was as if they weren't even worth pondering over. Drinking yellow wine is far more pleasant. I'm getting old, really old. Just moving for a few minutes has me worn out. Your Highness, fetch Old Huang some yellow wine. The spies in the shadows twitched at the corners of their mouths, feeling as though they had just been slapped hard in the face. Haha, Old Huang, we might lack a lot of things, but yellow wine? There's plenty of that. The prince's laugh rang out lightheartedly. Much obliged, Your Highness, Old Huang replied with a nod. But the people in the dark had no time to relax. Every word, every scene they had witnessed tonight had to be reported in full detail, especially the shocking revelation of Old Huang's strength, which far exceeded all their expectations. To think the husband and wife assassins ranked 5th and 6th in the infamous Tiansha Tower couldn't even withstand a single move from Old Huang. That kind of strength was not typical for a Grandmaster. No, a simple Grandmaster couldn't possibly achieve this. Old Huang must have reached the later stages of the Grandmaster realm. In the entire Great Yin Empire, the number of publicly known Grandmasters could be counted on one hand. And now, suddenly, a hidden powerhouse had emerged out of nowhere. How could that not cause waves of alarm? What truly sent chills down their spines, however, was this. Everyone called the sixth prince a good-for-nothing who only indulged in the soft charms of women. Yet, by his side stood a guardian of such terrifying power. Who was the sixth prince, really? No one had ever truly understood. No one knew the answer. If he had been intentionally hiding his abilities all along, then for the princes vying for the throne, it meant a new and incredibly dangerous rival had just stepped onto the board. The mere thought of it made many shiver with apprehension. "Your Highness," a voice came from the darkness. It was Zhuge Kong Ming, calm but tinged with caution. Old Huang revealed himself tonight. The entire capital has been shaken. From now on the surface, there would be no more attempts on my life for now, but in the shadows, enemies would only grow in number. Plans must be made in advance. "I have taken note of your words, Master Kong Ming," I said with a smile. "If I am to vie for that position, such things are inevitable. But with all of you by my side, you are my greatest trump card, my ultimate assurance. We shall not disappoint your highness." The Great Yin Dynasty, Northern Territory, Yueha City. Beyond the city walls, the fires of war had yet to die out, leaving corpses strewn across the battlefield. Less than 2 kilometers from the city, the northern barbarians had set up camp. Their cavalry appeared bloodied and battered, their figures scarred from relentless fighting. Atop the city walls stood a man of about 35 years, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, his expression solemn. His battle armor was soaked in blood, with cracks and tears visible on its surface, a testimony to the brutality of a battle just concluded, one of unimaginable ferocity. "General, please rest for a while. The brothers are holding the line here. The northern barbarians have suffered significant losses and won't be able to mount another attack anytime soon." The man shook his head. He was none other than Meng Hui, the commanding general of the 150,000-strong Northern Frontier Army. Since taking command 3 years ago, he had clashed with the northern barbarians numerous times, with victories and defeats alike. But never once had he encountered anything as strange as today's battle. Earlier, the northern barbarians had fought as if they had nothing to lose, paying any price to take Yueha City. Their reckless tactics were unprecedented. "Hanyu, what are our casualties?" "General, the northern barbarians attacked with wild abandon today. We lost nearly 10,000 soldiers in the defense. But their losses were heavier, at least 20,000 cavalry," the deputy general reported promptly. 10,000. And that's because we had the advantage of the city walls. Had it been an open field battle, the damage would have been unfathomable. Meng Hui's tone was grave. "Hanyu, surely you've sensed it by now. The northern barbarians are putting everything into taking Yueha City this time. Something must be amiss within their ranks. Right now, in the middle of this harsh winter, their provisions must already be running low. At this time of year, they usually do no more than raid a few border villages. Launching a massive campaign like this is unheard of. Until we uncover the truth behind their actions, I will not rest easy." Han Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. He had felt something amiss on the battlefield earlier, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Now, hearing his general's analysis, everything became clear. "General, you're absolutely right. The northern barbarians must be dealing with some internal turmoil. There's no other explanation for such an attack at this time. Could it be that?" Before he could finish, Meng Hui issued an order. "Dispatch the scouts immediately. Find out what's happening among the northern barbarians." "Yes, General." Hanyu was about to carry out the order when the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. In the distance, the air was filled with the piercing cries of war horses. "General, could it be another assault by the northern barbarians? I'll order the soldiers to prepare for battle at once." Hanyu shouted. "Wait, don't jump to conclusions," Meng Hui said coolly. "The northern barbarians are light cavalry. They wouldn't cause this kind of tremor. These are heavy cavalry. But neither the northern barbarians nor our great Yin possesses. No heavy cavalry. Among the neighboring nations, only Great Yu possesses this kind of troop." The rumbling grew nearer, and finally, the heavy cavalry revealed their true form. Meng Hui and Han Yu both felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. The cavalry before them completely shattered their expectations. Both the riders and their horses were clad in heavy armor, with only their eyes visible. The blindingly white armor gleamed under the sunlight, but it carried an icy, bone-chilling presence. Their numbers were no more than around 10,000. But Meng Hui clearly understood. Even an army of 100,000 might not be their match. General, where did this heavy cavalry come from? Their murderous aura is overwhelming. Are they here to fight us? Han Yu's voice trembled. I have no idea. But this pressure, it's too much. Whether they are friend or foe, order the entire army to be on alert, just in case. At that moment, the heavy cavalry below the city moved. The Lord has decreed. Northern barbarians have invaded our great Yin borders, slaughtering our citizens. Their crimes are unforgivable. Snow Dragon Cavalry, hear my command. Pierce through the northern barbarians, leave not a single one standing. Charge. The leader gave the command, and with that, the 10,000 Snow Dragon Cavalry charged straight into the northern barbarian camp without hesitation. The overwhelming murderous aura they exuded caused the surrounding air to drop several degrees. Meng Hui, Han Yu, and the entire garrison of Great Yin soldiers stood frozen in place. They had just heard every word of the commanding officer clearly. General, this mysterious cavalry, they're ours? But since when did Great Yin have such an elite heavy cavalry? Snow Dragon Cavalry. I've never heard of them. That leader, his strength might even surpass yours. Han Yu exclaimed in shock. And he wasn't the only one stunned. Meng Hui himself felt his heart trembling. As a Grandmaster-level warrior, though not yet in the late stage, even late-stage Grandmasters would find him difficult to deal with. Yet just now, in the presence of that leader, he couldn't even muster the courage to make a move. This Snow Dragon Cavalry only made his curiosity grow stronger. General, look. Following Han Yu's voice, Meng Hui looked toward the northern barbarian camp and froze where he stood. The Snow Dragon Cavalry had only been in action for 10 minutes, but the massive northern barbarian camp was already in utter disarray. From where he stood, he could see that at least 20 to 30,000 had already fallen. Are they even human? Han Yu stammered. Meng Hui couldn't find the words to respond. The combat power of this cavalry had gone far beyond anything he had imagined. Han Yu, send someone to keep a close eye on them, he shouted. I want to know exactly where this Snow Dragon Cavalry is heading. On the northern battlefield, blood flowed like rivers. The northern barbarians' force of 100,000 Iron Riders, long praised as the sharpest blade of the grasslands, was like paper before the Snow Dragon Cavalry. With one charge, thousands fell. Another charge, and thousands more. Meanwhile, the formation of the Snow Dragon Cavalry remained perfectly intact, as if unshaken by any force. Meng Hui stood, standing atop the city walls of US City, his hands gripping the battlements trembled. This seasoned general, who had safeguarded the northern frontier for many years, was feeling something entirely foreign to him for the first time. Fear. General, am I seeing things? Vice General Han Yu's voice quivered. In 2 short hours, 10,000 northern barbarian cavalry wiped out? That dragon cavalry only numbers 10,000. The facts are staring you in the face, and you still won't believe it? Meng Hui's eyes narrowed as he stared intently into the distance. Heavy cavalry like that. The Yin couldn't train them. No dynasty could. Who are they? We must uncover the truth. His words were firm, but deep down, everyone present knew. Investigate? Who would dare? Angering such an iron cavalry force could spell doom with just a few charges. Even the fortified US city would be reduced to rubble. Just then, a scout raced back on horseback. General, after annihilating the northern barbarian cavalry, the Snow Dragon Cavalry is advancing north, into barbarian territory. Meng Hui's brow furrowed deeply. Into northern barbarian lands. Could their claim be true? That they're here under the command of some lord, sent to exterminate the barbarians? But who is this lord? And why are they flying to Yan's banner? He fell silent for a long moment before finally giving an order. Han Yu, dispatch more scouts. Keep a close watch on that dragon cavalry. I need to know their true intentions. Also, send a full report of everything here back to the capital. I expect the origins of this Snow Dragon Cavalry to be uncovered by the court. Yes, General. 1,000 miles away, in the capital, I sat in my study, listening as Old Huang finished reading the battle report sent by Li Jingxi. Your Highness, General Li has led the Snow Dragon Cavalry and decimated the northern barbarian forces. When they engaged, the barbarian army was already in a fierce battle with Meng Hui's forces and both sides suffered significant losses. Now that the barbarian cavalry has been annihilated, our dragon cavalry is pushing deeper into barbarian territory. On Meng Hui's front, it's likely they're secretly investigating our forces. I allowed myself a small smile. With Jingxi and the Snow Dragon cavalry in the field, I have nothing to worry about. But my smile faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. The barbarians' actions were too bizarre. They had just sent an envoy to the capital proposing a royal marriage and, in the next breath, launched an all-out assault on the northern frontier. Nearly 200,000 elite cavalry, the bulk of their nation's military might, all expended for the sake of seizing one city, Yueha. There had to be something more behind this. From the shadows, a calm and measured voice, belonging to Zhuge Kongming, spoke. Your Highness, what if the barbarians acted out of sheer desperation? A sudden clarity sparked in my mind. Master, could you mean the barbarians' true aim was Yueha City all along? That the marriage proposal was just a decoy, meant to distract the capital while they moved to seize it first? Your Highness has deduced correctly, Kongming said with his usual calm demeanor. There must have been a significant upheaval within the barbarian lands. As we speak, winter has taken hold. Countless cattle, sheep, and warhorses across the steppes are freezing to death. This winter, they will not survive. Their only path to survival is through Dian's, the Northern Territory. Taking down the Northern Territory was their only shot at survival. So, the envoy came to Kyoto, proposing a marriage alliance, all to divert everyone's attention. Their real plan was to seize the northern region as quickly as possible. A chill rose in my eyes. Father had yet to officially meet with the envoy, which meant that there was still a chance to turn things around. Even better, the northern barbarian envoy had no clue that their 200,000 iron cavalry had already been decimated, littered across the northern territory. No matter how meticulous your scheme is, this time, it will end before it even begins. I sneered coldly. These northern barbarians truly surprised me. Coming up with such a plan? Seems like there's quite the strategist among the plains. The great Khan of the northern barbarians is no simple man, Kongming said. To unite so many tribes of the grasslands, you'd need genuine skill. Otherwise, someone would have taken his head by now. They abide by one motto: strength reigns supreme. Strength reigns supreme? I stood up, my gaze frosty. Then tomorrow morning in court, I'd like to see exactly how they act out this so-called strength reigns supreme. In the shadows, Kongming and Old Huang were laughing. Only Nangong Push remained as stoic as ever, her icy expression unmoved, as if none of this had anything to do with her. The next day, at morning court, the moment the ministers entered the hall, they froze in unison. Standing in the center of the hall was someone they never imagined they'd see there, the sixth prince, Ning Songxing. According to the Great Yin Law, princes of age, those who reached 16, could attend court sessions. However, I, the sixth prince, had never taken the initiative to attend, apart from the one time father forcibly dragged me along, let alone arriving so early. On top of that, news from my estate from a few days ago had already spread across Kyoto. Old Huang being a grandmaster had rocked the entire royal city. Now, all the civil and military officials couldn't help but speculate. This sixth prince, perhaps he's the most deeply concealed one among all the princes. Is he stepping into the ring to vie for the throne? Sixth brother, after all these years, it's actually the first time I've seen you voluntarily attend court. The crown prince, Ning Tianxin, came over and lightly patted my shoulder. Since you're here, try to learn a thing or two. It'll come in handy someday. I truly respected this eldest brother of mine. Though he was strict with us younger brothers, he never engaged in underhanded schemes. Among the citizens of Kyoto, his reputation was impeccable. Thank you, brother. I'll keep that in mind. I smiled and returned his courtesy. Humph. A cold snort came from behind me. Without turning around, I already knew who it was. My second brother, Ning Wenjie. From childhood to now, he has never seen me as a younger brother. In his eyes, my mere existence is the biggest obstacle on his path to the throne. As for the mastermind behind the incident the other day, I still don't know who it was. But I had a hunch that this second brother of mine couldn't be entirely uninvolved. Turning around, I feigned surprise. Second brother, it's only been a few days. Yet, your complexion seems So pale? And your forehead looks dark. A clear sign that disaster is looming over you. Nope, I better keep my distance. Who knows if you might gush a mouthful of blood in my direction. The hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. These words sounded like an open curse, practically announcing the second prince's imminent demise. In the entire Diyin Empire, no one would dare to say something so audacious and ominous in front of the whole court. Even the first prince stared at me with an expression as if he had just seen a ghost. And that's exactly the reaction I wanted. While I couldn't kill him right now, disgusting him thoroughly was more than satisfying. The second prince's face turned ashen, almost as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. He'd probably strike me with his bare hands if it wasn't a formal court session. Sixth brother, your tongue has certainly grown sharper, he sneered coldly. But that's not necessarily a good thing. Don't think having a grandmaster to back you makes you invincible. If you're aiming for that seat, well, you're far from ready. Is that so? Thanks for the advice, second brother, I mocked with disdain. But let me confirm something for you. As far as that seat is concerned, you won't have to worry about me. In fact, it'll never be yours anyway. Because you're simply unworthy. His Majesty arrives. The eunuch Wei Gonggong's sudden announcement cut off the second prince's retort mid-sentence. Father entered the grand hall, his gaze briefly landing on me with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He likely hadn't expected me to voluntarily attend court today. But for him, this was certainly welcome news. It was impossible that he hadn't heard about the recent events in the capital. A grandmaster becoming his son's personal protector was shocking enough, but he must have guessed something deeper. His sixth son wasn't as simple as he appeared to be on the surface. Coupled with noble consort Wen's recent words, Father now understood. When I said I would vie for the throne, it was far from empty talk. In his mind, the struggle for the throne between his sons was nothing unusual. As long as no one resorted to harming their siblings, he would not intervene. What he wanted to see was the tactics and strategies these sons would employ to claim the chair. Announce, the Northern Barbarians' envoy, enter the hall. Wei Gonggong's high-pitched voice echoed as the 15 members of the Northern Barbarian envoy filed in, one by one. We greet His Majesty of Diyin, said a young man, around 25 years old, giving a bow in the prairie tradition. His posture, however, came off as overly casual, almost insulting, in the eyes of the Diyin officials. Insolent. Second Prince Ning Wenjie immediately shouted in anger. How dare you greet His Majesty without performing the kneeling salute? But the young man acted as if he hadn't heard a word. I am Tuoba Hu, the crown prince of the Northern Barbarians, he said coolly. And you're just the second prince of Diyin. Your great emperor hasn't spoken yet. Who do you think you are? What? Are you planning to rebel and make yourself the next emperor already? One sharp retort, and the second prince was rendered speechless, unable to say another word. Even the ministers secretly supporting the second prince shook their heads in disappointment. In this verbal exchange, Tuoba Hu had crushed the second prince with ease. Now all eyes turned to. Unexpectedly, the leader of this northern tribe's delegation is none other than their crown prince. I stood off to the side, watching my second brother eagerly jump at the chance to show off, only to be harshly stomped down in an instant. I internally rolled my eyes. Idiot. Father's face had already turned sour. Half of it came from Tuoba Hu's words, which so brazenly dismissed the great Yan's standing. The other half, disappointment in his second son. If he was going to step forward, then he should have crushed the opponent outright. Yet, with a single retort, he himself was humiliated, dragging the reputation of the great Yin down with him. Your Majesty the Emperor of Yin, Tuoba Hu began slowly, his tone sharp yet composed. It said the great Yin is a land where respect and hierarchy prevail. But from what I see today, that doesn't seem entirely true. I, Tuoba Hu, as the Northern Crown Prince, represent not just my nation, but our 500,000-strong army. And yet, your second prince is so ill-mannered. Is it that he doesn't take our 500,000 troops seriously? If that's the case, I can leave immediately. He paused, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. However, I must remind your Majesty of one thing. Our 200,000 cavalry, the most elite of the northern tribes, are already stationed outside Yueh City. Shall we see just how many days your General Meng Hui and his forces can hold the line? The entire court fell silent. Even father's expression darkened further in an instant. I, however, remained unbothered, even allowing a faint trace of disdain to flicker across my eyes. The news of the Northern Cavalry's positioning near U.S. City? I'd long known. As for those 200,000 elite horsemen that Tuobahu boasted of, they had already been annihilated by our Snow Dragon cavalry. They just hadn't had the time to deliver the battlefield report to the capital yet. In this hall, of everyone present, I was the only one privy to this knowledge. Father, undoubtedly, had his suspicions about their true intentions. It was now clear that this northern delegation's so-called marriage alliance was nothing but a pretense. Their real aim was to force a concession, using the siege of Ueha City as their trump card. If we refused, Ueha would truly be in grave danger. Even with General Meng Hui's 150,000 troops, holding off those 200,000 elite northern riders would be nothing short of a pipe dream. The moves in this game had been calculated to perfection. But before father could respond, my second brother, Ning Wenjia, leapt forward once more. Tuobahu, you're the real clown here, he barked, fury in his voice. Ueha City is guarded by General Meng Hui's 150,000 troops. You think a measly 200,000 horsemen can take it? You're dreaming. If you dare lay a finger anywhere near Ueha, it will be the North's day of utter annihilation. The civil officials broke into cheer, especially those aligned with my second brother's faction, their faces smug with satisfaction. The military officers? They were mentally cursing up a storm. While the civil servants might not understand the dire threat posed by the Northern Cavalry, how could these seasoned veterans of the battlefield not know better? Each skirmish with the North was a brutal affair, victories won at a heavy cost. As for those 200,000 elites, the Great Yin had never bested them in combat, not once. Now, with the cavalry at their doorstep, no matter how skilled Meng Hui was, holding Ueha would be a near impossible task. Several generals secretly sighed. In their eyes, Ueha City seemed to have reached a dead end. Ha! Tuobahu threw his head back in laughter. The world praises Emperor Yin for his exceptional wisdom and unparalleled talent, yet he raised such a foolish prince. Our northern cavalry's strength, His Majesty must know it well. Meng Hui may be valiant, but can he truly withstand 200,000 elite troops? Tuobahu's laughter faded, and his tone suddenly softened. Your Majesty, our envoy's visit this time was originally for an alliance through marriage. If you cannot bear to part with the 10th princess, that's fine, provided you agree to one condition from the north. In that case, we can forget about the marriage proposal. The realization dawned upon everyone in the hall. The marriage was merely a pretext. The true agenda was now laid bare. What condition? Father's voice was frighteningly calm. Only those who knew him well could tell. The calmer father appeared, the closer he was to the brink of explosive rage. It's simple. Tuobahu smiled nonchalantly. The North desires the biting protectorate. Boom. The words, biting protectorate, echoed in the hall, and an overwhelming aura of fury burst forth from father, seated on the throne. It was as if the temperature in the entire hall had suddenly dropped by several degrees. Even my own gaze filled with a chilling, killing intent. The biting protectorate was the lifeline of Great Yin. It was where the nation's warhorses came from. To protect this land, Great Yin stationed 100,000 of its strongest troops there, led by none other than Prince Kong, Ning Konglan, the most skilled commander of this era. The North, you must have a death wish. Father growled lowly. The anger was warranted. The North's ambitions were insatiable. If they were allowed to claim the biting protectorate, Great Yin would lose its cavalry forces entirely. It wouldn't take long for the nation to be reduced to a vulnerable prey surrounded by wolves. Their predatory ambition was all too obvious. Yet despite father's furious scolding, Tuobahu was not the least bit rattled. On the contrary, he appeared calm and relaxed, as though all of this had already been calculated in his plans. Please, calm down, Your Majesty, he said lightly. The North's 200,000 cavalry still stand outside Ueha City's gates. Would Your Majesty truly allow tens of thousands of civilians in the city to be slaughtered, painting the desert red with their blood? That statement made father's expression waver. If we agreed, we'd lose our lifeline. If we refused, Ueha City's populace would meet a grim fate. It was an impossible choice, a flawless double-edged ploy. Unless Ueha City could somehow repel the 200,000 northern cavalry. Otherwise, there was no good way out. Damn the northern invaders. The air in the hall was thick with fury, yet I alone lowered my gaze in silent thought, a faint curve forming at the corners of my lips. Tuobahu, this elaborate deadlock you've devised. What a pity. It's missing a piece on the board. A piece you could never have imagined. The glares of the civil and military officials were cutting enough to kill. If looks could end lives, the Northern Crown Prince would have died 1,000 times over by now. These men normally squabbled incessantly in court, yet when faced with a true crisis, the Northern barbarians stood before them, and the people united as one in resistance. The enmity spanned years, the blood feud ran deep, and neither side could forget the grievances. They wished to detain Tuobahu right then and there. But they were also acutely aware that his words weren't an empty threat. 200,000 iron cavalry waited outside Ueha City, and the city could fall in an instant. If the city fell, hundreds of thousands of citizens would perish as helpless victims of the blade, and nearby cities would be caught in the ripple effect of chaos. By then, the prestige of Dayan would crumble entirely. However, conceding the biting protectorate would mark Dayan as feeble, a beacon for ambition-fueled empires watching closely like predators. This overt trap laid by the northern barbarians left Dayan in a predicament, trapped between advancing or retreating. The imperial court fell into dead silence. Tuobahu's lips curled into a cold smile, as if all was firmly within his grasp. The first prince, Ning Tianqian, wore a grave expression. One misstep, and it would spell irreversible disaster. And yet I, Ning Sangxing, remained untroubled by his threats. Because I knew, our opportunity was just around the corner. Report. Urgent dispatch from General Meng of the northern border, covering 800 miles. 3 consecutive declarations resounded like thunder in the hall. The significance was self-evident. Upon hearing this, Tuobahu's smirk only deepened. Your Majesty, Emperor of Dayan, it seems General Meng has sent for aid. With 200,000 of my northern cavalry pressing on the city, how could his mere 150,000 stand against us? Humph. My father, the Emperor of Dayan, had a sharp glint of killing intent flash across his eyes. In this moment, he likely wished to slaughter this entire group of envoys from the northern barbarian tribes. Yet he could not bear to let the lives of 1,000,000 citizens of the northern border fall beneath iron hooves. If it came to that, his reign as emperor would meet its end as well. Pass it over. His voice, though commanding, trembled slightly as he spoke. Sire, this is a battle report from General Meng. My father frowned slightly, unaware that General Meng had arranged for this intentionally. The matter of the mysterious cavalry unit was far too significant. The fewer who knew before it was confirmed, the better. The Meng family had been loyal to Dayan for generations, unwavering in their allegiance. Wei Gonggong quickly stepped forward, carrying the report with both hands and presenting it before my father. Though displeased, my father trusted General Meng. He unfolded the report and started reading. In just a few moments, he abruptly rose from his seat, his hands trembling with emotion, disbelief filling his eyes. The officials within the hall stiffened in unison. Such loss of composure was unprecedented. Since his ascension to the throne, never had the emperor been so shaken. Tuobahu assumed it was simply a cry for reinforcements from General Meng. Your Majesty, it seems General Meng has come to terms with his inability to withstand my 200,000-strong cavalry. He seeks aid from the capital, proof that this prince's claims were no exaggeration. The eyes of many in the hall burned with murderous intent. Yet, my father began to laugh softly. It appears that your northern barbarians are truly determined to take Ueha City. In that case, I'll state this clearly. Be it biting or the northern border, your northern barbarians won't claim a single inch. You wish to fight? Dayan will accompany you till the end. Boom. Tuobahu stood frozen, stunned beyond measure. From his perspective, his assumptions were crumbling apart. Their well-calculated plans for the winter, securing either biting or Ueha City to ensure a stable season before resuming battles in the spring, were completely shattered by a single sentence from the emperor. Yen Emperor, have you thought this through? I have 200,000 troops at your gates. Are you really going to watch tens of thousands of your people bleed rivers of blood? Tuoba, who shouted, his voice filled with urgency. A court minister was about to step forward to offer counsel, but the emperor raised a hand to stop him. I'll say this one more time. Our great yin has never, and will never, bow to threats. If it's war you want, we will see it through to the end. Guards, escort Prince Tuoba back to the guest quarters. Tuoba, who was filled with unwillingness. He had come so close to success, just one step away. Yet, everything had been ruined in an instant. He needed to uncover the truth. The answer was likely buried in that war report. As I watched him leave with clenched fists and a heavy heart, I couldn't help but smile faintly. Among all the officials in court, only the emperor and I knew the real reason behind his failure. But in that fleeting moment, I sensed several piercing waves of killing intent, only to have them vanish in the blink of an eye. I frowned, pondering, when Wei Gongong's voice broke through my thoughts. His Majesty has decreed. Duke Qin, the right minister and Minister Fan of the War Department, are to report to the imperial study. The court erupted in a wave of murmurs. No one could fathom why these three were being summoned in private. The Duke of Qin was once the invincible war god of Great Yin, undefeated in every battle throughout his youth. The right minister, Liu Qingbai, was a senior official who had served under 3 different emperors, unmatched in his wisdom and experience. Big brother, why do you think father is meeting with those 3? Second Prince Ning Wenjie whispered. Our father's intentions are not for me to discern, Ning Tianqian replied in an even tone. But, second brother, you've been drawing way too much attention to yourself lately. I've heard things, many things. As your elder brother, let me warn you, don't make mistakes you can't fix. With that, he turned and walked out of the hall. As he passed me, he gave the faintest nod of acknowledgement. I had some respect for this eldest brother of mine. It was just unfortunate that he was too kind-hearted. In the world of imperial bloodlines, kindness is far from being a virtue. As for what father intended to discuss with those 3, I already knew full well. It was a matter I had no interest in meddling with. Let them handle the Snow Dragon riders. While leaving the audience chamber, I felt the sharp, cold gaze of the second prince lingering on me. Too bad. My attention wasn't, and would never be, on him. Your Majesty, may I ask why the 3 of us have been summoned? It was the Duke of Qin who spoke first. Duke Qin, the elderly General Qin Xiong, had once been the war god of Great Yin, remembered alongside Meng Hui's father, Meng Yi, for their unparalleled military prowess. While Meng Yi had long retired from court life, Duke Qin had continued to fight for Great Yin. Take a look. This is the intelligence report sent by Meng Hui. Wei Gongong handed the report to them. As their eyes landed on the words, the entire force of 200,000 northern barbarians annihilated. An electrified tension ran through the trio. Just earlier, when Tuoba who had thrown this claim at the court, their concerns had been profound. But after they read through the full report, their expressions turned grim. Your Majesty, is this truly accurate? Could Meng Hui have made a mistake? How could just 10,000 heavy cavalry manage to exterminating 200,000 elite northern barbarians cavalry within mere hours? Those are the finest warriors of the north. Minister of War, Fan Wenjue, exclaimed in shock. Though the Duke of Qin and Liu Qingbai said nothing, the doubt etched on their faces was impossible to conceal. The northern barbarians are a nation born on horseback, their cavalry unmatched in the known world. If even they were crushed by this formidable heavy cavalry, then the 4 great empires would stand powerless before it. What made matters graver, aside from the northern barbarians in Wei, none of the other empires even possessed heavy cavalry. 5 years ago, Great Yin attempted to form a unit, but to this day, it remained unrealized. Training and forming heavy cavalry was far more difficult than regular forces, not to mention the astronomical financial and material resources it required. I know Meng Hui's nature better than anyone, the emperor said coldly. If he's written such a claim, it can mean only one thing. There is such a force of 10,000 heavy cavalry. Snow Dragon Cavalry. What an audaciously commanding name. His voice turned harsh. Fan Wenjue, this is now the Ministry of War's responsibility. Investigate this matter immediately. There's no way a force like the Snow Dragon Cavalry has emerged within the borders of Great Yin without ulterior motives. A chill ran down Fan Wenjue's spine. With the exception of the Emperor's personal secret guard, all military forces had to be registered with the Ministry of War. A sudden emergence of such a powerful force could only spell grave consequences for him, potentially even costing him his head. At the side, Liu Chengbai remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. For now, only the three of you know of this matter, the Emperor warned firmly. Until the truth is uncovered, the existence of the Snow Dragon Cavalry must be kept an absolute secret. Do I make myself clear? The three of them nodded heavily. Of course, the Emperor knew whether or not any one of them might betray this confidence. His severe tone was just a warning shot across the bow. While this secret council was taking place, Third Prince Ning Baifeng had already arrived at a secluded manor on the outskirts of the imperial capital. The estate was far removed from the city, surrounded by ancient woods, hidden from prying eyes. Few people even knew of its existence. As soon as Ning Baifeng entered the manor, a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped forward to greet him. "Your Highness," the man said, bowing respectfully. "Everything is prepared. We can act at any time." "Are you certain about their identities?" Ning Baifeng asked coldly. "Tuoba, who is the crown prince of the northern barbarians, and he's staying at the state guest house. Killing them all will not be an easy task." The man let out a faint laugh. "Rest assured, Your Highness, there will be no repeat of last time's debacle. This time, we've enlisted not just assassins from Heaven's Judgment Hall, but also top fighters from the Iron Blade clan, the Moonlit Sword School, and the Forged Body sect. With all these forces combined, success is guaranteed." "Good," Ning Baifeng said with an icy edge. "I await your good news." The middle-aged man withdrew after receiving his orders. Once alone, Ning Baifeng murmured to himself, "Big brother, second brother, and even sixth brother. This time, I've prepared a grand gift for all of you. I can't wait to see how you'll handle this situation." Back in the imperial capital, at the state guest house. "Teacher, what is going on? Our plan should have been beyond flawless. Why has Ning Kanglin suddenly become so unyielding? This wasn't part of the plan." Tuoba Hu, staring at the elder in front of him, his face was full of unwillingness. The elder's expression remained calm, undisturbed, and unwavering. No one would have guessed that Tuoba Hu's teacher, the grand advisor of Baiman, Shu Hichari, had come to Dian along with the diplomatic mission in secret, concealing his identity and blending in with the entourage. For years, Baiman's ability to stand against Dian was largely due to the previous grand advisor. After stepping back from the court due to illness, he entrusted everything to his greatest disciple, Shu Hichari. And this disciple's talent was no less exceptional than that of his master. This diplomatic trip was entirely orchestrated by Shu Hichari. In their eyes, no matter what choice the Emperor of Dian made, the outcome would fall within the range acceptable to Baiman. It was an inescapable open conspiracy, a no-win scenario. However, the Emperor of Dian's decision was one that no one anticipated. "Your Highness, you've lost your composure," Shu Hichari said calmly. For the Emperor to say such words, it must be tied to that battle report from Minghui. We may not know what happened in U.S. City, but their current attitude says it all. Something major occurred there. The entire plan has unraveled. We must leave the capital immediately. Otherwise, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before he could finish, the sharp sound of weapons slicing through the air abruptly filled the room. "Your Highness, it's trouble. Someone has made their move." Tuoba Hu's fury boiled over. Someone actually dared to attack him, the crown prince of Baiman, inside the guest pavilion for foreign dignitaries. "Outrageous. Who dares attempt to kill me?" Tuoba Hu. "Your Highness, there's no use talking now. Move. Have the guards fight to the death. The heavenly wolf god will bless them. Just go." Through gritted teeth, Tuoba Hu hurriedly escaped from the guest pavilion with his mentor at his side. But the assassins had clearly planned this meticulously, choosing the perfect moment to strike. They wouldn't let Tuoba Hu leave the capital alive. As the assassins made their move, news quickly spread throughout the capital. Every prince, the emperor, and his ministers all became aware. The city once again descended into chaos. "Daring to commit murder at the guest pavilion? That's outright defiance of me, the emperor." The emperor growled in rage. "Cheng Ying, Take the imperial guards and surround the pavilion. Don't let a single perpetrator escape. At once, Cheng Ying didn't dare waste a moment. Tonight's events had utterly provoked the emperor's wrath. The guest pavilion was a place of great significance. To kill there was to spit in the face of Dian's pride, and to show utter disregard for the great flame empire itself. After Cheng Ying departed, the emperor's eyes were filled with a deep, cold fury. Insha, tell me, who do you think is behind tonight's events? Does your majesty truly not already have the answer? A shadowy figure materialized next to the emperor, his voice hoarse. Completely shrouded in a black cloak, his appearance was impossible to discern. This man was none other than Insha, the leader of the Black Dragon Guard. They've grown impatient. I'm not even dead, and they're already eyeing the throne. The emperor sneered coldly. The imperial family truly is the epitome of heartlessness. The old saying never lies. Insha, investigate. I want to know who's behind this. Whether the Baiman envoy lives or dies, it makes no difference to me. Let me see just how big of a mess these rebellious sons of mine can make of the skies above the imperial capital. Understood. The shadow vanished in an instant. The emperor gazed into the distance, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. No one could guess what he was truly thinking. Your Highness, with the chaos that's broken out, should we not go take a look? Old Huang leaned closer to my side. Hosting the Northern Barbarians' envoy delegation was entrusted to you by His Majesty. If anything has happened to them, you won't be able to shirk responsibility. I chuckled softly. Sir Kongming, tell me, do you think I should intervene in this matter? You've already made your decision in your heart, Your Highness. Zhuge Kongming smiled knowingly. There are many people across the entire Great Yin who wish to see the Northern Barbarians' envoy dead. Save for you, Your Highness. Even your father, His Majesty, knows this all too well. However, if they truly die here, in the capital, it will remain a significant headache for you. Indeed, I replied coolly. The list of people who want them dead is unimaginably long. My elder brothers likely began scheming against them long ago. I just didn't expect someone to actually make a move. They're courting death themselves. But perhaps it's for the best. Last night's debacle has likely infuriated my dear father beyond measure. At a time like this, sometimes inaction is the best course of action. Doing nothing may be the wisest choice. Your Highness, your brilliance knows no equal in all the land. Old Huang listened to the conversation between us in quiet thought, eventually seeming to grasp the logic behind it. He sat silently, focusing on roasting his meat. As for Nangong, the deputy to the secretariat, he remained as aloof as ever. Pointless. That one word left me utterly speechless. Who are you? I am the crown prince of the Northern Barbarians. Dare harm me, and do you not fear our armies will march upon your lands, flattening everything in their path? Tuoba, who was drenched in blood, roaring in rage. By the time you reach the underworld, you'll know the answer. The leader of the dark-clad assassins sneered. Don't waste time. Kill them all now. If the Imperial Guards arrive, we won't make it out. Kill. The following day, morning court. The moment I stepped into the Great Hall, I saw that the entire court of civil and military officials appeared as though they were standing on a frozen lake. My father, seated upon his imperial throne, wore a face so stormy that it could drip water. Last night, at the state guest residence, the Northern Barbarian envoy delegation, every last one of them, was slaughtered. Even Tuoba, who, the crown prince of the Northern Barbarians, lay dead. During wartime, envoys are traditionally spared. Yet now, while on a diplomatic mission to Great Yin, the entirety of the Northern Barbarian delegation had been annihilated, slaughtered within the walls of our own state guest residence. This was an unprecedented humiliation for Great Yin. You are all aware of what happened last night, I presume. The emperor's voice was placid, eerily so, like the calm before a violent storm. Not a soul dared to respond. Everyone present knew too well. His Majesty was perched on the edge of a volcanic fury. Whoever dared to speak at such a moment would undoubtedly be obliterated by the ensuing thunderous wrath. And then, the emperor's rage shattered forth. Unbelievable. The grand imperial guest house of the capital, invaded by a group of miscreants, and the entire Northern Barbarian envoy slaughtered. You, all of you, as officials of the Great Yin dynasty, know nothing of this? Ridiculous. The emperor slammed his hand on the dragon throne's desk. Ching-ing, take them all and throw them into the heavenly prison. He struck the desk with such force that the hall fell silent. Last night, someone dared to storm the guest house and commit murder. What's next? Breaking into my chambers tonight? Tell me, just what exactly are all of you good for? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It is our incompetence. Other than a few princes, every court official in the hall immediately knelt in unison. They had hoped to dodge fault, but this time, the emperor left no room for excuses. Father, a sudden voice broke the silence. I turned to see who it was. It was my second brother, Ning Wenjie. I sneered internally. This fool really can't help but dig his own grave, can he? I glanced at Grand Chancellor Liu Qingbai. His face had turned ashen. Clearly, he'd gone to bed early last night, completely unaware of the incident, so he hadn't had time to coordinate with my second brother. Seeing Ning Wenjie speak up recklessly now, cold sweat was already beading on the chancellor's forehead. Second son, what do you have to say? Father asked. Father, I believe this matter is inseparable from sixth brother, Ning Wenjie declared. What an idiot. I cursed him silently. Father's gaze had already turned icy, yet the fool seemed completely oblivious. My eldest brother, Ning Tianqian, shook his head with exasperation. The other princes, meanwhile, were calmly watching the show unfold. They were all thrilled at the prospect of me and the second prince tearing each other apart. Second son, do you have evidence to back your claim? Father's voice was level, but terrifyingly so. Your Majesty, Ning Wenjie hurried. The northern barbarian envoy came for a marriage alliance with 10th sister, and sixth brother was vehemently opposed to this, even making hostile remarks. It's well known that sixth brother and 10th sister are the closest of siblings. Now that the envoy has been massacred, who else has a motive as strong? Furthermore, you had specifically assigned sixth brother to oversee the envoy's lodging, yet he never once made an appearance at the guest house since they arrived. Isn't that suspicious? The idiot thought he was making a solid argument, never noticing the cold rage surfacing in father's eyes. Sixth son, what say you to your second brother's accusations? I sighed. Truly, it was hard to determine if my second brother had porridge or something worse sloshing around in his head. Father, I suggest you have someone investigate this thoroughly, starting with whether second brother is even related to you by blood, I said flatly. Coming up with such idiotic accusations, unbelievable. Yes, it's true I wasn't happy with the northern barbarian proposal, but it's also no secret that this so-called marriage alliance is nothing but a ploy. The northern barbarians have always been ambitious, their intentions hardly innocent. You, father, have already struck them the greatest blow in return. So why on earth would I bother killing Tuoba, who myself on top of that? Second brother may lack logical thinking, but I certainly don't. You? Silence. The air in this hall is foul enough. Fools should cease speaking lest they make it worse. The court officials struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turning red from the effort. No one dared utter a sound with the emperor present, though their amusement was palpable. Sixth brother, Wenjie is your second brother. How can you be so coarse with your words? Eldest brother quickly stepped in to mediate. Eldest brother, it's not that I want to curse, but what he said is utter nonsense. Just because I disagree with the arranged marriage, I have to annihilate the entire Tuoba Hua troop? What kind of logic is that? My voice suddenly rose. Father, you know better than anyone how many people are in my manor. I went to bed early last night, and if it weren't for old Huang informing me this morning, I wouldn't even have known something this serious had happened. You're welcome to investigate whether anyone left my estate last night. It will prove my innocence. My words brought a flicker of surprise to father's eyes. Sixth, you say you went to bed early last night? What exactly happened? Your Majesty, I indeed retired early last night and know nothing about the incident at the guest house. I only heard about it from the steward this morning, I replied solemnly. However, I must say that this entire matter seems peculiar, almost suspiciously so. Peculiar? Suspicious. Father's expression lit up with intrigue. I knew precisely what he wanted to hear. Father, the National Guest House is no ordinary place. It's where foreign envoys stay. It's the face of Dian. Who would be foolish enough to launch an attack there? It's practically a death wish. The court officials began nodding in agreement. Crass as my words might have been, they struck a nerve of truth. Go on, sixth, father urged, a faint trace of approval in his tone. I knew I was earning favor, yet I was also well aware of the players behind this scheme. Since they'd chosen to move against me, how could I simply sit idle? They wanted a game. I'd make it a thrilling one. Father, I admit I don't know the exact details of last night's events, I continued. But before court, I made it a point to visit the guest house myself. I did find a curious clue. Those killers could have easily slaughtered the entire envoy and escaped unscathed, but instead, they left behind 2 corpses. Stranger still, the commander found documentation on both bodies. The documents clearly stated that these 2 assassins were under second brother's command. With a loud thud, second brother, Ning Wenjie, fell to his knees, trembling. Father, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. I'd never do something like this. Silence. Father barked, practically rising from his throne with fury. If second brother were truly behind this, why would I expose him so blatantly in front of the entire court? Clearly, this was a setup, a simple trick that even father could see through. Cheng-Ying, what have you found so far? Your Majesty, Commander Qing knelt. Our investigation has determined that last night's attackers were members of Dian's martial world. Among them were assassins from the Heavenly Fiends Pavilion and thugs from the Iron Blade sect. As for the others, we've yet to identify them. Bam! Father slammed the edge of the dragon table, splintering off a corner in rage. Members of the martial world dare to assault the National Guest House. Such brazen audacity. They must learn the might of the Dian court. How bold of an offense. From this day forward, the establishment of the Directorate of Martial Affairs is official, tasked with overseeing the martial world and all within Jianghu. The great Yan's empire will not be disrupted by the likes of them stirring chaos. His gaze landed on me. Sixth son, the Directorate of Martial Affairs is now under your command. You have half a month. This case must be solved, and the truth unraveled. No matter which sect is involved, there will be a price to pay. Dismissed. With that, Father Emperor swished his sleeves and left the court. All the eyes in the hall instantly focused on me. No one had expected him to hand the Directorate of Martial Affairs to me directly. Second brother's eyes seethed with jealousy. As for third prince, the true mastermind behind so much, his gaze burned with lethal intent. If given the chance, he'd undoubtedly be the first to strike me down. Nobody present was a fool. The significance of the Directorate of Martial Affairs and the sheer authority it wielded were plain for all to see. I, who previously had no real footing in the court, had already earned the admiration of several generals in recent days. With this new appointment, I could rival the influence of the other princes. And that was something none of them wanted to see. Yet despite such reward, I felt no happiness. There was only a sense of unease brewing inside me. Ignoring the crowd, I left the hall directly. My first priority was to consult with Sir Kong-Ming about the Directorate's affairs. Your Highness, the Emperor is already suspicious, Zhuge Kong-Ming spoke calmly. Cheng-Ying remained in the guest house this morning, likely under the orders of His Majesty himself, ensuring you would come across those 2 corpses and the parchments tied to them. I instantly understood. I have never underestimated the Emperor. For over 20 years, he's gripped control of the great Yen in his hands. Many secrets, even those of us princes couldn't fathom, lie within his grasp. No one knows the full extent of the power he holds. Because of this, the other princes only dare to take action behind the scenes, too fearful to operate openly. My recent actions must have aroused his suspicions. I chuckled lightly. Establishing the Directorate of Martial Affairs was likely part of his plan all along. This incident merely accelerated things. Assigning it to me? It's a test. Since Your Highness has entered the fray, this scenario was inevitable. Kong-Ming's voice was steady. The opportunity has been granted. You must capitalize on it. The martial world of the great Yin has indeed gone too far. Xia, chivalry, resorting to violence violates the law. They have stepped beyond their boundaries. Xia resorting to violence violates the law. I nodded. Sir Kong-Ming is right. If that's the case, then let's go all in and make a clean sweep of it. Ding. Host is detected currently in a predicament. A temporary mission has been issued. Take charge of the Directorate of Martial Affairs. Establish the Directorate's Jinui, secret enforcers, and investigate the massacre at the National Guest House. Reward: 500 Jinui operatives. Do you accept? The system's voice rang in my mind. My eyes lit up. I had been worried about the lack of personnel at my disposal. The system truly came through in a critical moment. The Jinui, more than enough to deal with these martial artists from the Jianghu. Accepted. Congratulations, host. 500 Jinui have been dispatched and await your summons. Your Highness, there's a man named Jiang Huan requesting an audience outside. Old Huang suddenly appeared, his expression serious. He's no ordinary figure, a later-stage grandmaster at that. The four accompanying him are no pushovers either. All are masters. Having a grandmaster suddenly appear along with four masters wasn't a small matter. While Jiang Huan might not be a match for Old Huang, his presence alone demanded vigilance. Old Huang, they're my people. Let them in. The gravity on Old Huang's face instantly disappeared. Moments later, he brought in Jiang Huan and four others: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu and Xuanwu. Jiang Huan greets your highness. The five knelt in unison. Rise. Thank you, your highness. I couldn't hide my excitement. I understood the capabilities of the Jinui better than anyone. Assigning them to something like the Jinwu Division was practically overkill. But now that I've been put in charge of the Jinwu Division and have no loyalists under me, without them, I'd be at a deadlock. Since my father handed them over to me, what happens next is entirely up to me. Jiang Huan, the Jinwu Division's Jinui is officially established as of today. You are appointed commander, and these four as deputy commanders. Additionally, head to this location to summon the other Jinui. Understood, your highness. These people were summoned by the system and have been set to absolute loyalty to me. Should any of them even consider rebellion, Old Huang and Nangong Push holding the fort here would ensure they wouldn't dare act out. Your highness, what is the mission for this operation? Jiang Huan asked. Last night, the Baiman envoy group was massacred at the state guest house. The culprits have been identified as individuals from the Jianghu of Great Yan. Aside from Tian Sha Lu, Ironblade sect is involved. The others remain unknown. My voice was gravelly as I ordered. Once the Jinui is gathered, your first task is to uncover everything about last night's perpetrators. As for the Ironblade sect, Jiang Huan, you'll investigate personally. Jiang Huan immediately understood and left with his four companions without hesitation. Your Highness, this newly appointed commander is quite the formidable figure, said Mr. Kongming, emerging from the shadows. He concealed his aura well, but I can still sense the decisiveness he bears. What does Mr. Kongming make of him? Is the Jinwu division safe in his hands? I asked with a smile. It seems your highness has quite the remarkable man at his side. Congratulations. Mr. Kongming's tone shifted, but this man is no ordinary mortal. With his ambitious nature, he won't be so easy to control. Your highness must exercise caution. I was momentarily shaken. These summoned individuals have no memories of their past lives and are strangers to one another. Yet, merely from a single encounter, Mr. Kongming discerned the full extent of Jiang Huan's personality. His ability to read people might very well be unparalleled under heaven. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Kongming. Wang should bear this in mind, I said solemnly, offering a bow. Your highness is too kind. Zhuge Liang dare not accept such praise with ease, he replied humbly. As Zhuge Liang and I engaged in private discussion, countless pairs of eyes within the imperial capital were fixed on the 5 individuals who emerged from my residence. Their origins were unknown, but the potent aura of lethality emanating from them left no room for doubt. Based on this alone, those observing immediately concluded these individuals were anything but virtuous and quickly relayed the information back without delay. Inside the imperial study, Your Majesty, according to reports, 5 individuals have just departed from the 6th prince's residence. Their backgrounds remain a mystery, but their strength is undoubtedly exceptional. Most importantly, the one leading them appears to be a grandmaster, at the very least, on par with me, reported Cheng Ying. What did you just say? There's another grandmaster by Old Six's side? The emperor was taken aback. In Dian, as well as neighboring nations, grandmasters were few and far between. A martial artist in the master realm alone was capable of establishing their own sect. Now, To learn that his own son had drawn a second grandmaster to his side, it was nothing short of astonishing. The information should be accurate. The major families across the capital, as well as the other royal princes, are likely now aware. Sixth Prince. Cheng Ying stopped mid-sentence. But how could the emperor fail to grasp the implication? Clearly, there are many secrets Old Six has kept from me. The emperor murmured, deep in thought. Cheng Ying, head to Old Six residence at once. Inform him that the location for the Directorate of Martial Affairs has been decided, and he must investigate the courier and incident thoroughly within half a month. I want to see exactly how many surprises he still has in store. As you command, Your Majesty. Cheng Ying bowed and then departed the study. Invisible Blade, how goes the investigation? The emperor's voice cut through the silence. A shadow flickered into existence by Emperor Ning Kanglin's side. Your Majesty, the situation is more complex than we initially anticipated. Invisible Blade replied, his voice low and grave. The group that attacked the Northern Barbarians delegation last night included not only assassins from the Heavenly Fiend Tower, but also disciples from Iron Blade Sect and Moonlit Sword School. More intriguingly, there's been interference from the Horizontal Refinement Sect. This sect hasn't been seen in the martial world for 5 years. Their motives for reappearing abruptly remain unclear. The emperor's brows furrowed tightly, as though crafted from solid iron. In the early days of his reign, he had cleansed the martial world with a sweep of bloodshed. For years there had been peace between the court and the martial world, and Dian's warriors were more disciplined than any other kingdoms. Now, however, it seemed only the surface of a boiling cauldron had been suppressed. The martial world was inherently proud and defiant. Expecting them to truly submit to authority had always been a pipe dream. After lying dormant for so many years, it seems they can no longer keep still. The emperor said coldly, his tone as unyielding as steel. These martial sects, unable to stay in their lane within the martial world, now dare to meddle in court affairs. Fine, let Old Six handle this matter then. Invisible Blade remained silent, though the disdain he harbored for the martial world was plain to see, etched in the grim line of his lips. As for Jiang Xian, what's his background exactly? Where did Old Six dig up someone like this? Emperor Yin suddenly remembered something and asked urgently, Your Majesty, we couldn't uncover Jiang Huan's details. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. The time he's been around is too short, and there's no solid intelligence yet. I've already assigned people to dig deeper. Insha paused for a moment. As for his strength, while not quite at my level, he's firmly in the late Grandmaster stage. And there's a heavy air of killing intent about him. Absolutely not an ordinary figure. If the Sixth Prince managed to recruit someone of this caliber, then behind the scenes, I fear. He didn't finish his thought, but Emperor Yin had already understood. Enough. Investigate Jiang Huan covertly. If you can't uncover anything, put it on hold for now. You personally head to the Northern Barbarians and inform Tuoba Lai about the death of the envoy group. Tell him, I will give him an explanation. As you command, Insha replied before his figure blended back into the void. Emperor Yan's gaze turned toward the direction of Lunar Palace, and he muttered to himself, Lunar Palace. First Old Huang, and now Jiang Huan. One top-tier master after another is showing up at Old Six side. If you have nothing to do with this, then I really can't imagine where these people are coming from. What he wasn't aware of was that, at this exact moment, Consort One, having received the same news, was equally shocked. She did, indeed, have access to a remnant force from the previous dynasty. But throughout the years, she had never mobilized them, nor had she entertained the thought of restoring her family's power. Young master, where are we headed? Old Huang asked. Old Huang, I chuckled. Out here, just stick to calling me young master. As for our destination, do you remember that event from 8 years ago? 8 years ago? Damn it. Old Huang blurted out an expletive. Young master, the sword fanatic of the Xie family, he's back? His question carried a mix of dread and disbelief. Old Huang may now be a peak grandmaster, with half a foot into the realm of becoming a semi-immortal on Earth, but even he couldn't suppress a tinge of unease at the mention of Xie Lingchen. It wasn't without reason. Xie Lingchen, that young man, was simply terrifying. For all his experience and knowledge, Old Huang had never encountered another person like Xie Lingchen. More importantly, Xia Lingchun wasn't just anyone. He was the only brother I had in this imperial city. Seeing Old Huang's reaction, I couldn't help but tease him. Old Huang, you're a powerhouse on the brink of becoming semi-immortal, yet just hearing my brother Lingchun's name turns you into this? This isn't the Old Huang I know. Old Huang shook his head. Young master, if it were anyone else, even if it meant fighting them to the death, I wouldn't flinch. But Xia Lingchun, he's the one young man who unsettles me. It's not just about how strong he is. It's the aura he carries. The event from 8 years ago, it's etched into every soul in this city. No one who was there could ever forget. He sighed deeply. That rainy night, Xia Lingchun, with just one sword in hand, slaughtered the entire Zhou Chancellor's residence. My mind began to drift back to that stormy night 8 years ago. To this day, no one truly knows what happened that fateful night. The only thing people are certain of is this: Xia Lingchun, with just his sword, single-handedly wiped out the entire Zhou Prime Minister's household. That night, the Prime Minister's residence ran red with blood. By dawn, the entire imperial court, officials both civil and military, jointly submitted a petition demanding the death penalty for Xia Lingchun and even calling for the extermination of his entire family. In the end, the Xia family patriarch intervened, and Xia Lingchun's master also stepped forward. Only then did the matter come to an uneasy resolution. The price, however, was steep. Xia Lingchun was banned from stepping foot into the imperial capital for 5 years. Before leaving, he left behind just one statement: the position of Zhou Prime Minister of Dian. Whoever dares to take it, I will kill them. And with that one ominous declaration, the position of Zhou Prime Minister remained vacant for a full 8 years. No one but Xia Lingchun himself knows what transpired that night, nor why he harbored such deep-seated hatred toward the position of Zhou Prime Minister. To uncover the truth, one would have to wait for him to say it himself. Master, is there a particular reason the sword fanatic of the Xia family is returning to the capital this time? Lao Huang asked. Brother Lingchun hasn't been back in 8 years. Ever since that incident, the Xia family has slowly faded from court affairs. 8 years is long enough, and this time, he's coming back for good. I spoke calmly. I intend to ask him to take up the role of deputy commander of the Jinyue. It would also serve as a golden shackle for Jiang Huan. After hearing this, Lao Huang already understood. The entire imperial capital was about to face a seismic shift. In the Rouge Pavilion, "Won't she leave us? Without my orders, no one is to enter," I instructed. "Yes, Your Highness." As the door shut, only 3 people were left in the room: myself, Lao Huang, and a young man in his early 20s. Brother Lingchun, it's been 8 years. I smiled as I looked him over. I didn't expect that you'd already reached the later stage of the Grandmaster level. Among the younger generation, almost no one can be your match. Your sword intent is even purer than it was back then. The young man's lips curled into a faint smile. They say the 6th Prince of Dian is a cultivation failure, Xia Lingchun remarked with calm detachment. But who would have thought that you, a so-called failure, would possess strength on par with mine? Songxing, you've fooled the entire world. I'd wager even your esteemed father struggles to grasp the full extent of your abilities. Brother Lingchun, you know better than anyone. I've only ever wanted a carefree life. That position was never my aim, nor was it ever meant to be mine. I shrugged. But they're pushing too hard. This time, they dared to target my 10th sister. My mother and my sister, those are my untouchable scales. Since they leave me no choice, they shouldn't blame me for what happens. Xia Lingchun believed my words. He's 4 or 5 years older than me, but we grew up together. He knows me too well. He knows that every word I say comes from the heart. The only thing to blame is my birth into this imperial family. The endless schemes and power struggles, there's no escaping them. If I could do it all over again, I'd likely wish to have been born far from royalty. Brother Lingchun, I received your message about an urgent matter. What's it about? I asked. I got word that someone is plotting against you, he said, his expression serious. I can't discern which faction it is yet, but the animosity between the imperial court and the martial world runs deep. Over the years, the sects in the martial arts world have been silently growing stronger, and many of them seem to be harboring ulterior motives. What's more concerning, he continued, is that some of your brothers seem to have secret dealings with those sections. I fear for your safety. It's been 8 years since I last returned, so I took this chance to come back to the capital. I furrowed my brows. This was news even to me. Lao Huang, has there been any unusual movement in the capital recently? I asked. No, he replied. Oddly, that made me feel even more unsettled. I trust the skills of my shadow guards. The lack of any activity in the capital could only mean one thing. Whoever intends to harm me isn't in the capital yet. In fact, the order to act might not have even reached the city. Brother Lingchen, where did this information come from? I asked. I can't say for sure, Xia Lingchen replied. It was something I overheard when a few of my sect's disciples were chatting. They happened to mention your name. As you know, Sword Sect never involves itself in court affairs, but our disciples may have picked up this intel while traveling outside. Whether it's true or not, you must be extra cautious in the coming days, he warned. The martial arts folks can be cunning and ruthless. If you let your guard down even for a moment, it could cost you dearly. I nodded in agreement. The martial world of the Great Yin Empire isn't what it was 2 decades ago. Back then, my father ordered a brutal purge, leaving countless grievances and resentments festering in their hearts. And now, with my sudden rise in prominence, I've likely become a prime target for their wrath. If they do take action, as Brother Lingchen said, there's no telling how underhanded their tactics might be. Brother Lingchen, I'll be vigilant, I said with a smile. But speaking of which, I came today to ask for your help. Since you're not returning to the Sword Sect, why not join the Jinwu Division instead? The Jinwu Division? He echoed. 2 days ago, the state guest house was attacked. The northern barbarian envoy was massacred, including their crown prince Tuoba Hu and their grandmaster Shuachatai. I explained. The Imperial Guard's investigation revealed that the culprits were from Tiansha Tower and the Iron Blade sect. But there's another unidentified force involved. My father was furious and ordered the creation of the Jinwu Division to handle the matter, entrusting the case to me personally. I know this is my father's way of testing me, but I have no choice. I had to accept. I've already set up a Jinyu unit within the division to handle this case. The commander position is already filled, but for the role of deputy commander, I'd like to invite you to take it up. Xia Lingchen fell silent. Strictly speaking, the Sword Sect is also part of the martial world of the Great Yin Empire. However, the Sword Sect differs from other sects. It has strict rules forbidding its disciples from getting involved in court affairs. Any violation would result in immediate expulsion from the sect. That being said, Xia Lingchen has always been an exception. Back in the day, his joining the Sword Sect, it was precisely because of what happened 8 years ago that he had to leave the imperial capital. The Sword Sect was merely a temporary shelter for him. In truth, he couldn't really be considered a true disciple of the Sword Sect. Thus, when he joined the Jinyui, embroidered uniform guards, no one could stop him. Joining the Jinyui is no issue. The rules of the Sword Sect have never been able to bind me. Xia Lingchen suddenly laughed. The only thing is, once I join, I'm afraid quite a few people in the imperial capital won't be able to sleep peacefully anymore. Aren't you worried they'll bring trouble to you? Ha! I laughed heartily. If I were afraid of trouble, I would have turned down Father Emperor's order to oversee the Jinwu Division in the first place. Honestly, I'd like to see for myself how many in this capital dare to move against me, and how many are secretly wishing for my death. In his eyes, a sharp brilliance suddenly flared. Very well. If you're unafraid, then I have nothing to say. The position of deputy commander of the Jinyui, Xia Lingchen, shall take it. Our gazes locked, and laughter erupted between both of us. When the laughter subsided, I fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Brother Lingchen, there's something I'd like to ask you. You want to know what really happened back then? Xia Lingchen interjected on my behalf. Brother Lingchen, I still don't know exactly what happened that night. But you and I grew up together. I know your character. I took a deep breath. If the Zhuo Prime Minister's household hadn't done something truly egregious, something that defied the heavens, you wouldn't have struck such a blow. You've never spoken of it, because you want to protect me. I understand. But, Brother Lingchen, you're the only brother I have left in this imperial capital. I don't want something like that to happen again. If you trust me, then tell me everything that happened. In that moment, I wasn't the 6th prince, and he wasn't the sword master from the Xie family. We were just brothers. Xiaolingchen's expression seemed moved by this sincerity. "Now isn't the time yet," he said softly. "But one day, I'll tell you the truth." "All right, then I'll wait. Wait until the day the truth comes to light." In just a single day, news spread throughout the imperial capital. The sword maniac from the Xie family had returned, joined the Jinwu division, and taken the position of deputy commander of the Jinyue. When the various princes and noble clans heard the news, their faces were filled with disbelief. It wasn't that they doubted the reports. It was that this particular Xiaolingchen had left a shadow too deep in their hearts. Xiaolingchen had been known as a swordsmanship prodigy since childhood, earning the nickname Sword Maniac as he grew older. By the age of 15, he had already reached the early stages of Grandmaster level. The term prodigy was no longer enough to describe someone like him. What truly struck fear into people's hearts, however, was the bloody massacre 8 years ago, when he, alone with a single sword, wiped out the entire household of Prime Minister Zhua. Back then, the entire imperial court had called for his execution. If not for the intervention of the Xie family patriarch and elders from the sword sect, Xiaolingchen would have lost his life that day. Ultimately, his punishment was reduced to a 5-year banishment from the capital. Many believe that this sword-obsessed enigma had long been forgotten by time. Who could have expected his explosive return? Not only that, he stepped right into the Jinwu division and claimed the position of deputy commander of the embroidered uniform guard. This was an outcome no one wanted to see. Just the 6th prince alone had already left them restless and sleepless. Now, with the addition of Xiaolingchen, the sword fanatic of the Xie family, securing control over the Jinwu division, the skies above the imperial capital seemed destined to collapse. While everyone was busy deliberating how to respond, a thunderclap of news shook the capital to its core. News even more shocking than Xiaolingchen's appointment to the Jinwu division. The newly established embroidered uniform guard had stormed the Iron Blade sect, ordering them to hand over the culprits behind the assault and the massacre of the diplomatic envoy. But the Iron Blade sect? Surrender the guilty? Not a chance. There was no room for negotiations. The embroidered uniform guard made their move. Most assumed the confrontation would result in a prolonged stalemate. What they didn't predict was the brutal reality after the clash. It wasn't a battle. It was a complete annihilation. The sect leader of the Iron Blade sect, a powerful figure in the late Grandmaster stage, was killed in a single strike by Commander Jiang Huan. The 4 assistant surveillance officers of the guard? Equally terrifying, each of them a Grandmaster-level expert. And it's worth noting, the Iron Blade sect wasn't your run-of-the-mill sect. While it might not have a supreme Grandmaster to oversee it, beyond its leader, there were still 3 other Grandmaster-level practitioners in its ranks. Yet compared to the embroidered uniform guard, they were as fragile as paper. That single battle left countless people shivering in fear. They had just witnessed, firsthand, the lethal fangs of the embroidered uniform guard. In the imperial palace, within the royal study, "Your Majesty, this is the full account of the embroidered uniform guard's swift destruction of the Iron Blade sect." Chief Commander Cheng Ying reported with a bow. According to the Forbidden Army's intelligence, the operation deployed 500 members of the embroidered uniform guard. The weakest among them possessed 8th rank combat strength, and over 100 were innate realm experts. Additionally, there were 4 Grandmaster-level assistant surveillance officers and 1 supreme Grandmaster-level commander, Jiang Huan. The Flame Emperor stared at the report on his desk, his heart in turmoil. The Jinwu division was something he had handed over to the 6th prince, but he hadn't allocated so much as a single man to the department. Who could have imagined that in just a few short days, the 6th prince could assemble such a formidable force? 1 supreme Grandmaster. For Grandmasters, 500 elite members of the embroidered uniform guard. What startled him even more was the power of that 500-strong guard. They were far beyond his expectations. A unit of this caliber was nearly on par with the Black Dragon Guard. For a moment, a trace of unease surfaced in the Flame Emperor's mind. He had no idea where his son had managed to recruit such individuals, and even less of an idea how many more cards the 6th prince still had hidden up his sleeve. "Enough. You may leave now," the Emperor said, waving dismissively in frustration. "As you command, Your Majesty." Once Cheng Ying had left, the Flame Emperor slowly rose from his throne, his face clouded with worry. That old schemer, the emperor muttered as he turned to Wei Gonggong, his long-standing eunuch attendant. Do you think the sixth prince might have other hidden powerhouses at his side? If, if he really does intend to rebel, what shall I do? As his words fell, Wei Gonggong's knees hit the floor with a thud. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, this old servant did not hear a thing. Spare me the pretense. It's just you and me here. Emperor Yin waved him off, his tone exasperated. Get up and speak. In all of Great Yin, the person Emperor Yin trusted the most wasn't the concubines of the harem, nor his princes or princesses. Even the shadow guard ranked second. The old eunuch standing before him, Wei Gonggong, was his most trusted confidant. From the time Emperor Yin was crowned prince, for over 30 years, Wei Gonggong had been loyally by his side, never faltering even once. Your Majesty, the sixth prince is not that kind of person, Wei Gonggong hurriedly replied. This old servant doesn't know why the sixth prince seems like a totally different person overnight, but from the way he dotes on the 10th princess, there's no way he'd do such a thing. You old rascal, you really do know how to speak. Emperor Yin shot him a sidelong glance before speaking again, his tone laced with implied meaning. Now, if I were to tell you that tomorrow during court, someone is guaranteed to use the Jinyui against me in their arguments, would you believe me or not? Your Majesty, you mean. But Emperor Yin fell silent, saying no more. Only an unfathomable smile curled upon his lips. No one could discern what this brilliant emperor was truly scheming in his mind. Night passed quickly. The next morning at court, the civil and military officials of the empire arrived in the main hall earlier than usual, as though prearranged. Even the crown prince and the other imperial princes were all present without exception. I was the last to arrive. But this time, I wasn't alone. Two men stood by my side. One was Jiang Huan, commander of the Jinyui, and the other was Xie Lingchen, the sword-obsessed genius of the Xie family, now deputy commander of the Jinyui. As soon as the two entered, countless eyes fell upon them, scanning them sharply. Jiang Huan remained unmoved by the attention, focused solely on me. To him, I was his only true master. No one, not even the emperor, could unsettle that standing in his heart. Xie Lingchen, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered to look up at all. He had no respect for any of those gathered. If you have matters to report, step forward. If not, court is dismissed. Wei Gonggong's sharp voice echoed through the hall, causing a stir among many officials. They had not expected court to be so abrupt today. Even on uneventful days, court sessions usually dragged on for at least half an hour. Today, however, seemed unusually peculiar. I allowed the corner of my mouth to lift into a cold smirk. I knew perfectly well why my father was acting this way. The moment the Jinyui began their moves, I had foreseen today's events and prepared accordingly. Father, I have an important matter to report, I stated directly. This wasn't just about me speaking up, it was also a deliberate provocation, offering those lying in wait an opportunity. If they'd gone so far as to prepare their machinations, they wouldn't back down this time. And if they didn't, they'd certainly try again in the future. Rather than waiting, it's better to hand the dagger to them directly. Whether that dagger cuts me or ends up slicing them apart, it remains to be seen. What is it? Father asked calmly. Kinglin asked calmly. Father, this is Commander Jiang Huan of the Jinwu Department's Jinyui. According to Chief Qingying's intelligence, the perpetrators from the Iron Blade sect responsible for the attack on the state guest house and the Northern Barbarians' envoy have been eliminated. From their confessions, we also learned that the assailants included assassins from the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion, as well as personnel from the Moon-Seeking Sword sect and the Horizontal Refinement sect. The Heavenly Fiend Pavilion is an assassin organization operating within our Diyin territory. They are extremely secretive and difficult to locate. As for the Moon-Seeking Sword sect and the Horizontal Refinement sect, they are incomparable to the Iron Blade sect. Each is backed by grandmasters in their ranks, making it impossible to destroy them overnight. Upon hearing that I had uncovered all this information in such a short amount of time, I caught a flicker of astonishment in my father's eyes. When Qingying reported to him earlier, he had only mentioned the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion and the Iron Blade sect. The involvement of the Moon-Seeking Sword sect and the Horizontal Refinement sect was uncovered by the Shadow Killers, something Qingying hadn't even touched upon. Yet here I was, laying all these culprits bare before him in a casual manner. Son number 6, since you've already been entrusted with full authority over this matter, I'll leave the rest to your discretion, father said with a smile. To uncover all the culprits so swiftly, well done. Tell me, is there any reward you'd like? The moment he said this, the expressions of all my brothers, save the crown prince, Ning Tianqian, darkened. The fact that the Jinwu department had fallen into my hands was enough to drive them into a frenzy of jealousy. If I were further rewarded now, who knows what benefits might come my way? This made them unsettled. Your Majesty, I have a petition to present. Before I could open my mouth, a voice rang out, cutting in ahead of me. Everyone turned toward the speaker, and their expressions shifted slightly. The person who stepped forward wasn't ordinary. Though merely the Vice Minister of Justice, he was backed by one of the 4 great clans of Dian, the Chao family. What is it, Minister Chao? Father asked indifferently. Your Majesty, I suspect the 6th prince of harboring rebellious intentions. Chao Kenong, Vice Minister of Justice, said word by word. Boom. The court went utterly silent. The only sound left was the heavy breathing of those present. Several gazes immediately locked onto Chao Kenong. The Minister of Justice, Li Wenfan, had a glint of coldness flash in his eyes. He hadn't expected his subordinate to say something so reckless in the throne room. This was dragging him down as well. Such accusations were tacitly understood by all, but to state them outright before His Majesty was practically suicidal. Oh, accusing the 6th prince of rebellion. Do you have evidence? Father said, a faint smile playing on his lips. Your Majesty, Chao Kenong continued resolutely. The Jinwu department was established under your command only yesterday. Yet, in less than a day, the 6th prince has recruited and organized a Jinyui force of over 500 men. This cannot have been done without prior secret preparations. According to Dian law, a prince who comes of age may establish a household and maintain personal guards. However, no more than 100 are permitted. The origins of the 6th prince's 500 Jinyui, all of whom are highly skilled, are entirely unclear. If not for covert nurturing, where does such strength come from? This can only mean one thing. Prince 6 harbors treasonous intentions. Chao Kenong's voice suddenly escalated, his tone sharp and accusatory. The moment his words landed, 2 auras of killing intent locked onto him instantly. The owners of those murderous intents were Jiang Huan and Xie Lingqian. If it had been anyone else, they might not have dared to entertain such thoughts in the presence of His Majesty. But Jiang Huan's loyalty to me is unwavering, and as for Xie Lingqian, well, the fact that he hadn't drawn his sword on the Ministry of Justice Vice Minister shows extraordinary restraint on his part. When this scene played out before my father, the Emperor, he was not angered. On the contrary, a hint of admiration for Jiang Huan flashed in his eyes. To remain so steadfast in defending one's lord, even in such a tense setting, what greater sign of loyalty could there be? 6th, Minister Chao is accusing you of treason. What do you have to say for yourself? My father shifted his gaze to me, evidently curious about how I would respond. Father, if Minister Chao says I'm guilty of treason, then no amount of argument from me would change his conviction, I said calmly. Let him take over Jianwusi. Since Minister Chao is so astute, I'm confident he'll quickly uncover the truth behind whether the Jinyui I command are indeed of questionable origin. Additionally, let him investigate the attack on the Imperial Guest Pavilion. I have no doubt the facts will come to light soon enough. With those words, the court fell into stunned silence. Even my father didn't expect me to be this straightforward. I relinquished my duties on the spot. If someone accuses me, then so be it. I'll step aside and pass all authority to them so they can see for themselves whether I'm in the wrong. Everyone in court was utterly dumbfounded. It was no secret that the Jinyui was my creation, composed entirely of officials and men who swore loyalty to me. Even if Jianwusi were handed to Chao Kenong, those people would never follow his orders. Not to mention that Jiang Huan, the commander, and Xie Lingqian, the deputy commander, are forces to be reckoned with. Neither is the type to be easily manipulated. Spare his life? That's already the limit of my tolerance. Jiang Huan, I instructed without turning back, after court is dismissed, hand over the full roster of Jinyui members to Minister Chao. As of this moment, all Jinyui activities are suspended until his investigation is complete. Only when the truth of the matter is clear and the Jinhui are properly handed to Jianwusi will they resume operations. Since Chao Qianong wanted to throw mud at me, I wouldn't let him off the hook that easily. Did they not all lust after control of Jianwusi? Fine, I'll give them the chance. Let's see if they can keep their grip on it. What? Did they think Jiang Huan and Xia Lingchun would be pliable pawns for them to toy with? By now, Chao Qianong was undoubtedly screaming inwardly. He was merely following orders from the third prince, intending to suppress me with baseless accusations. But who could have expected me to flip the board entirely? Others play along with the mindset of, if I can't have it, then neither can you. I went a step further and said, no one gets to have it. Jiang Huan and Xia Lingchun's piercing gazes remained locked on Chao Qianong. Censor Chao, after so many years, I didn't expect you to still be such a disappointment. Xia Lingchun spoke indifferently. The matter from back in the day, I haven't had the chance to settle that score with you. And now, you've come to me of your own volition. It seems you're eager to test whether Xia Lingchun's sword is still sharp. With just a few brief words, Chao Qianong's entire body began to tremble, and the fear on his face could no longer be concealed. If it were anyone else, perhaps he wouldn't have believed it. Who would dare make a move in the presence of the Emperor of Great Yin? But the one who spoke was that Xia Lingchun of the Xia family, the one who was known as the Sword Obsessive. The same Xia Lingchun who, 8 years ago, with just one man and one sword, slaughtered the entire Zhua Chancellor's residence. Sixth Prince, are you saying you'd prefer not to oversee the office of martial surveillance anymore? Father asked flatly. I could hear that trace of discontent in his tone. But, honestly, I don't have much emotional attachment to this father of mine. Over the years, he's never shown much care or concern for me. In this vast imperial palace, aside from my mother consort and my 10th younger sister, only elder brother Ning Tianxin has ever given me a semblance of familial warmth. So whether he's angry or upset, it's all inconsequential to me. Father, it's not that I wish to shirk responsibility. I maintained a sincere expression. It's just that Censor Chao has already grown suspicious. I fear there are quite a few others in the court who share his thoughts. If I continue managing the office of martial surveillance, it will only invite further doubts. Therefore, until the matter is clarified, I request that you transfer the office of martial surveillance to Censor Chao. I trust he will handle it admirably. My reasoning was solid, airtight, leaving no room for refutation. You suspect the Jinhui are my personal troops for rebellion? Then I'll hand them all over to you. The tasks assigned by His Majesty? Those are yours to handle now too. Whether or not you can control the Jinhui, that will depend on your own ability. Seeing how resolute I was, Father had little choice but to let it be. After all, this drama was stirred up by them in the first place. He wanted to see just how far his sons could take it. Everything, after all, was largely under his grasp. Censor Chao, Father spoke slowly. Since this matter was brought up by you, you will be the one to investigate. If it turns out the sixth prince did indeed use the Jinhui in an act of treason, then even if he is my son, I will show no mercy. However, if it is proven that the Jinhui are entirely uninvolved with treason, you already know the consequences. Your Majesty, this humble servant. Court dismissed. Before Chao Qianong could finish speaking, Father swept his sleeve and walked off without looking back. A faint, cold smile crept onto my lips once again. I'm still unsure whose puppet Chao Qianong is, but aside from my so-called good brothers, no one else would have the motivation to pull such a stunt. It's the power of the office of martial surveillance they covet the most. Nowadays, the Great Yan's martial underworld is full of dark undercurrents. For anyone able to control the Jinwu department, it would be an immense advantage, regardless of which position they aimed for. Unfortunately for them, things aren't as simple as they'd like to believe. Though Jinwu has fallen into Chao Qianong's hands, do they really think the Jinhui officers will obediently follow his orders? A grandmaster, the sword-obsessed genius of the Xie family, just dealing with these two would be like climbing to the heavens for Chao Qianong. I've already given you your chance, I said quietly. It's up to you now if you can seize it. As they watched me walk away, a glimmer appeared in the eyes of several ministers. Particularly among those military generals led by Duke Qin, my recent conduct seemed to have struck a chord with them. The words I had spoken aligned perfectly with their temperament. In fact, a few of the old generals were convinced that the former sixth prince had only been pretending to be incompetent all along. Now, the real me was revealing itself. I had to admit, they weren't too far off in their assumptions. Brothers, it's been a while since we've gathered. I've got a couple good bottles of wine waiting. Let's share a drink together, Duke Qin said, beckoning to his longtime comrades. Qin, if you say so, then we won't hold back. The few elder dukes, arm in arm, left the imperial hall casually, as if nothing transpired just moments ago. Even when Li Wenfan, the Minister of Justice, tried to come forward and make an appeal, they ignored him entirely. At this moment, Li Wenfan could barely contain his rage. If he could, he would have strangled Chao Kenong on the spot. Because of Chao Kenong's baseless accusations, now the entire court believed that this matter couldn't be separated from the Minister of Justice. A complete disaster out of nowhere. Minister Li, you should head back for now, said Crown Prince Ning Tianqian as he approached. I understand this has nothing to do with you. I'll explain everything to the 6th Prince myself. Your Highness, this. No need to say more. I understand your predicament. Ning Tianqian patted his shoulder, his tone calm. This isn't your fault. I'll speak to 6th brother. However, as the Minister of Justice, if necessary, don't hesitate to use stronger measures. Li Wenfan immediately grasped the meaning, and a flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He bowed to the Crown Prince before promptly departing the palace. Those court officials who hadn't yet left overheard the exchange, and their hearts trembled. For someone with a reputation of warmth and kindness, the Crown Prince's suggestion to Minister Li was chilling. Clearly, even he was repulsed by these underhanded tricks. No doubt, a storm would soon sweep through the Ministry of Justice. Soon enough, the Emperor would be informed of all these developments. But he offered no instructions, no disapproval. What he truly wanted now was to observe how these sons of his, in their pursuits for the throne, would further play their hands. Your Highness, Chao Kenong wouldn't dare act out like this unless someone powerful is pulling the strings behind him, Jiang Huan said gravely. Shall I make the first move and get rid of him? His loyalty to me is beyond question. The fact that Chao Kenong embarrassed me publicly, yet he didn't retaliate in the moment, was already a sign of immense restraint. Chao Kenong is just a pawn, Xia Lingchen said lightly. He's not worth the energy to deal with. What we should focus on is the hand behind him. Up until now, we've never heard of Chao Kenong swearing allegiance to anyone. He might seem like nothing more than an obsessive swordsman, but if one were to truly think he was just that, it would be a grave mistake. To survive this treacherous imperial city and still remain unscathed, if anyone thought he was a fool, that would be the real joke. Songxing, what's your next move? Xia Lingchen asked. Nothing at all. We'll just wait. I lifted my teacup. He's accused me of treason, so let him gather the proof. As for the Jinui roster, Jiang Huan, feel free to hand it over. If he's capable, let him investigate one by one. I'd like to see how much chaos Chao's representative in the imperial city can truly stir up. Jiang Huan, from this moment forward, all Jinui operations are suspended. Wait for the investigation. Jiang Huan and Xia Lingchen immediately grasped my meaning. The Emperor has given a deadline of half a month to solve the attack on the State Guest Pavilion and the ambush of the Northern Barbarian Envoy. Even though the Jinui have taken down Iron Blade Gate, we still have Moonlight Sword Sect, the Strength Refining Sect, and a shadowy force behind the scenes called Tian Sha Lu. Without the Jinui taking action, expecting an imbecile like Chao Kenong to take on those three forces, now that would be dreaming. So really, the one who's anxious has never been me. Your Highness, the Crown Prince is here, Old Huang announced as he entered the room. You two step aside for now. If I need you, Old Huang will call for you. As you command, Your Highness. They hadn't even left for a full minute before the Crown Prince, Ning Tianqian, entered, led by Old Huang. Seeing me, a trace of guilt flickered across his face. It had been years since he last stepped into this residence, ever since that event. Standing here now, he almost looked a little lost in thought. If it weren't for the recent shift in my demeanor, it's doubtful he'd have come this quickly. 6th brother. Big brother. You've come. Old Huang, serve some tea. I smiled as I stood. I was in a fair mood seeing my eldest brother. I already knew why he was here. Li Wenfan had always supported him. In fact, his official wife is Li Wenfan's niece. Now that the Assistant Minister of Justice had suddenly made a move against me, most would assume that Li Wenfan was somehow involved. This was undoubtedly why my brother paid me this visit. Big brother, everyone in the capital knows of your fondness for tea. Here, try this cup, I said with a hint of amusement. Oh, if it comes so highly recommended by my sixth brother, this must be something extraordinary, Ning Tianqian chuckled. Then I shall savor it properly. Let's see what's extraordinary about it after all. Please. Neither of us hurried to address the issue directly. Yet in our hearts, everything was already crystal clear. Several rounds of tea passed, but no one was willing to speak first. The faint aroma of tea swirled lazily through the study, yet the atmosphere grew so heavy that it was hard to breathe. Finally, my eldest brother, Ning Tianqian, placed his teacup down, a serious expression on his face as he looked at me. Sixth brother, I came today to explain some things. Go ahead, eldest brother. I'm listening. I already knew the purpose of his visit. But such words couldn't come from me first. They had to come from him. Sixth brother, I know you were unsatisfied with what happened in the court today. Minister of Justice Li Wanfan is someone I'm close to and my first supporter. But as for why Chao Qinong stood up and made those outrageous accusations today, the two of us genuinely had no idea. His tone was urgent. I will give you an explanation for this. As for the Ministry of Justice, I've already instructed Li Wanfan to handle it. There won't be a next time. You have my word on that. I believed him. Li Wanfan, the esteemed Minister of Justice, might seem cold and stern, but that side of him is only directed at those who have done wrong. Toward the people, he has always been kind and has built quite the reputation in the imperial capital. I'd investigated all these details thoroughly. Chao Qinong accusing me of treason had nothing to do with Li Wanfan. But still, I didn't plan to point that out. The bond between brothers runs deep, that much is true, but since I've chosen to contend for the throne, my eldest brother is naturally also my rival. Some things are better left unsaid. Eldest brother, I believe you. I replied calmly. Sixth brother, you. Ning Tianqian was clearly startled by my response. For an ordinary family, those might just be simple words. But in a royal family like ours, trust in such matters is nearly non-existent. Eldest brother, I know what you're trying to say. Though we weren't born to the same mother, you've always taken good care of me since we were young. I do not believe you'd wish harm upon me. Since you've said as much, why wouldn't I believe you? Besides, I know a little about Minister Li's character. He's done a great deal to bring justice to the people. A man like him wouldn't conspire to plot against me. Ning Tianqian let out a long breath of relief. Sixth brother, thank you for your understanding. I don't know exactly what you've been dealing with, but if you ever need help, just say the word. I'll do everything I can to support you. That promise was heartfelt, but I didn't intend to take him up on it. I simply nodded, keeping it in mind. Then, we reminisced about old childhood memories, stirring up countless heartfelt moments. About 2 hours passed before eldest brother finally left. As soon as he was gone, Old Huang came into the study. Old Huang, how's the investigation going? Your Highness, everything has been uncovered. Li Wanfan originally wanted to seek the counsel of several old dukes, but was directly rebuffed. That's when the crown prince decided to shift his focus and come to us instead. Previously, he had reminded Li Wanfan to thoroughly clean up the Ministry of Justice. Looks like there are going to be some big moves there soon. The corners of my lips curved into a sly smile. Li Wanfan was the first to voice his support for eldest brother. Not to mention, he's also eldest brother's uncle. His temperament may make people despise him, but the position he holds is irreplaceable. Now that something like this has happened in the Ministry of Justice, how could eldest brother not be anxious? But here's the thing. Chao Qinong has the Chao family, one of the 4 great aristocratic families, backing him. Not even eldest brother would act recklessly against that. My smile grew wider. This is going to get interesting. Your Highness, the Chao family controls 80% of the waterways in the kingdom. Forget the crown prince. Even His Majesty wouldn't dare move against them lightly. If Li Wanfan plans to deal with Chao Qinong, it will be no easy task. Should we step in? I didn't reply to Old Huang, choosing instead to turn my gaze toward the shadows. Master Kongming, who do you think Chao Qinong is working for? Third brother, Ning Baifeng, or fourth brother, Ning Yuqing? Your Highness, why not suspect the second prince? It's no secret in the capital that you and he are at odds. And don't forget, he has Prime Minister Liu Qingbai at his side. Zhuge Kongming's voice came out of the darkness. I laughed. Master Kongming, are you testing me? My dear second brother may seem to hold the most power, but in reality, he's a complete fool. Even with that old fox Lu Chengbai backing him, he's not capable of achieving anything significant. No, Chao Kanong's involvement could be tied to any of them, but him? Absolutely not. Your Highness, your intelligence is extraordinary. Kongming's voice emerged once more. The third prince has always kept a low profile, seemingly indifferent to worldly matters, yet his shrewdness runs deep. The fourth prince, on the other hand, may appear simple-minded, but he's undoubtedly the hardest to deal with among the royal siblings. Your Highness, tread carefully in the days to come. I am deeply grateful for your guidance, Master. I bowed solemnly in the direction of the shadows. Meanwhile, my eldest brother wasted no time after leaving my residence and went straight back to his own. Back at his estate, Ning Tianxian dismissed his attendants and entered his study alone. Guangdao, what have you found? Does this person truly possess strength at the peak of the Grandmaster realm? Ning Tianxian questioned. The moment he finished speaking, a middle-aged man emerged from the shadows. A scar ran across his face, grotesque and menacing. He carried a long blade on his back, emanating a fearsome presence, like a man and blade fused into one. This was none other than Guangdao, the strongest bodyguard by the crown prince's side, and a senior elder from the sect of the current empress, Murong Chiron. Years ago, when Emperor Yin Ning Kanglin successfully purged the martial underworld, it was rumored that this sect had played a pivotal role from behind the scenes. Your Highness, the sixth prince is far more formidable than any of us had anticipated. For years, we've all underestimated him. Guangdao's expression was grave. His steward, he's even more terrifying than me. Rumor has it that the two assassins from Tian Sha Tower, Yu Ming and Yin Luo, were likely killed by this old Huang. For someone so powerful to serve by the sixth prince's side, it can't bode well for you, Your Highness. Ning Tianxian. His expression darkened inch by inch. He had always thought that the crown prince position, and even becoming the next ruler of the great Yin dynasty, was already a foregone conclusion. However, his father had yet to show any intention of designating the crown prince. Meanwhile, his younger brothers grew increasingly active, each with their eyes locked on that dragon throne. And now, another obstacle had appeared, Ning Songxing. What made him even more uneasy was learning just how terrifying old Huang's strength truly was. Today, he had come for two reasons. First, concerning the matter with Li Wanfan. Second, to personally get a closer look at this old Huang. Yet the report from Guangdao had left no room for false hope. Your Highness, there is one more matter, and it's even more critical. I'm not sure if what I sensed was real or not. Guangdao hesitated as he spoke. Within the sixth prince's residence, besides old Huang, the Grandmaster, it's highly likely there's an even more terrifying powerhouse hidden. What did you say? If he was merely taken aback earlier, this revelation sent a chill straight through Ning Tianxian, leaving him completely frozen. A powerhouse beyond the Grandmaster level. That would be akin to someone stepping into the half-step divine immortal realm. Such an individual hadn't been seen in the surrounding dynasties for centuries. Your Highness, when I probed the residence today, old Huang undoubtedly noticed. But he didn't act, as if he couldn't be bothered. However, the moment I stepped through the gates, an overwhelming force locked onto me immediately. I couldn't even move an inch, Guangdao explained in a somber tone. Fortunately, whoever wields that power bore me no hostility. They merely forbade me from investigating further. And that aura, it was entirely different from old Huang's. That's the sole reason for my suspicion. Ning Tianxian fell into silence. Guangdao had been by his side for years, saving him countless times. He trusted Guangdao's judgment without question. If that was the case, then it was certain the sixth prince's residence housed someone even more terrifying than old Huang. Yet the more he thought about it, the more restless he became. Guangdao, if the sixth prince truly has such a person in his residence, how on earth did he bring them to his side? A powerhouse of that caliber could never be recruited so easily, could they? Guangdao also fell briefly silent. Your Highness, there are many things I don't claim to understand. But a powerhouse beyond the Grandmaster realm? Such individuals are never interested in earthly gains or worldly alliances. Their focus is entirely on pursuing greater realms of power. Recruitment from ordinary people is simply impossible, he said slowly. As far as I know, those who can reach half-step divine immortal level are usually reclusive old monsters from ancient sects or the guardians of major dynasties. Such people aren't the kind you simply come across. Unless what? Kwang Dao took a deep breath. Unless I'm mistaken, the sixth prince's mother, Consort One, was a princess of the previous dynasty. That powerhouse may have been left behind by Consort One to protect him. At this point, that's the only explanation that makes sense. Ning Tianxian found this reasoning logical. It was exactly what he himself had suspected all along. Among the entire Great Yin dynasty, aside from she, who else could possess such skill? Kwang Dao, starting from today, keep a close eye on old Lu's side for me. I want to know every move he makes. No mistakes, not even a minor one. Ning Tianxian's face was solemn and serious. Understood, Your Highness. I'll personally take charge of monitoring the sixth prince. Kwang Dao immediately complied. Watching Kwang Dao's retreating figure, Ning Tianxian's expression grew even darker. It was clear he was mulling something over. Old Huang, what's got you so riled up? Has something big happened in the capital? Seeing Old Huang rushing toward me with a tense expression, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into my chest. I quickly asked, Your Highness, we just received a report from the Shadow Guards. There's been an incident at the Jianwu division. Specifically, it involves the Jinyui, Old Huang said with a grim look. Last night, 3 Jinyui officers were killed. The Shadow Guards are still investigating the details. What did you just say? 3 Jinyui killed? What in the world happened? Anger boiled inside me, rising straight to my head. Although the Jinyui were summoned by me through the system, they were loyal men of flesh and blood. For someone to harm them so cruelly, how could I not be furious? Prepare the horses. We're heading to the Jianwu division immediately. Wasting no time, I brought Old Huang with me, heading straight to the Jianwu division. The Jianwu division was vast, its Jinyui operatives working busily day and night. While many were out on missions, others lodged within the division. Yet, last night, 3 Jinyui were found dead in their respective quarters. What made it even stranger, those sharing the rooms with the deceased were completely oblivious. Even the night watch staff reported no signs of anyone entering from outside. The entire situation reeked of spine-chilling mystery. By the time I arrived, the commanding officer Jiang Huan and Vice Commander Xia Lingqian were already waiting. Their faces were incredibly grim. The 4 commanders, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, stood formally to one side. Among them, Black Tortoise looked especially stricken, as the 3 deceased were all his men. Yet, to my surprise, the Ministry of Justice official overseeing the Jianwu division, Assistant Minister of Justice Chao Kanong, was conspicuously absent. Just yesterday, I had entrusted all matters of the Jianwu division to him. Now something this significant had occurred, and the person in charge was nowhere to be found. It was suspicious to say the least. Your Highness, the individuals present bowed in unison. Jiang Huan, what exactly is going on? I asked gravely. Your Highness, as of now, there are no leads. None of the deceased have visible wounds. I suspect poisoning, but we need further examination to confirm. Even the Jinyui on duty last night claimed to have noticed nothing unusual. Jiang Huan promptly reported. A frown etched onto my face. No signs, no evidence. Not even a glimpse of how the murders were carried out, let alone who the culprit was. This case was chillingly eerie. The Jinyui are my people. If the mastermind isn't exposed, it'll shake everyone's confidence. Where's Assistant Minister Chao? I suddenly inquired. Humph, that sly fox didn't even bother showing up. I've already sent someone to fetch him. Xia Lingqian sneered disdainfully. Assistant Minister Chao Kanong was. I have no favorable impression of him whatsoever. The Jianwusi has just fallen into his hands, and yet such an incident has already occurred within the Jinyui. If he doesn't investigate this thoroughly, he shouldn't blame me for showing the Chao family no mercy. While father may hesitate and tread carefully when dealing with the 4 great families, I have no such burden. If they truly push me to my limits, what's stopping me from dismantling the Chao family entirely? Brother Ling Chun, you're well-traveled and knowledgeable. Look into the true cause of those deaths, I ordered. Understood. I'll head out immediately, he replied. After waiting for over half an hour, Chao Kinong finally showed up. Leisurely, no less. The stench of alcohol assaulted me before he even got close. The man was staggeringly drunk, his steps unsteady, and his mind clearly far from clear. "What's the meaning of this?" I asked, my expression darkening further, though I forced myself to suppress my growing fury. "Your Highness, Minister Chow was heavily intoxicated last night, and he hadn't even risen from bed when we went to summon him," said one of the Jinyui members. He also claimed that the deaths of 3 Jinyui are of no concern, and if it weren't for— Before the man could finish his sentence, a burst of murderous intent erupted from me, chilling the air. Everyone nearby instinctively shivered as a bone-deep coldness coursed through them. The entire court knew that the 6th prince was an unmistakable failure in the art of cultivation. Yet that sudden outburst of killing intent was unparalleled, something no ordinary man could possibly possess. Those witnessing this were momentarily frozen in place, doubting what they had just seen. "Minister Chow," I said coldly, my voice cutting through the tension, "3 members of the Jinyui are dead under your supervision as the head of the Jianwusi. Do you think this does not warrant an explanation to this prince?" No one could have anticipated the disgraceful words that followed from Chao Kanong's lips. "Dead is dead. What's the big deal? Just 3 lowly underlings. That's all. And you drag me out of bed for something this trivial? Are you all tired of living? Get out of my sight. All of you." He barked drunkenly, waving us off dismissively. As soon as his words fell, all eyes turned toward me. Standing to the side, Jiang Huan could no longer suppress the murderous intent boiling within him. His hand was already resting on his embroidered Xiao Chun Dao sword, waiting only for my command to sever Chao Kanong's head from his shoulders. However, there were others present besides the Jinyui, one among them being the capital's magistrate, the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture. This official held immense authority in the imperial city and was widely respected. Given the unique nature of the Jinyui case and the recent transfer of the Jianwusi to Minister Chow of the Ministry of Justice, returning the matter to the ministry was no longer appropriate. Assigning it to the prefecture governor was, in truth, the most suitable course of action. "Your Highness, Minister Chow is heavily drunken and not in his right mind. His earlier remarks were no more than foolish drunken nonsense. Please, Your Highness, do not stoop to his level." Governor Yusong stepped forward in an attempt to defuse the situation. "Rest assured, Your Highness, this matter with the Jinyui, I will personally ensure it is thoroughly investigated." In reality, Yusong was cursing Chao Kanong inwardly with every fiber of his being. He was a fool beyond measure, so unaware of the current situation, yet brazenly spouting such outrageous words here and now. Jiang Huan was clearly ready to strike. If the 6th prince truly gave the order, Chao Kanong's head would fall where he stood. And should that happen, the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture would undoubtedly find himself dragged into the aftermath as collateral damage, no less. For that reason alone, he stepped forward first. Otherwise, Yusong would never have gotten involved in such a messy affair. "Take Minister Chow away. Let him sober up properly." With that command, Yusong ordered the bailiffs of Jingzhou Prefecture to escort Chao Kanong out immediately. If not for this action, blood would surely have been shed tonight. I neither nodded nor stopped it. This gesture of respect I extended to Yusong, the prefect of Jingzhou, was not without thought. As I watched his busy figure moving to and fro, my impression of him subtly changed, if only slightly. At that moment, Xie Lingqian emerged from the inner chamber, his expression grim. "Master Yu, the Jinyui are enforcers under the Supervision Arms Bureau, which was established by an edict from my father himself. You understand the weight of this matter. I don't need to elaborate. Since such an incident has occurred, I leave it to you to handle the matter with care," I said, my tone calm but firm. "Your Highness' words are deeply noted," Yusong replied promptly. He knew perfectly well that this case was far from simple. But there was no alternative. Neither the Ministry of Justice nor the Dali Court could intervene. Only Jingzhou Prefecture had the jurisdiction to act. "Gather all the evidence here and take it back to the prefecture," Yusong ordered decisively yet reluctantly. "Yes, sir." With that, I left with Xie Lingqian, heading back to the residence. I knew Xie Lingqian must have made some discoveries while examining the corpses. However, certain things couldn't be discussed openly here, which was why he withdrew immediately. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left so easily. "Brother Lingqian, what did you discover from the bodies?" I asked directly, cutting to the chase. A deep frown marred his brow. This is trouble. If I'm not mistaken, the one behind this is a poison master known as Ghost Hand, the fourth-ranked assassin from Tian Sha Tower. The way the three Jinyui died matches perfectly with the description of the effects of the 7-flower, 7-insect poison, a signature toxin of Ghost Hand. My expression turned icy in an instant. I recalled how the 5th and 6th-ranked assassins of Tian Sha Tower had once targeted me, only to be subdued by Lao Huang in one stroke. I thought their little organization would remain quiet for a while after that. I never anticipated they'd not only set their sights on the Northern Barbarians delegation, but extend their reach into the Supervision Arms Bureau itself. This has touched my bottom line. Brother Lingchen, from what you're saying, this Ghost Hand seems to have quite the background. I pressed, my brows furrowed. Not many know his true identity, but rumor has it that he is connected to the Ghost Clan of Lingnan. Whether it's true or not remains uncertain. Xia Lingchen spoke slowly. The Ghost Clan of Lingnan is notoriously skilled with poisons, renowned throughout the land. Even if Ghost Hand isn't directly one of them, he is surely tied to them in some way. The 300 miles of Lingnan, shrouded in mist year-round, is entirely under their control. Moving against Lingnan, practically impossible. The phrase 300 miles of Lingnan, no gods, only ghosts, isn't just idle talk. That ghost refers directly to the Ghost Clan. I chuckled coldly. Lingnan, I know a bit about. My father has wanted to take action there several times, but has never made the final. Determination. I don't care whether the Devil's Hand and the Devil Clan are connected. Anyone who dares to mess with the Jinyui must be prepared for annihilation. If the Tian Sha Tower wants to play with fire, then I'll grant their wish. Coming at me time and time again. If I don't make an example out of them, outsiders will think they can lord over Ning Songxing without consequence. The decision was made. My killing intent was unmistakable. Go back and tell Jiang Huan. This is the final warning. If even one more Jinyui is assassinated, he'll need to bring me his head. I, Ning Songxing, have no use for useless men. Xia Lingchen caught my meaning and dared not delay. Bowing slightly, he turned and left. I've always respected him, but he's well aware. Now, he is my subordinate. There are things one can say, and things one must not. Old Huang, I called out. Notify the Shadow Guards. I want every scrap of intelligence from the capital during this period. Anyone linked to the Tian Sha Tower in the shadows, not one is to be spared. Then inform Wanxi. Have the agents at the Hongxiu Tianshang Pavilion focus all efforts on gathering intelligence about the Tian Sha Tower. Deliver everything directly to Jiang Huan. Understood, Your Highness. I'll see to it right away. After old Huang departed, the cold, unrelenting kill in my eyes remained. The assassination of my Jinyui, coupled with those things Chao Kenong said, has stoked a fire in my chest that refuses to be put out. Your Highness, remain calm. A voice came from the darkness, Zhuge Liang. Now more than ever, you must not act impulsively. The assassination of the Jinyui is clearly deliberate. It's designed to make you lose your composure. Acting rashly now would be playing right into their hands. Mr. Kongming, what is your advice? His words tempered my fury, even if only slightly. Just yesterday, Chao Kenong accused Your Highness of treason. You've only just handed over control of the Jinwu division, and overnight the Jinyui are targeted. Too many coincidences in too little time make it clear. This is no coincidence. Someone has set a trap. Their goal? To drive a wedge between you and Chao Kenong. That is what the real orchestrator desires most. I urge Your Highness to steady yourself and avoid falling into their snare. As always, your wisdom humbles me, I said, cupping my hands in a gesture of acknowledgement. If not for your insight, I might very well have stumbled right into their ploy this time. Your Highness is without a doubt my destined liege. It is only right that I shoulder these burdens for you. Zhuge Liang gave a faint smile. Besides, the supposed misfortune involving the Jinyui may, in fact, be an opportunity. We can turn their scheme against them. The next morning at court, as soon as Wei Gonggong finished relaying the day's announcements, I stepped forward and knelt before the emperor in a grand show of obeisance. The gathered officials understood fully well. Today, I would direct my ire squarely at the Minister of Justice, Chao Kenong. What Chao Kenong said last night at the Jinwu division had already spread through the entire capital like wildfire. The immediate response from most? He'd lost his mind. Otherwise, how else could he have spoken so recklessly in the presence of a prince? It was nothing short of suicidal. Even with the powerful Chow family backing him, no ordinary man would dare provoke a member of the royal family. Moreover, the me standing here today is no longer the same as before. If truly angered, I wouldn't hesitate to take lives. Father has long heard rumors about the Jinwu department, but chose to remain uninvolved. He likely wanted to see how I would handle it. Father, this son has something to report. He gave a slight nod, indicating for me to continue. Last night, there was a gruesome murder within the Jinwu department. 3 Jinyui were slaughtered in their chambers, and those on duty were completely unaware of the incident, a severe dereliction of duty. These Jinyui were drafted under my recommendation. Thus, the responsibility lies with me. I humbly ask for Father's punishment. As soon as I said this, the entire court was in an uproar. The other princes were astonished. They never expected that, though this matter had little to do with me directly, I would voluntarily take responsibility. Everyone was confused. What was the 6th prince up to? Even Father himself couldn't immediately see through my intentions. And what do you plan to do? What punishment are you asking for? Emperor Ning Kenglin questioned calmly. Father, I've heard that Grand Duke Qin is renowned for his strict military discipline and command, respected across the empire. The Jinyui, though recruited under my name, have grown lax and unruly, unable to follow orders. I humbly ask to take them into the military camp for rigorous training, so they may be completely reformed. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a flicker of interest in Grand Duke Qin Xiong's gaze. He didn't know why I was suddenly proposing to bring the Jinyui into the camp, but it didn't bother him. On the contrary, he had always harbored some interest in the Jinyui. The rest of the court, however, was still baffled. Grand Duke Qin, what do you think of the 6th prince's proposal? Father asked. Your Majesty, I have no objections, Grand Duke Qin said, smiling. As long as His Highness and his Jinyui can endure the hardships of training, I will gladly assist. Although I am old, training new recruits is well within my capabilities. This response surprised Father, but he knew Grand Duke Qin well. Known as the war god of Diyan, Qin had never involved himself in the imperial power struggles, dedicating his life solely to Diyan. Sending the 6th prince into the camp with the Jinyui was unlikely to stir up any trouble. Since Grand Duke Qin has no objections, then it shall be as you asked. However, there needs to be a time frame, half a month. In these 2 weeks, may the Jinyui undergo a complete transformation. Thank you, Father. After a brief pause, I added, there is one more matter. As for the sect forces behind the assault on the state guest house and the murder of the Northern Barbarians delegation, an investigation has already yielded results. Apart from the Iron Blade sect, however, the other implicated sects will be difficult to eradicate in the short term. According to the Jinyui's findings, we've even uncovered what seems to be a stronghold of the Tiansha Tower within Diyan's borders. Father, as the Jinyui are about to enter the training camp, I propose that the matter of the Tiansha Tower be delegated to Assistant Minister Chow. I firmly believe that even without the Jinyui's assistance, Assistant Minister Chow will have no trouble dealing with a mere Tiansha Tower. Hiss. As my words hung in the air, the entire court fell deathly silent. It was at that moment that everyone realized my true intentions. My voluntary admission of fault, my request to take the Jinyui into the camp. Every move was with this precise goal in mind. Chao Kenong, the one who accused me of treason, Then let this be my counter. The matter of the Tiansha Tower. You handle it yourself. Tiansha Tower has branches in every major empire. Even with the backing of the Chao family, a mere vice minister of the justice branch like Chao Kenong wouldn't dare provoke it lightly. Yet, if he does nothing, the consequences will be dire. This is a decree personally issued by His Majesty. What gives him the courage to shirk it? Whether Chao moves or not, the outcome is unfavorable for him either way. This move's brilliance lies in its transparency, yet inevitability. The looks from the court officials towards me carried more caution. This scheme of mine was nothing short of beautiful. Now, all that's left is to see how Chao Kenong closes this out. One misstep, and he can forget keeping his position as Vice Minister of Justice. The 3rd prince behind Chao Kenong was seething with anger, gnashing his teeth. If glares could kill, I'd have died thousands of times already. Father looked visibly shaken, though there lingered a sense that he believed there's more I'm hiding. What it is exactly, however, only I know. Sharing the same suspicion was Qin Xiong, the veteran statesman and Duke of Qin. Minister Chao, the matter of Tiansha Tower is entrusted to you. Within half a month, you must find the culprit who murdered the envoy delegation of the northern barbarians. Father's tone was firm and severe. At that moment, Chao Kinong turned as pale as a sheet, seemingly on the verge of tears. Elsewhere, in the Qin family mansion. After court was dismissed, Qin Xiong returned home with his son, Qin Wufeng. Qin Wufeng wore a troubled expression, hesitating to speak. Out with it already, Qin Xiong cast him a glance. Father, why did you agree to let the sixth prince bring the Jinyui into the barracks? Someone died under the jurisdiction division's watch. What does that have to do with us? I may not have encountered the Jinyui myself, but judging by Jiang Huan's demeanor, it's clear their men are ruthlessly efficient in carrying out orders. The sixth prince's justification today was flimsy at best. He clearly has ulterior motives. If we get involved, it may not end well. Qin Xiong could only shake his head in exasperation. This son of his might have inherited his military prowess, but his strategic mind was half a step behind, capable as a general, yet lacking as a commander. Oh, you never see the bigger picture. Do you truly think His Majesty and the court officials are oblivious to the sixth prince's real intentions? You're wrong. Everyone knows it's just an excuse, yet His Majesty has no choice but to comply, because every word the sixth prince spoke was logical and reasonable. Even if I refused, he would just find another way. In that case, why not sell him this favor? Furthermore, the sixth prince runs deeper than you think. For years, he was ridiculed as a wastrel, yet never once did he rebut those accusations directly. Have you never wondered why? Something began to dawn on Qin Wufeng. Father, could it be that the sixth prince has been deliberately hiding his talents all this time? Hiding his talents? Maybe so. Qin Xiong's tone was indifferent. In my eyes, he surpasses the other princes in wit and foresight. As for noble consort one, you and I both know the kind of person she is, a princess of the former dynasty. By all rights, her son was never meant to have any claim to that position. The sixth prince, no doubt, has understood this from the start. So he understood. For years, he was languid and indifferent because he knew he had no chance at the throne. But the other princes pushed him too far, and coupled with what happened to the 10th princess, it finally woke him up. If I'm not mistaken, the 6th prince is now serious about competing. Old Duke Qin, who had lived for the better part of a lifetime and once marched alongside the founding emperor to unify the land, had seen every scheme and ploy imaginable. The little tricks and plots of the princes vying for the throne were of no concern to him. Except for the 6th prince, he couldn't see through this one. Father, do you think the 6th prince truly has a chance? The other princes have powerful factions backing them in court, but the 6th prince barely has any foundation. His disadvantages are significant. Qin Wufeng asked cautiously. The Qin family, much like the Ming family, had always been loyal solely to the Dayan Empire and never involved themselves in succession disputes. If anyone misunderstood the 6th prince's mention of his father in court as the Qin family taking sides, it could spell trouble. You don't need to worry about that. As long as your father is still alive, no one will dare accuse the Qin family of meddling in the throne struggle. The old duke waved dismissively. You're a grown man, yet still so timid and apprehensive. You've got none of your old man's flair from back in the day. As for whether the 6th prince can take the throne, that all depends on his methods. With just the Jinwu division, he's already managed to stir chaos in court. Who knows how many hidden cards he still holds after enduring patiently for so many years. Those grandmasters at his command aren't something the average person can contend with, let alone that noble consort one. A glimmer of wisdom flashed through the old duke's eyes. Qin Wufeng was stunned. They had only considered the 6th prince himself and overlooked noble consort one, a key player in this game. Noble consort one held a mysterious power, the depths of which were unknown. Even the current emperor dared not easily cross her. If the 6th prince truly brought that force under his control, the entire balance of the succession struggle would be rewritten. Master, the 6th prince has come to visit. While they were deep in conversation, the old steward of the Qin family entered the room. Uncle Qin, Did you say the sixth prince is here? Qin Wufeng was caught off guard. At your age, why are you still so easily flustered? When will you learn to be composed? The old duke was unmoved. I expected the sixth prince would come. I just didn't think he'd come this quickly. It seems he plans to give us a surprise today. Qin Wufeng looked at his father in shock. Father, you already anticipated his visit? When he mentioned this old man in court, I had a sense it was coming. I simply didn't expect him to act so promptly, the old duke said without the slightest tension. Unless I'm mistaken, his visit here today is already being whispered about by the various factions. Invite the sixth prince in. I too am curious to have a good conversation with him. Yes, master. Qin Wufeng seemed ready to say more, but before he could speak, his father, Prince Qin, raised his hand slightly to signal a pause. Though a sense of frustration lingered in his heart, he never doubted his father's judgment. He believed that all uncertainties would soon unravel. Minutes later, the old butler led me into the grand hall. When he saw me, a flash of surprise flickered in Qin Wufeng's eyes. I could tell he was sizing me up, as if trying to unravel a mystery he couldn't comprehend. Perhaps he had long suspected that I wasn't the useless person the world painted me to be. On the contrary, some part of him felt I was an unmatched genius in cultivation. But alas, it was only his speculation. Your Highness, the sixth prince. What an unexpected honor. Grand Duke Qin greeted me with a hearty laugh. This man had witnessed all kinds of characters in his lifetime, yet I could see it in his eyes. Of all the younger generation, I was the only one he couldn't quite see through. Your Excellency, such words put me to shame. I offered a courteous bow. Your standing and contributions to the great Yin Empire are known across the land. It's a visit I should have made long ago. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Qin Wufeng freeze slightly in surprise. This gesture, it wasn't what they'd expect from the sixth prince they had heard about. And with that simple move, I had planted the first seed in Qin Wufeng's heart. Haha, Your Highness jests. The Qin family doors are always open to you. Grand Duke Qin's laughter echoed warmly. Exchanging pleasantries, I could feel the atmosphere steadily becoming more cordial. It was subtle but clear. The way this grandfather and grandson looked at me had started to shift. But dealing with an old fox like Grand Duke Qin required nothing short of vigilance. Though I maintained composure through the small talk, I finally took a deep breath and broke the flow. I spoke with purpose. Your Excellency, I won't skirt around the matter anymore. While this visit is partly to pay my respects, there is another reason, a favor I hope to request of you. Qin Wufeng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Grand Duke Qin's expression remained unreadable, but I could sense he had already pieced together parts of it. What remained was only the specifics of my request. Your Highness flatters me. I am just an old man. What help could someone like me possibly offer? He asked with a mild chuckle. Your Excellency, such words are far too modest. Think of the great dynasties. Who doesn't know the legendary war god Qin Xiong? Your renown was forged from the blood and chaos of countless battlefields. No one would dare question your place in history. Though my words carried a tinge of flattery, they were sincere, grounded in undeniable truth. Haha, if you, Your Highness, trust this old man enough to ask for my help, then by all means, speak your mind. If it's within my ability, I shall assist you to the fullest of my power. Without hesitation, I laid everything bare, clearly explaining my intentions. The moment my words fell, incredulous expressions simultaneously etched themselves onto the faces of both Grand Duke Qin and Qin Wufeng. It wasn't without reason. What I was asking for defied all convention. For the Qin family, it was but a trivial matter, a drop in the ocean that would not shake their foundation in the slightest. Yet, if word of this were to spread beyond, the nature of the atmosphere shifted drastically. It was unmistakable. I was wagering my own life to test the sharp edge of the enemy's blade. Your Highness, do you truly intend to go through with this? Old Lord Qin asked solemnly. This matter does no harm to my Qin family. But if you proceed in this manner, you will place yourself directly in the line of fire. The cost, might it not be too steep? I had anticipated this question the moment I walked in. Old Lord, I am fully aware. The opposition has already drawn their blades. No matter how much I defend, it will be in vain. Rather than sit and await their blow, I choose to strike first. Let them taste what it means to feel unease. I paused, my tone calm but resolute. That I can gain your assistance even this once is already a tremendous blessing for the people. What comes next, the Qin family need not concern themselves with. From here on, I, Ning, the sixth prince, shall walk this path alone. Seeing my unwavering determination, old Lord Qin said no more. He knew further persuasion would be futile. Though I might seem easygoing, in the end, I am still the son of Lady One. And Lady One's temperament? He knew it all too well. I stayed in the Qin residence for a full 2 hours before I finally rose to take my leave. To my surprise, old Lord Qin personally walked me to the gate, a rare smile gracing his face as he did. This scene didn't go unnoticed by many onlookers. And that was precisely my intent. Father, what is the sixth prince thinking? After I departed, Qin Wufeng spoke up, visibly anxious. Is he throwing himself into the flames? The capital is already in a state of utter chaos, and the turmoil with the Jinyui has left the populace in fear. Now, at this critical moment, he stirs the pot further. Just one misstep, and he'll burn himself alive. The old lord cast a faint glance at his son, then turned to sit back in his chair without saying a word. Father, you mean to say? Before Qin Wufeng could finish, a bright and clear voice cut him off. Grandfather stands with the sixth prince because, whether he agrees to help or not, the prince will proceed just the same. Without grandfather, there will still be others. A figure approached gracefully. It was none other than Qin Wufeng's daughter, Qin Wanjun, one of the 3 great talents of Dian. This sixth prince's methods have completely exceeded all of our expectations. This time, he's thrown himself straight into the game. Living for nearly a lifetime, yet your brain doesn't even compare to your daughter's. The old lord quipped mercilessly. You'd better learn from her, or else you'll gladly be sold off and still count the money on their behalf. Qin Wanjun chuckled softly. Such exchanges had long been a staple in the Qin household. Wanjun, what do you make of this sixth prince? The old lord asked. Enigmatic. Impossible to read. 5 simple words. Yet they were the highest praise she had ever given anyone. Among the younger generation, none had ever earned such acclaim from her. Even you can't figure him out? Qin Wufeng inhaled sharply. Does that mean everything he's shown us over all these years was an act? Such cunning at such a young age. This person is truly terrifying. Father, I am but an ordinary person. How could I see through everyone? Qin Wanjun shook her head. But, since even you believe he has been acting all these years, it can only mean one thing. Everything we see and hear about him is what he wants us to see. As for the real sixth prince, neither Dian, nor any of the great dynasties, knows his true nature. Her gaze was calm, purposeful, a prince like him. Even if grandfather refused to support him, do you think he wouldn't have other means? Grandfather supporting him is merely going with the flow, because, deep down, the sixth prince genuinely respects him. Qin Wufeng suddenly had an epiphany. When it came to strategies of warfare, he and Meng Hui were on par. But when it came to schemes and political maneuvering, he lagged far behind. This, he realized, was precisely why Meng Hui was stationed at the northern border, while he had to remain in the imperial capital. Wanjun, it seems you have quite the interest in this sixth prince, the old master remarked with a smile. It's not interest, it's curiosity, Qin Wanjun answered slowly. This sixth prince is entirely different from the other royal offspring. Everyone claims he spent his youth indulging in brothels and idle pleasure. But, based on what I've gathered, he frequents only one establishment, the Red Sleeve Pavilion, and nowhere else, not even once, in all these years. The origins of the Red Sleeve Pavilion are shrouded in mystery. It's a renowned den of wealth, but no one dares cause trouble there. Despite its mystery, countless curious souls have pried into it and come up empty-handed. If he were truly a lustful spendthrift, the imperial capital has no shortage of places even more scandalous than the Red Sleeve Pavilion. Yet, his name is never associated with any of them. Just from that alone, he stands apart from the rest of the capital's spoiled sons. Qin Wanjun's calm words left both Qin Wufeng and the old master dumbfounded. They knew little of the sixth prince. To them, he'd always been that careless, pleasure-seeking prince. If not for the dramatic change in his demeanor recently, they wouldn't have paid him much attention. But now, listening to Qin Wanjun's careful analysis, the absurdity of his past behavior seemed deliberate. A carefully crafted facade. Father, Qin Wufeng was anxious. The Qin family has never taken sides in the fight for the throne. If others believe we've aligned ourselves with the sixth prince, it will surely bring disaster upon us. Didn't you give your word too hastily? The old master heaved a sigh and gave his son a weary glance. When it came to warfare, his son had skill. But when it came to plotting and scheming, hopeless. Wan Jun, enlighten your blockhead father about the situation, he said, massaging his temples. Your grandfather is tired. Father, Qin Wanjun turned to Qin Wufeng, her tone steady. No matter what grandfather chooses to do, His Majesty would never believe the Qin family is meddling in the fight for the throne. The Qin and Ming families have always been loyal to Dian, and only Dian. Grandfather agreeing to help the sixth prince is nothing more than a performance, an act for the world to see. In truth, everyone's attention would light up with a complicated mix of awe and respect. He strode forward, his posture upright, and gave me a sharp salute that embodied the precision and discipline of a soldier who had given his life to the battlefield. Commander, he greeted formally, his tone neutral, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed the trace of admiration. The sight of this entourage, truly extraordinary. It reminds me of the sharpest edge of a blade, polished to perfection. I nodded slightly, acknowledging the praise but staying composed. General Qin, this is not a display of vanity. What you see today serves a purpose far beyond mere appearance. I stepped forward, allowing my gaze to sweep through the ranks of soldiers in the camp, their eyes now fixed on us. It sends a message to those who dare question the authority of the imperial court, and to those who think they can exploit chaos for their own gain. There was a subtle murmur among the soldiers as my words hung in the air, commanding both attention and respect. General Qin's lips twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly, as though he wished to smile but stopped himself. I see, he responded. You seek to remind them. Strength lies not only in numbers, but in discipline, loyalty, and resolve. Precisely. My eyes flared with determination. And this strength must be unwavering, not just on the battlefield, but in every corner of the empire. As we proceeded further into the camp, it became increasingly clear that my intentions had not gone unnoticed. The soldiers, though initially surprised, began to straighten their postures, their silent acknowledgement both humbling and empowering. Even among battle-hardened warriors, the presence of the commanding force of the Jinui left an undeniable imprint. Later that evening, as the campfires flickered and the chill of the night set in, I found myself staring at the imperial banner that fluttered above, illuminated by the distant glow of torches. A symbol of unity, yet how fragile that unity had become amidst the undercurrents of deceit and ambition that ran rampant in the capital like a silent river carving through stone. I could feel a storm brewing, not in the skies, but in the hearts and minds of men. And I knew I would stand at the eye of it. A faint trace of helplessness surfaced on his face. At last, he understood his father's words. The sixth prince's scheming mind ran deep, an unfathomable depth. One glance at the demeanor of these Jinui, and recalling yesterday's court session comment about the laxity of the Jinui, it was utterly absurd. If this level of competence from the Jinui was considered lax, then the soldiers under his command might as well be sent back for retraining. It was now clear that the remarks made yesterday were nothing more than a pretense. As for the real motive, well, that was glaringly obvious. With that realization, the corners of Qin Wufeng's mouth curled into a faint smile. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity for Deputy Minister of Justice, Chao Kenong. This time, the sixth prince was clearly setting him up, yet Chao had no way to refute it. General Qin, for the time being, I'll entrust these Jinui to you, I said with a smile. Let them experience the atmosphere of the military camp. I'll be taking Jiang Huan and a few others with me. The rest will stay here temporarily. Is that acceptable? Your Highness, rest assured. Qin Wufeng responded with a solemn expression. As long as the Jinui are in the camp, nothing will go wrong. Should anything like before ever happen again, you may hold me accountable. You're being too serious, General. I trust your words. I cupped my hands and offered a polite bow before taking Jiang Huan and the others, departing the camp. Watching my retreating figure, Qin Wufeng gave a faint shake of his head but refrained from saying more. The capital was nothing less than a murky pool, brimming with filth and volatility, ready to erupt at any moment. Yet, here I was, tossing a grenade right in the middle of it. Now the capital was nothing short of a massive battlefield. One misstep, and it would all spiral into chaos, leaving countless lives shattered. But none of this concerned the Qin family. They had always steered clear of this murky pool, refusing to become pawns for any prince's ascent to the throne. After leaving the camp, I took Jiang Huan and Xie Lingchen to the Hongxiu Tianxiang Pavilion and went straight to Wan Qi's room. To their surprise, old Huang was already waiting inside. Alongside him was a man cloaked in black robes. His entire body was concealed, save for a pair of sharp eyes peeking from beneath the hood. "I am the Shadow Guard commander, paying respect to your highness," the black-robed man rasped the moment I entered. His voice was hoarse and gravelly. As he rose to his feet, both Jiang Huan and Xie Lingchen felt an overwhelming invisible pressure bearing down on them. Xie Lingchen instinctively grasped the hilt of his blade, ready to strike at a moment's notice, while Jiang Huan's face turned somber. His eyes were locked onto the black-robed figure, and his breathing grew noticeably heavier. This alone spoke volumes about the oppressive aura this man exuded. "They're one of us," I said calmly. Only then did the two relax their guard, but even still, they dared not let themselves grow complacent. The sheer presence of the Shadow Guard commander was suffocating. "You've worked hard, Commander. What news have you brought me?" "Your Highness," the Shadow Guard commander revealed himself further. "Based on the clues from young Master Xie, the Shadow Guards have already begun a thorough investigation throughout the entire city. Have you tracked down the ghost doctor's whereabouts yet?" "Not yet," he paused. "But," he hesitated for a moment, "the Shadow Guards came across something else during their investigation." "What is it?" "I know the nature of the iniquitous marshal too well. Yuan Tiangang is the third person I summoned, his strength on par with Nangong Bush, and even surpassing old Huang. Over the years, I've entrusted all the Shadow Guards to him. Not a single whisper or shadow in the Imperial City escapes his notice. For that very reason, I knew he wouldn't speak up unless it was a matter of utmost importance. Your Highness, half a year ago, there was a chilling case in the Imperial City," Yuan Tiangang spoke with a solemn voice. "Over the course of half a month, more than 50 young girls vanished into thin air. Yue Song, the city governor, investigated for 3 months but came up empty-handed. The case remains unsolved to this day." I nodded slowly. "That case caused quite the uproar back then. Father was furious and ordered Yue Song to solve it within 3 months. But when the deadline came, Yue Song submitted a report with no answers and almost lost his official position. Do the Shadow Guards have a lead?" "Your Highness, while they were originally investigating the murder of the Genie Wei, they unexpectedly discovered a trail leading to Red Leaf Temple in the outskirts of the city," Yuan Tiangang explained. "It's just an obscure little temple, yet its incense offerings have been unusually abundant. Prominent figures from the capital have been making frequent visits there, each leaving behind large sums of money, far beyond what normal temple donations would suggest. The Shadow Guards tailed one of these individuals, and that's when the dark secrets of Red Leaf Temple were uncovered." He narrated everything methodically. Before his words even finished echoing, a cold, deadly aura erupted from Xie Lingchen, like an icy wave engulfing the room. "A pack of beasts," he growled through clenched teeth. "Don't they fear divine retribution?" Old Huang and Jiang Huan didn't say a word, but the fury on their faces had already reached its peak. "Who are the individuals frequenting Red Leaf Temple?" My voice was calm, eerily so. But old Huang's heart tightened. He'd been by my side the longest and understood better than anyone what that tone signified. I was preparing for bloodshed. I brought the list. Yuan Tiangang passed it to me, but hesitated, his voice colored with concern. "Your Highness, are you truly prepared to go through with this?" He had clearly seen the list. The people on it held immense power and influence. If we were to strike them all down, the capital would be thrown into chaos. The repercussions could be unimaginably severe. "Your Highness, I understand your anger." Old Huang stepped forward. "But the Grand Marshal makes a valid point. The individuals on this list are too deeply embedded in the fabric of power. Acting on it as a prince alone is both insufficient and would provoke retaliation from all sides." He paused briefly. "Perhaps it would be wiser to hand this information to Yue Song." That case has weighed heavily on him all this time. Only by entrusting him can the truth finally be laid bare for the world to see. My expression softened. Indeed, I had been too impulsive. Anger can ignite a person, but it can also consume them. True mastery lies in knowing when to strike and ensuring the blow is decisive. Your Highness, why insist on giving it to Yu Song? Jiang Huan couldn't hold back. Can our Jinyui handle it instead? Ambitious and ruthless as he was, Jiang still couldn't stoop to such base conduct. Commander Jiang, old Huang shook his head. This case must steer clear of the Jinyui. Currently, they're stationed in the military camp. If His Majesty learns they cracked the case, it would be as good as an admission that the prince has forces hidden outside his watch, exactly what His Majesty dreads most. Moreover, he continued, Yu Song has a fiery temper but is incorruptible and unafraid of authority. Most importantly, he was personally chosen by His Majesty to act as the prefect of Jingzhou. Should he receive the information, he would report it immediately. No matter how deep the implicated parties' backgrounds might run, could they possibly outrank His Majesty? Jiang Huan's eyes suddenly lit with understanding. Marshal, let's follow old Huang's suggestion. I made my decision. Send the intel to Yu Song. Also, assign people to protect him in secret. If this leaks, Yu Song will surely become a target, and the prefect of Jingzhou cannot suffer any harm. Understood, Your Highness. Even after Yuan Tiangang took his leave, my brows remained furrowed. Jiang Huan, Xie Lingchen. I turned to face them. I still feel uneasy about Yu Song. For now, stay in the shadows and protect him yourselves. Relying solely on the shadow guards doesn't seem secure enough. Remember, he must not encounter even the slightest mishap. A foreboding feeling lingered in my chest, heavy and ominous, like thunder rumbling before a storm. Something was about to happen. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Huan and Xie Lingchen brought back their reports. Someone had indeed been tailing Yu Song over the past few days, clearly planning to make a move. Fortunately, Yu Song's entourage of bodyguards, along with the shadow guards and my additional precautions, left no window of opportunity for these plotters. My face darkened slightly. All relevant evidence had been handed to Yu Song. What happened next was entirely in the hands of this prefect of Jingzhou. Lao He, any progress? Who sent this dossier? Yu Song asked gravely. Legal officer He Jinghong shook his head helplessly. 3 days before, the Jingzhou prefecture had received an anonymous dossier containing details of a missing girl case from 6 months ago. That case had been a persistent shadow over the heads of the entire Jingzhou prefecture. Despite 3 months of tireless investigation back then, every lead had gone cold, leaving them no choice but to file it away unresolved. Yet, remarkably, this dossier laid bare the entire truth. Yu Song knew all too well, this was no simple matter. Though small, the Hongye Temple carried significant standing in the capital. Engaging with it outright would require far more resources than the Jingzhou prefecture alone could muster. The reason he hadn't immediately reported this to Emperor Yin was a desire to uncover the identity of whoever had sent the dossier. But now it seemed clear. Whoever had done this was fearless, utterly unbothered by any investigation into their identity. Master Yu, we've tried every method. All the leads have been cut off. The opponent's aim is clear. It's the Hongye Temple, He Jinghong said gravely. Yu Song nodded. He had long predicted this. Finding the mastermind behind it was almost like chasing an impossible dream. I know it's difficult, Yu Song said slowly, but I can't shake the feeling that we need to try. Old He, have the brothers take a few days to rest, but be ready to move at any moment. We're talking about dozens of families here, those young girls. We don't even know if they're alive or dead. Now that we have a lead, we must solve this case at all costs. He Jinghong understood what his superior meant. But, sir, we both know the standing of the Hongye Temple, He Jinghong said with concern. The powerful and wealthy in the capital are enamored with that place. And now it seems to be for these girls. If we act rashly, the prefecture of Jingzhou won't be able to handle the repercussions. We'll be crushed by the blowback. We need a foolproof plan. He failed to notice the flicker of cold determination in Yu Song's eyes. Old He, this is not your concern anymore, Yu Song said calmly. Tell the men to rest and be ready. Leave the rest to me. But, sir, Yu Song raised his hand to stop him. He Jinghong let out a light sigh and withdrew from the room. Ever since Yu Song took over as the prefect of Jingzhou, the place had become a far cry from what it was before. Yu Song treated his subordinates as brothers, never putting on the airs of an official. To the people under him, he was nothing short of a model official. Once the door was shut, Yu Song took a moment to steady his mind before leaving the office. About 20 minutes later, he appeared in the imperial study. Deputy Commander of the Black Dragon Guard Yu Song, "Greets your majesty," he announced. A slight smile appeared on Emperor Yin Ning Kanglin's face. If anyone else had been present, they would have been utterly stunned. Who could have imagined that Yu Song, the esteemed prefect of Jingzhou, was none other than the renowned deputy commander of the Black Dragon Guard? The Black Dragon Guard was an ace force directly loyal to the emperor, taking orders from no one else. The world knew the fearsome reputation of Commander Insha, but few had laid eyes on him. As for Deputy Commander Yu Song, even fewer knew of his true identity. It turned out that Yu Song's seemingly tough, scholarly demeanor was all an act. His appointment as the prefect was nothing less than a calculated move by the emperor himself. "Yu Song, you've had it rough these past few years," Emperor Yin said warmly. "Since you took office, the capital has become much more peaceful. That's entirely your doing. Your Majesty gives me too much credit. It is simply my duty." The emperor knew him too well. "I know your temperament. If it weren't a serious matter, you wouldn't have come here tonight. Speak your mind." Yu Song took a deep breath. "Your Majesty, do you still remember that case from 6 months ago? The one involving missing young girls in the capital?" Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened instantly. His somber look carried a hint of barely restrained fury. How could he forget? Back then, he had ordered the Jingzhou prefecture to investigate the case with all their resources. 3 months of effort had yielded nothing, and eventually, he had no choice but to order the case shelved. "Your Majesty, the fate of those young girls remains uncertain, their whereabouts a mystery," Yu Song said as he pulled out a document from inside his robes. "However, 3 days ago, I received this. Evidence detailing the truth behind their disappearance." "Old Wei, bring it here." For once, the usually composed Emperor Yin couldn't remain seated. This case wasn't just a shadow hanging over Yu Song. It had been a haunting burden on his heart as well. Eunuch Wei didn't dare delay and swiftly presented the document. The more Emperor Yin read, the darker his expression grew. "Outrageous. Brutes. Animals." His furious roar echoed through the study. Outside the imperial library, the guards immediately dropped to one knee, their faces pale. It had been years since the emperor had been enraged to this degree. "Yu Song, how reliable is this information? Has the Jingzhou prefecture dispatched anyone to verify it?" His voice carried a heavy, menacing undertone. "Your Majesty," Yu Song replied. "Hongye Temple is not particularly well known in the capital, yet it has become a favored spot for the wealthy and influential. There are rumors it has powerful backing behind the scenes. Fearing it would alert them, I did not launch a full investigation but instead conducted covert surveillance. Over the past 3 days, many wealthy merchants have visited, and even a few officials from the court have gone once or twice, each time leaving behind extravagant donations as incense offerings. I am convinced the details in this document are entirely accurate." "Good, good, good." The emperor's 3 successive exclamations of "good" were as sharp as blades. Were he not the ruler of a nation, who knows what kind of storm he might have unleashed in his rage? "Yu Song, what do you propose we do?" "Your Majesty, if the evidence proves accurate, Hongye Temple is a cesspool of corruption and depravity. We must uproot it completely, leaving not a single one of the perpetrators behind," Yu Song declared with a fierce intensity. "To think such unspeakable evil festers right under the emperor's nose. This cannot be tolerated. I request your Majesty deploy the Black Dragon Guards to thoroughly investigate the temple's activities, and then sweep up these beasts all in one operation, to offer justice to the citizens of the capital." Ning Kanglin was unswayed, his heart as calm as ever. This ruler had risen to power through seas of blood and mountains of corpses. Decisions of life and death were second nature to him. More importantly, he understood that the foundation of the Grand Yin dynasty did not lie with the royal family, but with its people. He was keenly aware of how many families were left grieving and bleeding due to the missing girls. The strength of an empire, after all, was never measured by how high its palace walls stood, but by whether its people could sleep soundly at night. Proceed as you propose, Emperor Yin ordered in a deep voice. Have the Black Dragon Guards investigate Hongye Temple with all possible speed, and leave the rest to Jingzhou Prefecture. If you lack manpower, go directly to Chang'an. Understood, Your Majesty. After Yusong departed, Emperor Yin stepped toward the door and looked out at the capital illuminated under the starlight. His gaze was profound and piercing. Old Wei, do you think I've been too lenient? How else could such filth arise in the heart of my capital? They are testing the limits of my patience. Eunuch Wei's heart trembled at these words. Your Majesty cherishes the people as if they were your own children. The citizens of the capital bear this truth in their hearts as clear as day. This wasn't mere flattery. For the people of the capital, the reputation of the current emperor truly stood as one of kindness and integrity. Your Highness, news from the palace. Old Huang hurried in, a grin spreading across his face. Yusong secretly entered the palace and had a private meeting with His Majesty in the imperial study for a full hour. At one point, the sound of His Majesty's anger echoed from within. It seems Yusong has confessed to His Majesty about the Red Leaf Temple incident. The corners of my lips rose slightly. I've always suspected that Yusong had another identity beyond being the prefect of Jingzhou. Now, that's confirmed, I said with a calm tone. Father is truly adept at his plans. I'm certain no one in the entire court knows Yusong's true background. Old Huang's expression shifted as well, quietly astonished. Yusong had been in charge of Jingzhou Prefecture for several years, which meant Father's plan had been unfolding far longer than anyone suspected. His Majesty truly has remarkable strategies, Old Huang remarked. Don't underestimate my father, Old Huang, I said, shaking my head. He rose from the battlefield, decisive and ruthless. Mercy is not in his nature. Though he's kept a low profile in recent years, this faction has gone too far. This time, they've crossed Father's bottom line. Soon, the court will see a significant upheaval. Your Highness, could it be that? I nodded. With the embroidered uniform guards as such a sharp weapon at his disposal, it'd be wasteful for Father not to use them. In the following days, the capital became unervingly quiet. On Ning Sangxing's side, Yusong's side, and even among others, it was as if nothing at all had happened. The silence was unusually eerie. The most suspicious to me was the Jinwu division. A few days ago, Chao Kenong had been so worried he looked near collapse. After all, he knew better than anyone how dangerous Sky Slayer Tower was. Asking him to uncover Sky Slayer Tower's base in the Dian territory and avenge the embroidered uniform guards was practically wishful thinking. Yet within mere days, he seemed like a different person, full of vigor, his earlier concerns erased. His confidence was almost unsettling, as though the Sky Slayer Tower didn't even warrant a second thought. It didn't make sense. I immediately sent someone to investigate. So the Chao family has arrived. I sneered upon hearing the report. No wonder he's acting so bold. In that case, let's add fuel to the fire. Old Huang, inform our people to pass on Sky Slayer Tower's location to the Chao family. I'd like to see what exactly the Chao family and Sky Slayer Tower are plotting behind the scenes. Yes, Your Highness, Old Huang replied, understanding my intent. As for the embroidered uniform guards, aside from Jiang Huan and Xia Lingchen being sent to covertly protect Yusong, the rest diligently remained at the barracks for training. In just a few days, the soldiers in the camp had begun to look at these guards differently, with respect even creeping into their gazes. Even Grand Duke Qin couldn't help but praise their conduct after seeing them in action. See, Wufeng? Now you understand why the sixth prince does things this way. Look at the discipline of the embroidered uniform guards. Do you really think they'd be some unruly, disorganized rabble? General Qin Wufeng nodded repeatedly. Lately, he had been in frequent contact with the Jinyue, the embroidered uniform guard, and had come to understand them deeply. The more he interacted with them, the more astonished he felt. He had no idea where the sixth prince had managed to recruit such a group of people. The only thing they lacked compared to the military was sheer numbers. In every other aspect, they were superior. Qin Wufeng even suspected that these 500 Jinyue could hold their own against 3,000 soldiers and not be at a disadvantage in the slightest. Father, the capital has been unusually quiet lately. Every faction seems to have gone silent all at once. He whispered, lowering his voice. I can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. Moreover, I've heard rumors that His Majesty appears to be making some moves, but I can't figure out the details. I've heard something similar. Old Duke Qin replied in a calm tone. Yu Song, the prefect of the capital prefecture, was summoned to the palace in secret. What? They both knew Yu Song well. A virtuous official who always spoke up for the people, Yu held tremendous respect among the common folk in the capital. The more the people loved him, the more many in court disliked him. But Yu Song had been personally appointed by the emperor, so no matter how much resentment others might harbor, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. To do so would be to provoke the wrath of the throne itself. Father, something's wrong, Qin Wufeng said anxiously. Given Yu Song's character, he wouldn't enter the palace in secret unless it was a matter of great importance. And yet, not a single whisper about this has leaked out. This only means one thing. Everything is happening under the radar. I fear the entire capital is poised for a major upheaval. Old Duke Qin glanced at his son in surprise. He wasn't trying to scrutinize him, but he couldn't help it. This son of his seemed to have suddenly started to think far more clearly, dissecting the situation in the capital with remarkable precision. It was as if he were a completely different person. Not bad, he said, half teasing. If I didn't know any better, I'd almost doubt you were my son with how sharp your analysis is. Come on, father, Qin Wufeng responded helplessly. Just then, a military officer rushed over and urgently reported. Old Duke, General. Emergency situation. Yu Song, the prefect of the capital prefecture, was ambushed on his way back to the city. Reports indicate that over 30 assassins targeted him with the sole intent of taking his life. What did you say? Just moments ago, the father and son had been discussing Yu Song, and now trouble had truly struck. Over 30 assassins had clearly been sent specifically to kill Yu Song. At this point, it was likely that the entire capital was buzzing with the news. Even more baffling was the underlying question. What exactly had Yu Song discovered to provoke such a relentless and deadly attack? What's Yu Song's current status? Qin Wufeng asked urgently. Details are still unclear. But apart from the capital prefecture officers escorting him, it seems there were other skilled guards protecting him, though their identities are unknown. Right now, every faction in the capital is trying to uncover more about the incident. Reportedly, His Majesty is furious. Old Duke Qin's expression instantly turned grim. And as they processed this news, somewhere out in the chaos, Yu Song. The news of the assassination attempt spread across Kyoto like wildfire. Every major faction who received the news was left dumbfounded. Even those who hated Yu Song to the core turned pale with fear at this moment. They might have wanted him dead, but with Yu Song backed by the reigning emperor himself, who would be foolish enough to make a move against him? Now that Yu Song has been attacked, the emperor is bound to be furious. What kind of storm this will stir, no one can predict. The entire city of Kyoto is now in turmoil, tense, and on edge. However, what no one knows is this. Although an assassination attempt was made on Yu Song, he emerged completely unharmed. At this very moment, under the secret escort of the Black Dragon Guards, he is on his way to the imperial palace. Meanwhile, Jiang Huan and Xie Lingqian had returned to the 6th prince's residence. Your Highness, neither we nor the shadow guards made a move, Jiang Huan began. Besides the constables around Yu Song, there's another group hiding in the shadows. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Emperor's Black Dragon Guards. And, most importantly, Yu Song himself. He's likely a Grandmaster-level martial artist. Even without the Black Dragon Guards, those assassins didn't stand a chance. Jiang Huan's statement piqued my interest. I didn't expect that our seemingly unremarkable prefect of the capital could hide his true abilities like this. I chuckled. A Grandmaster. In Kyoto, that's no small matter. It seems Yu Song's true identity is far more complex than it appears. Then again, my shrewd imperial father wouldn't let others easily discern the pieces in his game. Your Highness, unless something unexpected happens, Yu Song has likely uncovered the full truth about Hongye Temple and is either already on his way to or has reached the palace as we speak, Jiang Huan continued. From here on, I doubt our involvement will be necessary. I nodded lightly. I knew my father's temperament well. He could tolerate power struggles between princes, even when courtiers form factions, because all of that remains within his control. but he would never tolerate the harm of the people under his rule. That's his bottom line. Anyone who crosses it faces only one outcome: death. This matter has nothing to do with us anymore. Since Yu Song has gone to see my father, the rest is no longer our concern. My tone was calm. You and Xie Lingchen should return to the barracks. I suspect the Jinyue will have more responsibilities soon, and the pressure on you both will likely increase. Understood, Your Highness. The two withdrew. At the same time, inside the Emperor's study in the palace, Yu Song had already met the Flame Emperor. Yu Song, who were the ones that attacked you? What's going on with Hongye Temple? The Flame Emperor wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Your Majesty, the situation at Hongye Temple has been investigated thoroughly, and the findings align exactly with prior intelligence, Yu Song reported solemnly. Those missing young girls were indeed imprisoned in Hongye Temple, serving as playthings for the pleasure of Kyoto's wealthy and influential. Based on investigations, at least a dozen have already lost their lives at their hands. Bang! Before Yu Song could finish speaking, the Flame Emperor slammed his hand heavily onto the imperial desk. In his raging fury, his body trembled slightly. Even during the blood-soaked battles of the past on the battlefield, Emperor Ning Kanglin of Yin had never lost his composure like this. This incident had clearly ignited the deepest anger within him. Cheng-Ying. A roar of fury echoed, and the Imperial Guard commander, Cheng-Ying, promptly entered. Your Majesty, at your service. Assist Yu Song with everything you have and obliterate Hongye Temple. No matter who is inside that temple, arrest everyone. Without my explicit decree, no one is allowed to meet with them. Violators will face execution. Yes, Your Majesty. Cheng-Ying felt a shock course through him. The Emperor's words, violators will face execution, were no small matter. It was clear that Hongye Temple harbored a crime so heinous that even the Son of Heaven would not offer forgiveness. Yu Song, I have only one command. The Emperor emphasized every word with icy precision. Dig out the people behind Hongye Temple. I want to see who dares, right under the Emperor's nose, to lay a hand on my citizens. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will not fail. With that, Yu Song, joined by Cheng-Ying, left the imperial study in haste. They needed to reach Hongye Temple before word of their operation spread. The slightest delay could ruin everything. Residents of the Fourth Prince. Your Highness, we have a serious problem. A panicked voice boomed in Ning Yuqing's ears. Old Hu, what's happened now? Word just arrived. Yu Song, the magistrate of Jingzhou Prefecture, has surrounded Hongye Temple with the Imperial Guard. Everything there has been exposed. There are still quite a few people trapped inside today. They're all as good as finished. What should we do? Steward, whose face was filled with urgency. What did you say? The news struck Ning Yuqing like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. No one knew better than him what was hidden within Hongye Temple. It was his reliance on that very place that allowed him to secretly gather damning leverage over a considerable number of individuals. These people had yet to declare their complete allegiance to him, but their fates were already entwined with his. Now that Hongye Temple was surrounded, it was his worst fear come true. If those people broke under torture and revealed everything, he was keenly aware of the consequences. Someone has been investigating Hongye Temple all this time, and no one caught wind of it? What have those useless fools been doing? He snarled through gritted teeth. Your Highness, it's too late to point fingers. Steward, who exclaimed anxiously. The Imperial Guard has already sealed off Hongye Temple. There's no way to keep what's inside a secret anymore. The most pressing matter now is to sever all links. No one can trace Hongye Temple back to you. These words snapped Ning Yuqing back into focus. He was right. At this point, there was no use in blaming anyone. Old Hu will abandon Hongye Temple. Ning Yuqing's eyes glinted with frost. Handle the rest cleanly. Leave no trace capable of connecting it to me. As for those people, you know what needs to be done. Rest assured, Your Highness. I understand the stakes. Housekeeper, who turned on his heel and left. As his figure disappeared into the distance, Ning Yuqing's face grew as dark as storm clouds, his eyes flashing cold malice. Pray this prince doesn't find out who it was, he muttered under his breath, a bone-chilling promise in his tone. If I do, I will see to it that you are torn limb from limb. At the same time, word quickly spread across the capital. Families of influence, factions great and small, all learned the shocking news. The Imperial Guard had surrounded Hongye Temple. Panic swept through those who knew. What lay within those temple walls was no secret to them. Now, with the temple cut off from the world, its darkest truths threatened to come to light. A thorough investigation would spell doom for many. There would be no escape. For those unaware of the full picture, curiosity burned hotter. They scrambled to uncover the reason behind the temple's siege, but every attempt met a dead end. Rumors and whispers filled the air, but solid answers stayed out of reach. The next day, during the early morning court, the session carried a strange tension. Nearly every official had arrived early, their faces weighed down by a grim sort of apprehension. Some wore worry openly, their expressions bordering on dread. Even the royal princes had shown up ahead of time, standing quietly, their usual air of informality replaced by an unusual solemnity. The atmosphere was suffocating, thick with unspoken fears. With one exception, no one else seemed to know as much as I did about what had happened. Yet even I couldn't piece together the full puzzle. There was an added mystery, the absence of Lord Yusong, prefect of the capital commandery. It was Yusong who had led the Imperial Guard in the operation to surround Hongye Temple. For him to be absent now was odd, to say the least. Whispers rippled through the court like an undercurrent. What could this mean? The tension in the room felt almost tangible, as though the very air could be wrung dry. To everyone's surprise, I broke the silence. "Fourth brother," I called out, my gentle tone cutting through the heavy stillness. "There was quite the commotion at Hongye Temple yesterday. Do you happen to know why?" Ning Yucheng, fourth prince of the empire, visibly tensed. Just for a fraction of a second, almost imperceptibly, before smoothing his expression, he masked his unease swiftly, adopting an air of nonchalance. Still, I saw it. And he didn't understand why I had asked. For elder brother had thought this matter, his ties to it, were hidden from most. From nearly everyone. "Sixth brother, now that's a funny thing for you to ask," he replied evenly, his voice carefully measured. "I'm as clueless as you are. But the fact that the Imperial Guard got involved, it must be no small matter. All we can do now is wait for father to address it. The truth? I had no idea who was behind Hongye Temple. I didn't ask because I knew something. I asked because of something Mr. Kong Ming had once told me. Your fourth brother, Ning Yucheng, is no simple man. He hides his brilliance behind a facade of humility, and that makes him the hardest to deal with among the princes." So I probed. Back then, I never would have guessed. Behind Hongye Temple stood not just corruption, but a royal prince. More than half an hour passed before the emperor entered the court. There was a collective intake of breath when we saw him. Following close behind him was Yusong. The emperor, Ning Tsonglan, wore an expression as dark as the brewing tempest outside. He wasted no time, his commanding gaze sweeping over the assembled ministers. He didn't even give Wei Gong, chief minister, a chance to speak before addressing the court in a frosty tone. Yesterday, the Imperial Guard besieged Hongye Temple and uncovered many missing young girls. His words were quiet, but carried a razor-sharp edge that cut through the room. Hongye Temple, a place meant for prayer and meditation, was revealed to be a filthy den of debauchery and vice. His cold fury radiated outwards, freezing the blood of everyone in the hall. The emperor turned to Yusong, his gaze piercing. "Yusong, speak. Tell them. Let every man here hear it for himself. The disgraceful scandal that occurred in the shadow of the imperial throne, here, in our own capital." As you commanded, Yusong recounted the dark secrets of the Crimson Maple Temple in full detail. The missing girl case in Kyoto from 6 months ago was still fresh in the memories of many court officials. They hadn't forgotten the storm it once stirred. But who would have thought? The missing young girls were imprisoned inside the Crimson Maple Temple. The temple had lost all humanity, using them as tools for profit. Meanwhile, Kyoto's elites and wealthy merchants treated them as playthings, subjecting them to unspeakable humiliation. Utterly preposterous. Every single one of them ought to be executed. Yusong's words had barely finished when old Duke Qin erupted with fury, declaring loudly, "Yusong, give me a list of the court officials who had been to the Crimson Maple Temple. I will personally see to their end. And if anyone dares to object, I, Qin Xiong, will teach them a lesson myself." Not a single person in the court thought his outburst overstepped the line. The impact of this revelation was simply too overwhelming. They all felt the same way as old Duke Qin. These people were worse than animals. Killing them would be a lenient punishment. Yu Song, however, had a tinge of helplessness on his face. Old Duke Qin, I understand your anger. I feel the same way in my heart, he said softly. But for now, those involved haven't all been identified, and I don't yet have a list of everyone complicit in this heinous crime. However, during yesterday's raid, several court officials connected to it were successfully apprehended and are now imprisoned in the Sky Prison. This news managed to calm old Duke Qin and several other seasoned generals, at least to some extent. These men had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No one understood the true weight of the word commoners better than they did. That such a grave atrocity had taken place mere steps away from the emperor's throne. It fanned the flames of fury among these war-hardened old dukes and generals. Your Majesty, old Duke Qin suddenly interjected once more. This matter must be thoroughly investigated to the very end, no matter who is implicated. There can be no leniency for such wickedness to fester right under the emperor's reign. It highlights just how chaotic the governance of Kyoto has become. A city of this size cannot be properly managed by the single Kyoto prefecture office. While some blame lies with Yu Song, it is not his alone to bear. At these words, the court fell into stunned silence. No one could quite decipher old Duke Qin's intent in bringing this up. But on reflection, his observations rang true. A city as vast as Kyoto was indeed beyond the capacity of a single prefecture office. Moreover, the reveal surrounding the Crimson Maple Temple laid bare a harsh reality. Faced with the powerful, the Kyoto prefecture office was utterly powerless. Yu Song, Emperor Yin calmly addressed. What do you make of old Duke Qin's remarks? Your Majesty, old Duke Qin speaks the truth. I have no argument, Yu Song replied candidly. The tragic events at the Crimson Maple Temple undoubtedly expose failings within the Kyoto prefecture office. Whatever punishment your Majesty deems appropriate, I will accept without objection. This exchange left many court officials with a growing sense that something was amiss. Crown Prince Ning Tianqian was the first to step forward. Father, concerning the Crimson Maple Temple, while Yu Darin and the Kyoto prefecture office bear responsibility, it is not entirely their fault, he declared firmly. The prince remembered that the case of the missing young women happened half a year ago. Back then, Lord Yu led the capital prefecture investigators for a good 3 months without yielding any results. This precisely indicates that the enemy's methods are extraordinary, with someone far more powerful pulling the strings behind the scenes. I implore you, Father, to grant Lord Yu another opportunity to thoroughly investigate this case and make amends for his failures. As the Crown Prince spoke, one voice after another rose to support his plea. Most of the voices came from his faction within the court. The others, however, remained silent, carefully observing the emperor's reaction. I, on the other hand, could detect something rather unusual brewing. Watching the court full of ministers petitioning on behalf of Yu Song, my father, Emperor Ning Kanglin, finally let a faint smile appear on his face. It was much better than the cold expression earlier, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was a larger scheme hidden beneath that smile. For now, I couldn't quite figure out what his intentions were. Yu Song, with so many people interceding for you, I will give you another chance, the emperor commanded in a deep voice. Investigate the case of Hongye Temple thoroughly. No matter who is involved, no matter how deep their connections run, send them all to the heavenly prison. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. I, your humble servant, will strive not to disappoint. However, Yu Song's words faltered slightly, as if he had something harder to admit. What more would you say? The emperor asked calmly. Yu Song clenched his teeth, as if steeling himself against hesitation. Your Majesty, I swear to uncover every hidden truth about the Hongye Temple case and ensure that no villain escapes justice. Yet I also understand the profound and extensive influence behind Hongye Temple. The sheer number of nobles and wealthy merchants involved proves how deeply rooted it is. The resources of the capital prefecture alone are simply insufficient to handle this matter. He raised his head, his words deliberate and clear. Therefore, I humbly beg Your Majesty to establish a new department solely responsible for such matters, empowered to manage and deal with cases of this magnitude in the future. The moment his words landed, my heart skipped a beat. So this was their endgame. From the very beginning, this entire day, my father, Yu Song, and old Duke Qin, they had all colluded, piecing together their plan in secret. Their target, from start to finish, had always been the Jinyui. I should have seen it coming. Why wouldn't father utilize the Jinyui's potential? Especially after their performance in the military. Old Duke Qin had likely wasted no time reporting directly to him. I shook my head internally. I had fancied myself shrewd and calculating, but compared to these old foxes, I was still far too inexperienced. This overt strategy was impossible for me to counter. The court ministers, upon hearing Yu Song's proposal, visibly reacted with alarm. One Jinwu division had already made them all uneasy, like a thorn permanently stuck in their sides. Adding another department like this would be akin to dangling a blade over their necks, poised to strike at any moment. They would never agree to such a thing. Unfortunately, they all underestimated father's resolve. Ever since learning the grisly truths behind Hongye Temple, father had made up his mind to carry out a sweeping purge of the entire court. And the sharpest weapon to execute that purge was none other than the Jinyui under my command. Right Chancellor Xiang Lu Chengbai was the first to step forward and oppose, quoting scriptures and laying out example after example, hoping father would reconsider his decision. It was useless. This move had long been set in stone, beyond suspense. Sixth son. The moment father spoke, a chill ran down my spine. Jai, the embroidered uniform guard, was set to become the mortal enemy of the entire court. Father, your son is here, I replied, knowing there was nothing I could do. This was a bold maneuver, open and unstoppable. Even if I wanted to refuse, there was no justification. General Qin mentioned that the embroidered uniform guard has performed excellently in the military camp with remarkable training results. Since that's the case, there's no need for the embroidered uniform guard to remain at the military camp or return to the Jinwu division. As for the Jinwu division, I'll assign Chungying to send someone else. Father paused, his voice dropping with a sharp authority. You've heard Yu Song's statement. From today forward, the embroidered uniform guard will supervise the entirety of the capital. Should incidents like Hongye Temple occur again, imperial authority is granted. Act first, report later. As those 8 words fell, every single gaze in the court turned towards me. Imperial authority granted. Act first, report later. The weight of those words was colossal, enough to crush anyone. Supervise the capital. It sounded tactful, but everyone understood the implications. It meant overseeing every single civil officer in the capital. From this moment on, the embroidered uniform guard became the sword hanging over the heads of the officials in Kyoto, ready to strike them down at any moment. Many ministers' faces turned an unsettling shade of pale, darkened by their unease. Even among the imperial princes, the envy and resentment brimming in their eyes were palpable, nearly overflowing. If looks could kill, I fear I'd be left in countless pieces by now. Father, isn't this the bit excessive? I asked in a subdued tone. It wasn't that I was unwilling, but this move would make far too many enemies. My assent had already fostered resentment among the other princes, prompting them to plot against me in secret. If the embroidered uniform guard were to wield such immense authority, nobody within Kyoto's power structure would rest easy. Moreover, there was the shadow guard operating in the dark. There was no need to flaunt the embroidered uniform guard's power so openly. But father's mind was made up. His choice carried another intention, to test me, to see just how many cards I was still keeping hidden. My objections? They were destined to be futile. There's nothing excessive about it. It's settled. Court is adjourned. Father spun on his heel, his sleeves billowing as he departed without looking back. The ministers, led by the Right Chancellor, cast glances my way before scattering. At this moment, their minds were preoccupied calculating how to neutralize this lethal threat. They knew well the methods of the embroidered uniform guard. They also knew the ruthlessness of Ning Songxing. Should their weaknesses fall into my hands, the outcome was inevitable. It was then that Yu Song, the magistrate of the capital, approached me, lowering his voice. Your Highness, I'll need the embroidered uniform guard's assistance. That single, straightforward remark sent those ministers still leaving the hall into a palpable tension. Father's message was clear. The embroidered uniform guard now oversaw the entirety of Kyoto. The people of Hongye Temple were all locked up in the Sky Prison, and no one could see them without royal decree. With Yusong's quiet words. So it seems that the prisoners in the imperial dungeons are about to face trial. Plus, the Jin Wei are involved. The Jin Wei seldom make moves, but every official in the great Yin dynasty knows just how ruthless their methods can be. No matter how tough the monks from Hongye Temple think they are, in the hands of the Jin Wei, they'll all end up talking. Lord Yu, since this is father's command, I, as his son, will, of course, cooperate fully. I replied with a faint smile. How about this? I'll have Zhang Huan and Xie Lingchun lead the Jin Wei to meet with you. If anything comes up, feel free to give your orders directly to them. Thank you, Sixth Prince. Lord Yu's face finally showed a hint of relief, his whole demeanor relaxing notably. But to some, that smile of his looked less like reassurance and more like the grim grin of a reaper delivering a death sentence. Lord Lu, what should we do now? The Sixth Prince's Jin Wei are basically a blade hanging over all our heads. One wrong move, and we're doomed. We must figure out a way to stop them from acting so freely. A group of people surrounded Grand Chancellor Lu Qingbai, their expressions fraught with tension. Most of them were disciples or longtime allies of Lu Qingbai, all aligned with the Second Prince. Yet lately, the Second Prince's performance had been less than stellar. Were it not for Lu Qingbai's influence, many of them might have reconsidered their allegiance. Truthfully, even they were puzzled, compared to the first, third, or fourth princes, all of whom were more competent. Why stick with the second? Even the Sixth Prince was far more promising. Supporting anyone else would have been far less nerve-wracking. But Lu Qingbai's position carried weight. Since he had chosen the Second Prince, many assumed there must be some vital secret about him that only Lu Qingbai knew. So, they followed, placing their bets accordingly. The coming days in the capital are going to be turbulent, Lu Qingbai said grimly. You've all seen the Emperor's stance earlier. This Hongye Temple affair has clearly touched a nerve. Anyone caught up in it will face disastrous consequences. I know some of you are agitated, but let me be clear. If you find yourself entangled in this mess, go and confess on your own. Don't expect me to lift a finger to save you. He swept his gaze coldly around the room, his tone growing sharper. In the meantime, all of you need to lay low. Don't hand the Jin Wei even the smallest excuse to act against you. Just look at what happened with the Jinwu office. House Chao is already ruined. If they catch wind of anything on any of you, don't blame me for being merciless. A couple of people's expressions flickered slightly, but nobody dared to speak further. Perhaps, deep down, they still clung to a sliver of hope. But Grand Chancellor, if the Sixth Prince really intends to investigate every court official in the capital, then wouldn't we? Relax. Lu Qingbai waved dismissively. If the Sixth Prince has any sense, he won't overreach like that. Should he try, he'd be putting himself in the fire. Someone else would intervene before we even had to lift a hand. For now, stay away from the Second Prince to avoid giving anyone more ammunition against us. His Majesty used to turn a blind eye to these matters. Now that the Jinyui is overseeing everything, any censor bold enough to submit a report would leave His Majesty with no choice but to investigate, even if he wanted to avoid it, someone remarked. The crowd nodded in agreement. At this point, the waters of the capital had turned completely murky. All they could do now was keep their heads down and go about their days as quietly as possible. All right, if there's nothing else, you may all leave, Lu Qingbai said with a casual wave of his hand. The ministers bowed in respect and gradually filed out, one after another. No one noticed the flicker of cold determination in the Grand Chancellor's eyes. As a seasoned official who had served 3 emperors, Lu Qingbai could clearly see that the Second Prince, Ning Wenjie, was an utter fool. But this was precisely why he had decided to support him. Only a ruler like this could ensure the Lu family's enduring prosperity. Put anyone else on the throne, and the day they ascended would likely mark the downfall of the Lu clan. Lu Qingbai would not, under any circumstances, let that happen. The capital, Sixth Prince's Manor. Back at my residence, I recounted everything that had transpired in court to Zhuge Kongming in full detail. Though the Jinyui operated under the emperor's direct authority, I could not say I welcomed this development. It wasn't necessarily advantageous to me. Sir Kongming, I sighed bitterly. If I could turn back time, I wouldn't have chosen this path. Now with the Jinyui being a target of public outcry, the entire capital looks at me as if I were a thorn in their side. Father is using me as bait. From the shadows, Zhuge Kongming chuckled softly. Sir, you're amused by this? I asked, puzzled. My apologies, Your Highness. I mean no disrespect, he replied, his tone calm. But I believe Your Highness may be overthinking the matter. His Majesty undoubtedly has his reasons for acting this way. First of all, the situation with the Hongye Temple has struck a nerve. The capital's officials indeed require supervision, and the Jinyui under Your Highness' command are the perfect choice for the task. Surely, Your Highness already recognizes this. I nodded. I had already deduced much of Father's intention on that front. However, there's another layer to this, Zhuge Kongming continued, his voice measured. It's also likely His Majesty is testing you. You mean to say, I asked, my brow furrowed, that by granting the Jinyui such significant authority, Father is both cracking down on corrupt officials and assessing me? Zhuge Kongming nodded subtly from the shadows. Ever since the affair involving Princess Linglong, he said, Your Highness has been thrust into the contention for the throne. In recent times, Your Highness' talents and actions have shaken not only the capital, but also His Majesty himself. After a brief pause, he elaborated. Your Highness' growing capabilities, the sudden establishment of the Jinyui, and the loyalty of figures like Old Huang, all these factors point to one thing. Either Your Highness has been concealing your talents all along, or there is an enigmatic and formidable force supporting you from behind the scenes. And that is something His Majesty cannot and will not ignore. The pieces began falling into place in my mind. I had been so preoccupied with whether the Jinyui would transform into the official's enemy that I had entirely overlooked Father's deeper intentions. Upon reflection, Zhuge Kongming's words made perfect sense. I had no reason to be so unsettled. In your opinion, Master Kongming, what should my next move be? Should I truly allow the Jinyui to? Should I be just a blade in Father's hand? Your Highness, Zhuge Kongming's tone turned serious. Why do you think His Majesty granted the Jinyui the authority to act before reporting? It's because the power in the hands of the noble elite in the capital has grown too immense. For now, His Majesty can still maintain control, but if left unchecked, it will eventually threaten the Emperor's authority. The foundation of Diyin lies with the common people. If the people turn against us, Diyin will cease to exist. This is the true reason Red Leaf Temple made His Majesty so furious. The Jinyui oversees the officials. Naturally, it becomes a prime target. But not everyone fears them. Those with a clear conscience have nothing to fear from surveillance. In fact, this protects them in an invisible way, shielding them from being devoured by the corrupt. As Kongming's words sank in, my heart gradually settled. At last, I understood the complex reasoning behind it all. Sometimes, a blade hanging above serves not merely to punish the wicked but to protect the innocent. Thank you for your wisdom, sir, I said with a smile. It seems there's no avoiding this path for the Jinyui. Looks like, after all the twists and turns, we've returned to the old road. But it's not the worst. If the Shadow Guards continue their covert support, there shouldn't be any major issues with the Jinyui. It's good that Your Highness understands the stakes, Zhuge Kongming replied. As for the matter of Red Leaf Temple, Your Highness need not intervene for the time being. Leave it entirely to the Jinyui and Jianghuan. At present, there's an even more pressing issue. An even more pressing issue? I paused in surprise. Your Highness, it is already the Lunar New Year, Kongming reminded. The spring imperial examination is less than a month away, and scholars from across the nation have begun gathering in the capital. In past years, you've shown no interest in it, nor have you participated. But times have changed. Now that you're involved in the contest for the throne, you must have your own circle of trusted allies. In court, the ministers are already aligned with their respective factions. Finding support there is next to impossible. Therefore, the spring examination holds critical importance for Your Highness. A realization dawned on me. The ministers in court had long pledged allegiance to their chosen masters. Aside from a handful of veteran dukes, the rest could almost be discounted entirely. But those veteran dukes, seasoned warriors hardened by the battlefield, inherently despised struggles for succession. Gaining their approval would be an uphill battle. Given the circumstances, it would be better to recruit talent from the spring imperial examination. The spring examination. I'm admittedly unfamiliar with the matter and have never been involved before, so… Before I could finish, Zhuge Kongming understood what I meant. Your Highness need not worry about this. Kongming has already made the necessary preparations, he said with a smile. Over 450 scholars are participating in this year's examination, an increase of nearly 150 compared to 3 years ago. Based on what I've gathered, a few of them are exceptionally talented. What's even more advantageous is this. They come from humble backgrounds, not from noble families. Precisely the kind of people Your Highness can make use of. Having you strategize for me is truly a great advantage, I said as a smile spread across my face. You flatter me, Your Highness. Just then, old Huang entered hurriedly, his expression. The atmosphere grew tense. Lao Huang, what's going on? I asked. Your Highness, news has just come in. Chao Qinong led the Jinwu division to raid the Heaven's Fiend Tower's stronghold in the capital, but they walked into an ambush. The entire Jinwu division was wiped out, and Chao Qinong barely escaped with his life. According to Shadow Guard reports, the ones who struck include, most likely, the poison physician Ghost Hand himself. Lao Huang reported, his tone heavy. The information is accurate? I questioned. It is. The Shadow Guards just sent word. No one could have expected the Heaven's Fiend Tower to have a branch here in the capital, let alone one hidden so ingeniously that even the Shadow Guards missed it. It's unclear how Chao Qinong got the tip-off. Lowering his voice, Lao Huang continued. The Jinwu Division's men are all elite soldiers handpicked from the Imperial Guard. This defeat has already enraged His Majesty. A purge of the Heaven's Fiend Tower is only a matter of time. The question is, do we act as well? A cold scoff escaped my lips. The Heaven's Fiend Tower, deserving of its title as the greatest assassin organization in the land. Such advanced concealment, evading even our Shadow Guards. I'll admit, that takes skill. My gaze sharpened. But now that they've revealed themselves, there's no going back unscathed. Anyone who dares to harm my people must pay the price. In blood. Shall I handle it personally? Came a voice from beside me. I froze in place. It was Nangong Push speaking. For a practitioner at the pinnacle of martial arts, just a half step away from becoming a land immortal, to volunteer to deal with a few assassins? This was overkill on a ludicrous level, akin to using a bull to slaughter chickens. You're serious? I eyed her. Not even the great general himself could match your strength, so why bother with a few small fries? It's been a while since I had a proper fight, she replied simply. I smirked. Since you're itching for some action, why don't you teach me the 19 stagnations? We'll spar, relieve your boredom without stooping to take on a bunch of petty killers. What do you think? If you can defeat me, I'll teach you, she said as she walked off nonchalantly. She sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes, refusing to entertain me any further. Lao Huang and Zhuge Kongming, who was hidden in the shadows, both wore faint smiles. In the entire 6th Prince's estate, no one but Nangong Push could leave me speechless like this. I straightened and shifted my tone to one of icy determination. Lao Huang, since the Shadow Guards have already tracked these assassins, it's time to act. Send the great general, leave none alive. Rest assured, Your Highness, this old servant will inform the great general at once, Lao Huang said, bowing as he backed out of the room. The wind stirred outside my window as I murmured under my breath. The wind has risen. Let's start with the Heaven's Fiend Tower. In the capital's Black River Valley, a pitch-black river wound its way through the valley. The water was as dark as ink, yet it emitted no foul odor. Strangely enough, the vegetation nourished by the black waters thrived far better than in other places. Many had sought to uncover the secret behind it, but all attempts proved fruitless. At this moment, deep within Black River Valley, the remaining assassins of the Sky Scourge Tower's Kyoto branch had gathered together. Last night, the Flame Emperor was enraged. The Imperial Guardians and the Imperial Army relentlessly pursued them. Only through their cunning and techniques did they narrowly escape, retreating to this forsaken hideout. Poison Doctor, is the perimeter set up? Rasped Dark River, the branch leader, his voice hoarse. This time, the Imperial Guardians are determined to wipe us out. We can only stay here for one night. By dawn, We must leave Kyoto. Better yet, flee from the Great Flame entirely. Rest assured, Master. Ghost Hand, the poison doctor, replied with a smug expression. My poison, there's no one in the Great Flame who can counter it. With it guarding us, we'll sleep soundly tonight. The injured assassins exhaled in relief at those words. They were ruthless killers, but even the strongest among them could not fend off an unending tide of thousands of Imperial Army soldiers. Just as the tension in the air began to ease. Is that so? I'd like to see how effective your poison truly is. A voice, low and chilling, broke into every ear as if spoken directly beside them. Who's there? Show yourself. Dark River roared. The assassins immediately rose as one, their killing intent exploding forth. Swords were drawn, their sharp gazes scanning every corner of the room. 20 paces away, a shadow materialized out of thin air. Their hearts sank. They had not sensed a single movement. For assassins, an unseen enemy was the deadliest kind. Who are you? Dark River asked grimly. Who am I? The intruder's tone was calm, indifferent. You can call me Warden Commander. Warden Commander? Never heard of you. Dark River sneered. If you're smart, you'll leave now. Crossing the Sky Scourge Tower won't end well for you. Surely you wouldn't want to take on so many assassins. But his mind was already on high alert. For someone to sneak so close without their notice, their skill had to rival or even surpass his own. And with his band of assassins injured, a fight could go either way. He hoped invoking the Sky Scourge Tower's infamous name would pressure the intruder to retreat. Unfortunately for him, the man standing before them was none other than Yuan Tiangang, the Shadow Guard commander and a warrior on the cusp of godlike mastery. Tonight, he had come to Black River Valley for one purpose: to eradicate every last parasite of this vile den. Sky Scourge Tower? Yuan Tiangang's expression was full of disdain. A bunch of insignificant vermin. Come then, show me what you're made of. You're courting death. Kill him, shouted Dark River. At his command, every assassin leapt into action simultaneously, unleashing their most lethal attacks without hesitation. But Yuan Tiangang didn't flinch, nor did a trace of emotion flicker in his eyes. Just before the assassins reached him, a handful of silver needles appeared in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the needles vanished into thin air. Ah! Agonized screams echoed one after the other. Assassins collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. My inner power. Dark River's face turned pale. He was not the only one. The entire group stared in terror as they realized they could no longer muster even an ounce of strength. Feeling completely drained of strength. Who are you? You lot aren't even worthy to know my name. Yuan Tiangang sneered coldly, towering over the broken bodies on the ground. All you need to understand is one thing. I came here tonight to take your lives. Dying by my hand is a privilege you don't deserve. By dawn the next morning, an earth-shattering scene shook the imperial city near the eastern gate. 6 or 7 lifeless bodies were suspended high above the entrance with thick ropes, each adorned with a wooden plaque identifying the deceased. The gathered crowd of townsfolk stared in stunned silence. Yet the most dismayed faces belonged to the soldiers who had been stationed there the night prior. They hadn't detected a single thing. Not a sound, not a sign. It was as if the gruesome display had appeared out of thin air. This shocking news reached the desk of Yu Song, the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture, immediately. Governor Yu was alarmed. The guards of the capital were elite among elites. Yet this incident had slipped completely under their watch. The skill of the perpetrator could only be described as terrifying. But more pressing now was the mystery of the hanged victims' identities. When you arrived at the eastern gate, the corpses had been taken down, and the soldiers standing nearby bore expressions of grave concern. What is going on here? What happened last night? You demanded without preamble. Governor Yu, this lowly officer is Lu Meng, captain of the Imperial Guard. Captain Lu stepped forward hastily. Last night, I led the guard detail here. Everything seemed normal through the night. These bodies were only discovered early this morning, and like everyone else, I am deeply shocked. But the identities of these victims are extremely notable. These were assassins from the Tiansha Pavilion, the capital division no less. One of them was even the division master. Yu's heart sank. The entire capital had been abuzz ever since the Imperial Guards and Jinwu Division teamed up to hunt the men of Tiansha Pavilion the day before. But in the end, those notorious assassins had evaded capture, rousing the emperor's fury. No one could have imagined that, in just a single night, the same killers would all be slaughtered and left brazenly hanging from the city gate for all to see. It was no secret that Tiansha Pavilion's assassins were lethal beyond comparison. Even the poison of Ghost Dr. Goeisho could paralyze the most seasoned martial masters, not to mention the division master who was reputedly on the verge of becoming a grandmaster. To annihilate such forces in one fell swoop, the perpetrator had to belong to the highest echelons of power, at least late-stage grandmaster level, possibly even a peak grandmaster. These kinds of individuals were exceedingly rare, and for them to act so decisively against an entity like Tiansha Pavilion, a notorious and formidable organization, was nearly unthinkable. Are their identities confirmed? Are we certain they were members of Tiansha Pavilion? You question gravely. My lord, assassins from Tiansha Pavilion are infamous for being untraceable. Identifying them is no simple matter. However, the wooden plaques on their bodies left no room for ambiguity. I believe they are authentic, Liu responded cautiously. Yu's face darkened further. Liu Ming wasn't wrong. Tiansha Pavilion's assassins weren't the type to be easily identified. If proof had been left in such a blatant manner, tampering was unlikely. This incident was monumental and required immediate escalation. Captain Liu, gather some men and ensure the bodies are properly secured. I will report this to the emperor at once. Leave the rest. Your Majesty, please make the decision. Yes, this subordinate will handle it immediately. As Yu Song entered the palace, news of the East City Gate incident spread throughout the city at lightning speed. What made matters worse was that the identities of the deceased also mysteriously became public knowledge. The entire capital city was thrown into an uproar. Countless people speculated on who on earth could have wiped out the Tiansha Tower entirely while also taking down a branch leader along the way. Many eyes turned to the sixth prince, turned to me. Within the capital, the number of true grandmasters could be counted on one hand. Old Huang by my side, along with Jinyui Commander Zhang Huan, are among them. The Tiansha Tower and the Jinyui have always been mortal enemies, and they've even attempted an assassination on me before. All evidence pointed towards me. Of course, this was all merely speculation, as there were no eyewitnesses to confirm anything. But if it really was me who acted, that would be truly terrifying. At the very least, it would mean one thing. The sixth prince had control of a mysterious force, along with intelligence-gathering abilities that were nothing short of extraordinary. Otherwise, there was no way the Tiansha Tower's location could have been identified so quickly. Madblade, do you think the rumors outside might be true? Crown Prince Ning Tianshan asked the bodyguard at his side. Does my sixth brother really have a hidden intelligence network? Your Highness, this subordinate thinks that's unlikely. Madblade shook his head. Even the Jianwusi and Imperial Guard couldn't locate those assassins yesterday. How could any other force find them so easily? Moreover, an intelligence network isn't built overnight. If this were true, the sixth prince's methods would be too frightening. Practically the whole capital under his watchful eye. This subordinate believes it's nonsense. The ones who really acted were most likely those close to His Majesty. He trailed off, but the Crown Prince understood instantly. The leader of the Black Dragon Guard was, after all, a true grandmaster as well. With the Jianwusi's failure yesterday and the Emperor's resulting fury, sending the Black Dragon Guard wasn't out of the question. Indeed, everyone seems to have overlooked him, but he's the sharpest blade by Father's side. The Crown Prince spoke calmly. In any case, the destruction of the Tiansha Tower works to our benefit. There's no need to dwell on it. Our focus should remain on the upcoming imperial examinations. Meanwhile, the second Prince Ning Wenjie and the third Prince Ning Baifeng flew into violent rages upon receiving the news, smashing priceless antiques in an attempt to calm their unquenchable anger. The obliteration of the Tiansha Tower's branch threw the capital into a tense and sinister atmosphere over the coming days. The influential clans, noble families, and all the princes grasped the weight of what had occurred. Many speculated in secret, but with no evidence, no one dared to voice accusations publicly. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, another major incident occurred. Yu Song, the capital magistrate, with assistance from the Jinui, extracted key information from those detained from the Red Leaf Temple. They managed to uncover a significant list, a record of court officials who had indulged in debauchery at the temple. Most of the names on the list included, though not many truly powerful individuals existed among the ranks of officials. The moment Yusong presented the names, Emperor Yin flew into a fiery rage. Without hesitation, he commanded that all involved officials be executed and their heads displayed for the public. Even though many within the court voiced their objections, this time the emperor was resolute and left no room for negotiation. Those ministers knew His Majesty's temperament too well. No matter how skilled they were in persuasion, reversing the emperor's decree was impossible. Those who had visited Hongye Temple could only count themselves unlucky. Meanwhile, there were others who secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This time, their names hadn't come up. But was it truly that their involvement hadn't been uncovered, or were there deeper reasons? Perhaps only the emperor and Yu Song knew the full truth. This matter was bound to remain a mystery. After this incident, the embroidered uniform guards thoroughly entered the radar of every major power in the capital. The methods they employed to interrogate the people linked to Hongye Temple spread quickly, leaving all factions deeply shaken and terrified. Granted imperial authority to oversee all officials, the embroidered uniform guards wielded tremendous power with ruthlessness as their hallmark. For anyone caught in their sights, an endless nightmare awaited them. Though all factions harbored intense hatred for the embroidered uniform guards, there was nothing they could do but endure. At the same time, their watch over me grew ever tighter. Virtually every move I made was under constant scrutiny. Old Huang and the embroidered uniform guards initially wanted to wipe out those spies entirely, but both Zhuge Kongming and I overruled the idea. Eliminating one batch would result in another wave taking their place, an endless cycle of killing. Keeping them around was actually more convenient. Besides, at the right moment, these spies might just prove useful. Your Highness, the steward of the fourth prince has sent an invitation, Old Huang said, stepping in with the card in hand. In 3 days, the fourth prince invites Your Highness to celebrate his birthday. I gazed at the invitation, the corners of my lips curling into a meaningful smile. Oh, my dear fourth brother has actually sent me an invitation? I remarked, a trace of amusement in my tone. This is a rare occurrence indeed. Even Kongming speaks highly of him. How intriguing. Old Huang's weathered face broke into an awkward smile, though the gaping lack of 2 front teeth gave his grin an eerily unsettling quality. Your Highness, regarding the Hongye Temple case, our investigation has led to clues pointing towards the second prince, Old Huang said, his smile fading. However, those implicated aren't associated with the second prince. In fact, they appear closely tied to the fourth prince. It's likely the fourth prince is the mastermind behind Hongye Temple. This invitation seems far from innocent. My second brother is straightforward and lacks the guile for a scheme like Hongye Temple, I said, shaking my head. Anyone else might be responsible, but not him. If my fourth brother means to pin this mess on the second prince, it's a foolish move. If it's so obvious to me, how could father fail to see through it? I paused briefly before continuing. I don't know about the rest, but from the people in Hongye Temple, not even a single person above the 3rd rank. The minister's involvement. This is highly peculiar. There's a secret behind all this, one we haven't uncovered yet. Everything seemed to go exactly as I had anticipated. Your Highness is implying that. Old Huang was slightly taken aback. His Majesty and Lord, you have actually already identified the entire list? And the reason for their inaction is that dealing with so many people at once would cause widespread implications. I didn't respond. But from the shadows, Zhuge Kongming spoke instead. The fourth prince appears to be the most low-key among the princes, seemingly inconspicuous, but in reality, he's cunningly wise. His voice echoed from the darkness. Or rather, he's been quietly amassing power in the shadows. According to our investigations, the mastermind behind the Red Leaf Temple incident is most likely him. Through that, he has gained solid control over the nobility and wealthy merchants of the capital. If my assumptions are correct, those involved in the Red Leaf Temple matter probably have no idea that the true mastermind is the fourth prince. While His Majesty and Lord you may have some clues, they likely don't have much. That's why they remain inactive. More importantly, Acting rashly would send shockwaves through the imperial court, something His Majesty does not wish to see. Master Zhuge, you are absolutely right, I said, coldly smiling. My father has never been one to show mercy or hesitation. If he hasn't taken action yet, either he isn't entirely sure of the situation or hasn't fully prepared. To think one can pull the wool over his eyes is nothing short of a fool's dream. So, Your Highness, will you be attending the birthday banquet? Old Huang asked. The fourth prince clearly intends to test you. Why wouldn't I go? My smile darkened. If my dear fourth brother wants to test me, do you think I wouldn't want to meet him face to face? Besides, he's back too. I'm more than curious to see what kind of drama will unfold between him and my fourth brother. Both Zhuge Kongming and Old Huang chuckled. The person I referred to was Gu Tianheng, the son of Gu Yunhe, Minister of Works, and the nephew of Gu Yunyuan, the patriarch of the Gu family, one of the four great clans. He was well known in the capital as an infamous playboy. The grudge between him and my fourth brother, Ning Yuqing, dated back 2 years. While my fourth brother has yet to marry, he was already engaged to a woman of dignified status from one of the secondary noble families of the capital. Unfortunately, this fiancé had a notoriously troublesome younger brother, Li Lin. 2 years ago, Li Lin got into a brawl with Gu Tianheng over a woman, and the fight nearly turned deadly. Gu Tianheng, who had always had free reign in the capital, had never suffered such a loss before and vowed to make Li Lin pay. But he never made good on that threat, because my fourth brother intervened. It was due to my fourth brother's involvement that Gu Tianheng was banished from the capital for 2 full years. Since then, the two have regarded each other as sworn enemies. Now the 2 years are up. With Gu Tianheng's reputation for holding grudges, there's no way he would pass up this opportunity to settle scores at my fourth brother's birthday banquet. And that, truthfully, is the real reason I'm interested in attending, to enjoy the show. Your Highness, that Gu Tianheng holds grudges like no other. If things really get ugly at the banquet, who knows what might happen? By then, even Your Highness might have to step in, Old Huang said cautiously. Whether it's Li Lin or Gu Tianheng, neither of them is worth anything, I sneered. Let them cause whatever fuss they want. It has nothing to do with me. But if anyone tries to come at me deliberately, well, they better not blame me for being ruthless. My fourth brother's influence only goes so far. Old Huang exhaled in relief. As long as His Highness doesn't suffer, that's good enough. Meanwhile, nearly every noble household in the capital received an invitation to celebrate the fourth prince's birthday. Whether they aligned with his faction or not, regardless of any personal grievances, no one dared to disregard the occasion. Even if they chose not to attend, the proper gestures and gifts were a must. After all, offending a prince is never a wise move. 3 days ago, Gu Tianheng quietly returned to the capital. The news of his return was tightly concealed. Other than a few members of the Gu family, no one knew. Accompanying him were a handful of Gu family offspring, a gang of idle rogues, but still a notch below Gu Tianheng in standing. Tianheng-ji, are we really going to make trouble at the fourth prince's birthday banquet in 3 days? A younger man asked nervously. After all, he's still a prince. The emperor doesn't seem to treat him poorly either. If we pull something there, won't it bring trouble to the family? Gu Tianheng scoffed, full of disdain. What's there to worry about? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility alone. None of you will need to lift a finger. You just watch the show. Back when that bastard Ning Yuqing got me exiled from the capital for 2 years, I swore I'd return. These past 2 years, it's haunted my dreams. This banquet? This is the perfect time. I'll make sure Ning Yuqing and that scumbag Li Lin understand one thing. Gu Tianheng is back. Arrogant to the extreme. But that's Gu Tianheng for you. In his eyes, no one matters except himself. Tianheng-ji, I've heard something else, the younger man said cautiously. Right now, the most powerful figure in the capital is the 6th prince, Ning Zongxing. He's not one to mess with. What if he steps in while we're causing trouble? Gu Tianheng laughed coldly again. The 6th prince, Ning Zongxing? Who does he think he is? Back when I was in the capital, that useless piece of trash spent all his time hiding in the Red Sleeves Pavilion. He was nothing then, and he's nothing now. If he dares lift a hand, I'll handle him too. The group exchanged helpless looks, shaking their heads. After 2 years by Gu Tianheng's side, they knew all too well how stubborn he was. Once his mind was set on something, No one could change it. What they didn't realize was that this decision would turn out to be the worst mistake of their lives. And it would teach the entire capital one unshakable truth. There are some people you simply cannot afford to cross. 3 days passed in a flash. Old Huang, the gift. All prepared. Rest assured, Your Highness, everything is in place. Old Huang paused for a moment. The shadow guard reported that Gu Tianheng returned to the capital days ago and brought a few younger disciples of the Gu family with him. They've kept it under wraps until now. Most likely, it's all for today's banquet. As arrogant as ever, I said nonchalantly. But it has nothing to do with us. Let's go. Time to celebrate my dear fourth brother's birthday. Understood, Your Highness. By the time Old Huang and I arrived at the fourth prince's residence, the guests had already gathered. The moment Old Huang stepped in, nearly all eyes turned toward us. After all, everyone in the capital knew that the elder by my side was a genuine Grandmaster tier powerhouse. I observed the scene without any surprise, a faint smile playing on my lips. Old Huang, however, remained unaffected as if nothing had happened. He held the gift in silence, standing behind me without a word. Happy birthday, fourth brother. I took the gift from Old Huang and presented it to him. It's not anything particularly valuable. I hope you won't mind. Sixth brother, you're being too formal. My fourth brother, Ning Yuqing, laughed heartily as he threw an arm around my shoulder. You and I are brothers. No need for all the courtesy. Our elder brothers are already here. Go join them. With father absent today, it's the perfect time for us siblings to gather. Opportunities like this are rare. I nodded with a smile, though inwardly, I was fully aware Gu Tianheng would undoubtedly cause trouble for me today, leaving my fourth brother with quite the headache. Thank you, fourth brother. Old Huang, stay behind and lend a hand if needed. Yes, Your Highness. As I stepped away, my fourth brother appeared eager to engage Old Huang in conversation. But with his face as calm as still water, Old Huang gave him no chance. A flash of envy, even jealousy, crossed my fourth brother's eyes, though he betrayed nothing on his face. Just call me Old Huang, Fourth Highness, Old Huang said with a faint smile. Steward, take Old Huang to rest properly and ensure he is well received, my fourth brother instructed warmly. Of course, Old Huang understood everything with crystal clarity. But in this lifetime, the only master he would ever serve was me, Ning Songxing. Many thanks for your kindness, Fourth Highness, he replied. As Old Huang followed the steward away, the stare stuck to him as if unwilling to let him go. It wasn't long before the last of the guests arrived. My fourth brother, along with a few of our elder brothers, stepped out to greet the crowd, beaming from ear to ear. Thank you all for honoring me by attending this prince's birthday banquet. No need for formalities. Let's enjoy ourselves tonight. Most of the attendees were from the younger generation, making the atmosphere more easygoing. Likely one of the reasons our father chose not to attend. Applause filled the room, though the expressions on my elder brothers' faces betrayed their varied thoughts and schemes. I was probably the only one in the entire gathering who clearly knew what was about to happen would take everyone by surprise. Brother-in-law. Just as Li Lin began to speak, a voice suddenly cut him off, stopping him in his tracks. The words that followed caused all the guests to rise abruptly from their seats, disbelief written all over their faces. Li Lin, 2 years apart, and you're still the same old you. When you see Ning Yuqing, you act like a sycophant. Well, I can't blame you. After all, he is the fourth prince. And Ning Yuqing, your birthday banquet, and you didn't invite me? 2 whole years, and I've been thinking about you day and night. Forget anyone else, but forgetting you? Never. I, Gu Tianheng, have decided to show up uninvited. Forgive me for the intrusion, fourth prince. A burst of laughter echoed through the hall, and everyone turned to look at the entrance. The moment the name, Gu Tianheng, was uttered, the room erupted into stunned murmurs. Several wine glasses slipped from trembling hands, shattering against the ground, yet their owners seemed too dazed to notice. That incident 2 years ago, it shook the entire city. In the end, it had required the emperor himself to intervene and suppress the scandal. Fourth brother had been deeply entangled in the matter, and for the sake of his future brother-in-law, he outright offended Gu Tianheng. But Gu Tianheng only faced a light punishment, exiling him from the capital for 2 years. Such a mild slap on the wrist. Nobody in the capital was naive about the reasons why. The Gu clan controlled nearly half of Dayan's salt trade. Until father was fully confident he could root them out without consequence, he wouldn't risk making an enemy of them outright. You've got to be kidding me. Why would he show up now? After being banished for 2 years, he returns at this exact moment. On the fourth prince's birthday? Is he really planning to stir up trouble here? Shill, do you have a death wish? You know his reputation better than anyone. And his history with the fourth prince. Who in the capital doesn't know? Mark my words, he came back for one thing only, revenge. Do you honestly think he just got back in town? No way. He's probably been here for days, just waiting for the right moment. Though their whispers were quiet, they were of little use. Fourth brother was a Xiantian stage martial artist, and he could hear every word crystal clear. His face darkened to an extreme. Gu Tianheng was here, and it was crystal clear what his purpose was. He came to cause trouble. Fourth brother's expression twisted, his anger barely contained. Gu Tianheng's sudden arrival had completely blindsided him. He knew very well what had happened back then and was equally aware of just how much Gu Tianheng despised him. For him to show up today, during the banquet, it was nothing less than a challenge. He clearly had no respect for fourth brother as a prince. Rising to his feet, fourth brother strode towards Gu Tianheng with an air of menace. Meanwhile, old Huang, who had been standing far off in the corner, somehow slipped silently to my side. Without a word, his expression spoke volumes, his gaze filled with unspoken meaning. I didn't say much, simply nodding slightly, the corner of my lips curling into the faintest trace of a smirk. Everything was proceeding just as I had anticipated. Several other princes noticed old Huang's discreet movements and immediately grew wary, though they didn't speak openly. Instead, they silently signaled to their own guards, who began shifting quietly into position. Gu Tianheng, fourth brother's voice was low, deliberate, and heavy with authority. Today is my birthday banquet. If you've come to extend your greetings, then you're more than welcome. But if you're here to stir up trouble, you'd better think twice. This is not your Gu family estate. This is my Ning Yuqing's residence. Gu Tianheng, however, looked entirely unfazed. Instead, he threw back his head, laughing loudly. Ning Yuqing, so what if you're a prince? You dare mess with me? Gu Tianheng sneered, his tone sharp. 2 years ago, I nearly finished off that useless man behind you. If it weren't for you stepping in, would Li Lin even be alive today? Back then, even the emperor only banished me from the capital for 2 years. Do you know why? Today, I'm here to cause trouble at your birthday banquet. What can you do about it? With a single sentence, Gu Tianheng trampled all over fourth brother's reputation, leaving him humiliated. The room fell into dead silence. Even those who were on friendly terms with Gu Yunhe didn't dare utter a word. The reason was simple. Behind Gu Tianheng stood one of the 4 great families, the Gu family. That name alone carried such weight that even the emperor himself had to exercise restraint when dealing with them. No one understood this better than fourth brother. 2 years ago, he personally intervened, even went so far as to have mother whisper in father's ear. In the end, all they managed to secure was a written decree of banishment. That's why, as long as Gu Tianheng didn't cross the emperor's bottom line, no matter how badly he disrupted things today, there wouldn't be severe consequences. Ning Yuqing, you're still the same self-righteous hypocrite that makes me sick. Gu Tianheng scoffed coldly. You are the biggest pretender in the capital. People who don't know any better might be fooled by that face of yours. But I, Gu Tianheng, am not one of them. Let me speak plainly. I'm here to pick a fight with you today. Hit me if you dare, and make it count. What better than giving me a good beating? Or perhaps, his sneer deepened, you'll have your younger brother make a move instead? I hear your 6th brother is the most talked about figure in the capital these days. With those words, every gaze in the hall shifted toward me. No one expected Gu Tianheng to shift his focus to me. But everyone in attendance also knew just how ruthless Ning Zongxing's methods could be. By targeting me, Gu Tianheng was clearly prepared for an all-out clash. I smirked faintly. So this guy's really set his sights on me, huh? Your Highness, this Gu Tianheng seems to mean trouble. Shall we? Old Huang's cautious words were cut off mid-sentence as I lifted a hand to halt him. 6th brother, this doesn't concern you. 4th brother spoke first, his expression stern. Don't fall for it. Gu Tianheng is clearly here for me. Just sit tight. If there's any trouble, I'll handle it." His words earned him nods of appreciation from many present. They praised fourth brother's poise and sense of responsibility. However, there were a select few who read between the lines and caught the hidden message in his tone. Inwardly, I sneered. I had a long talk with Master Kongming not too long ago. He often remarked that fourth brother was the kind of man who masked his cunning behind feigned simplicity. He wouldn't spell things out, but would always subtly drop his hints. The hardest thing to anticipate wasn't a dagger from an enemy. It was the schemes hidden behind the smiles of those closest to you. "Fourth brother, you're joking," I replied lightly, wearing an easy smile. "We're brothers, aren't we?" "Of course. It seems the esteemed young Master Gu came here specifically for me. If I don't step up, wouldn't that be letting you down? Young Master Gu, you seem to take quite an interest in me, don't you? You think too highly of yourself." Gu Tianheng sneered coldly. "I don't even take your fourth brother seriously. Do you really think I care about you? It's just that I've heard you've been rather active in the capital recently. 2 years ago, when I was still here, you didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, spending all day hiding in that red sleeves pavilion. It seems that as soon as I left, you and your kind suddenly thought yourselves capable." His sharp words caused a ripple of reactions across the hall. Still, the smile on my face didn't falter, but my tone dropped a degree colder. "You're provoking me, young Master Gu. But I must warn you, provoking me can be fatal." The sixth prince's words sent a shiver through everyone present as their pupils contracted sharply. Old Huang, standing nearby, let out a faint, near imperceptible trace of killing intent before it disappeared almost immediately. Yet, in the shadows, a few pairs of hidden eyes moved simultaneously, although none could locate its origin. Gu Tianheng, along with the group of other arrogant young men around him, roared with laughter as if they had just heard the joke of the year. To them, my previous words were nothing more than empty bravado. After all, in their minds, the sixth prince, a widely regarded failure in martial arts, was hardly capable of stirring up any trouble. "Haha, Ning Sanxing, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch it. Care to repeat that?" Gu Tianheng raised his chin high, his arrogance on full display. I shook my head lightly. Some lessons cannot be taught by people, no matter how hard you try. But life? Life has a way of teaching someone everything they need to know in an instant. "The air's getting chilly," I said nonchalantly. "It's better for you to just stay home and resign yourself to being a useless recluse." My tone remained calm as I added, "That way, Gu Tianheng, you won't have the chance to cause further trouble in the capital." A glimmer of cold malice flashed in Gu Tianheng's eyes. "Huh. I'd like to see for myself just how capable this so-called storm-stirring sixth prince really is. Waste me. I doubt you've got what it takes. Do it now. Whatever happens, I'll take full responsibility," he spat. Before his words fully faded, several of his companions, faces now filled with ferocity, lunged towards me in unison. Gasps rang out among the guests. After all, who didn't know that the sixth prince was publicly recognized as a cultivation failure? Meanwhile, Gu Tianheng was a fully fledged innate realm martial artist, and his other lackeys weren't ordinary either. The outcome of a coordinated attack from them against a so-called failure. It seemed all but preordained. All eyes instinctively turned to old Huang, anticipating the esteemed grandmaster to make a move. Yet, to everyone's surprise, old Huang simply closed his eyes, as though what was happening right before him had absolutely nothing to do with him. As for the other princes present, the first prince seemed slightly tense, while the rest stood by with detached indifference. The second prince, in particular, seemed almost giddy, practically ready to clap in delight at the prospect of me suffering humiliation. After all, he couldn't wait for the entire world to know how much he despised me. "You pathetic clowns," I muttered under my breath. "Since you've chosen to discard your dignity, let me be the one to show you how to properly lose it." Surprisingly, there wasn't a trace of anxiety on my face. In fact, I looked entirely at ease. With a single sword. At some point, a flexible sword had appeared in my hand. Its brilliant light flared up, surging as if a storm had just been unleashed. With fluid precision, I struck. In a flash, faster than anyone could react. By the time people regained their senses, Gu Tianheng and his companions were already clutching their dantian points in pain, collapsing onto the ground. The hall fell deathly silent. A cultivation waste. Yet with a single sword strike, he crippled several Xiantian-level warriors. That strike, it wasn't something an average Xiantian cultivator could execute. Only someone at the Grandmaster level could achieve such a feat. The sixth prince is a Grandmaster? An 18-year-old Grandmaster? Wasn't he said to be useless? Wait, what the hell? Don't ask me. How would I know? If he's considered useless, then we're not even worthy of being called trash. If anyone still dares to say the sixth prince is worthless, I'll drown them in my spit. No one spoke further, but the shock was written all over their faces. The expressions on the faces of the other princes turned ghastly, as dark as storm clouds. A Grandmaster-level cultivator, among the younger generation of the royal family, besides me, none other exists. If this news reaches father, in that moment, the hatred in their gazes toward me peaked. Ning Songxing, how dare you cripple me? My father will never forgive you. I'll make sure you pay for this, you bastard. Gu Tianing howled. I didn't even bother lifting my eyelids. If it were Gu Yunyuan, the head of the Gu family, standing here speaking, I might have looked twice. But Gu Tianheng? This pitiful excuse of a man. Killing him wouldn't even be worth my time. I told you, provoking me comes with a price. The fact that I merely crippled you shows that I've spared the Gu family some respect. My voice was calm but firm. Push your luck further, and I could send your head back to the Gu family this instant. Don't think I'm bluffing. I'm not the type to make jokes with outsiders. With that, I turned and walked away without sparing another glance. The fourth prince watched my retreating back, his gaze unreadable and shadowed with complexity. Meanwhile, the events of last night spread like wildfire, surging through Kyoto's numerous powerful factions. The sixth prince's terrifying strike with his sword sent waves of unease across the entire capital for the first time. In the royal palace, inside the imperial study, Your Majesty, according to reports, the sixth prince is far from a so-called cultivation waste. In fact, he is a true prodigy. At just 18 years old, he has already reached the Grandmaster level. Even those ranked on Tianji Tower's genius list are no match for him. More significantly, that sword strike was breathtaking. I dare say, it was beyond the capability of your average Grandmaster. His swordsmanship seems to have reached the state of subtlety. Commander Cheng Ying of the Imperial Guard reported while kneeling on one knee, his tone meticulous. The Flame Emperor's expression remained calm, betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. If there's nothing else, you may withdraw. After Cheng Ying left the room, the Flame Emperor rose and walked slowly to the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Suddenly, he spoke. Old Wei, tell me, why do you think the sixth chose to hide his strength from the world? Why go so far as to even deceive me, his own father? Was it truly just to keep a low profile? The question was posed lightly, but it cut razor sharp. As a mere eunuch, how could Old Wei dare to answer? Seeing his silence, the Flame Emperor didn't press further, as though this outcome were already expected. Draft Decree. Noble consort one is virtuous, kind, and wise, deeply beloved by us. She shall be promoted to Imperial Noble Consort. Yes, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, at the Moonlit Palace, upon learning that her son was not a talentless failure but, in fact, a true genius, Noble Consort Wen wept tears of joy. In the martial empire of Great Yin, being labeled a cultivation failure was an unbearable stigma. She had never brought it up before her son, nor pressured him to cultivate. But deep down, how could she not wish for him to rise to greatness? My lady, the prince is truly a genius. You should be happy. From now on, no one will dare to utter a word of doubt again, a maid said with a grin. That little rascal. Even I, his own mother, was kept in the dark. Just wait until I teach him a lesson. Noble consort Wen feigned anger. The maids laughed. Everyone knew that the sixth prince's accomplishments brought nothing but joy to the noble consort. Suddenly, Noble Consort Wen's expression grew serious. Gao Hai, Sheng'er has crippled Gu Tianheng. Gu Yunhe won't let this slide during tomorrow's court session. No matter who it is, I will not allow anyone to harm even a single hair on Sheng'er. Handle this matter and make sure he backs down. My lady, I understand. Shortly after Gao Hai departed, Grand Eunuch Wei arrived with an imperial decree, accompanied by an entire entourage, advancing majestically toward the Moonlit Palace. Old Huang, send word to Jiang Huan. Have the embroidered uniform guard thoroughly investigate Gu Yunhe. A minister of works with the powerful Gu clan behind him. He must have committed countless heinous deeds in secret. Since we've already dealt with Gu Tianheng, we might as well take care of his father. The Gu clan has long been a thorn in my late imperial father's side. Salt taxation alone accounts for a third of the empire's annual revenue. If brought under state control, the common people's lives would improve tenfold compared to now. Old Huang nodded firmly. This thought had already occurred to him before. Gu Yunhe was no ordinary figure and doted excessively on his only son. Now that his son had been crippled, he would undoubtedly cause trouble in tomorrow's court session. If enough dirt could be dug up on him, it would ensure the old fox's downfall and leave him scrambling. Do not worry, my prince. Before I returned, I had already relayed instructions to Jiang Huan. The embroidered uniform guard should have acted by now. Furthermore, our shadow guard had been monitoring him for a while. We already hold considerable evidence of his secret misdeeds. Just what we've uncovered so far is enough to ensure he never recovers. The real challenge, though, lies with the Gu clan itself. Should Gu Yunyuan intervene personally, even His Majesty would hesitate to confront him directly, Old Huang explained. I smiled. Old Huang was the first follower I summoned. His loyalty was never in question, and the management of affairs both large and small within the residence relied entirely on him. Betrayal could come from anyone, but never from Old Huang. Your Highness, His Majesty's greatest concern is precisely the Gu clan. A voice sounded from the shadows, Zhuge Liang speaking. If Gu Yunhe wishes to make Your Highness pay a price, he will definitely draw the Gu clan into the conflict. However, the more. Indeed, His Majesty grows increasingly displeased. Tomorrow during the morning court session, Your Highness need not say a word. Simply await His Majesty's judgment. Rest assured, Master Kongming, I said with a smile. Although my imperial father has his reservations about the Gu family, he would never commit such a rash act. Moreover, besides my father, my mother would never idly stand by and allow Gu Yunhe to harm me. Zhuge Kongming chuckled softly. How could I have forgotten the noble consort? With her presence, the Gu family won't cause too much turbulence. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Minister of Works, a sorrowful woman gazed at her son lying on the bed, tears streaming down her face. Gu Yunhe, your son has been crippled, and yet you remain indifferent. Are you truly going to wait until someone comes to our door to kill both me and your son before you do something about it? Gu Yunhe's expression was as dark as stormy waters. Gu Tianheng's debaucherous reputation was well known throughout the capital, but he was, nonetheless, Gu Yunhe's only son. Now that his son had been crippled, how could the Minister of Works simply swallow such an insult? 2 years ago, that incident had forced His Majesty to exile his son from the capital due to the Gu family's standing, sparing deeper investigation. Back then, Gu Yunhe had silently endured, sending his son back to the Gu family estate. But who could have predicted that soon after returning, his son would be rendered useless? And the perpetrator? None other than the sixth prince, Ning Songxing, the very thorn in the sides of all prominent factions in the capital. Silence. I have my own plans for this. Gu Yunhe barked harshly. Take care of Tianheng. The following morning in court, the sixth prince was notably the last to arrive. The other officials were already in position. All eyes were fixed on Gu Yunhe. By now, the incident at the fourth prince's birthday banquet had spread throughout the capital. More than Gu Tianheng's plight, people were gossiping about something even more shocking. The sixth prince was not only capable of cultivation, but was exceptionally gifted. This revelation sent shockwaves, as not just the Great Yin, but neighboring empires as well had long concluded that the sixth prince was a hopeless case, a total waste of potential. The abrupt reversal was difficult to process. Even more so, this sixth prince was no longer the insignificant figure he once was. The shrewd tactics he had displayed as of late had already positioned him as one of the most formidable contenders for the position of crown prince. With the addition of genius to his name, countless individuals would undoubtedly be eager to align themselves with him. The other princes would not sit idly by as this unfolded. At that moment, I entered the great hall. All eyes swiftly moved from Gu Yunhe to me. Gu Yunhe glared at me with such intensity that, if looks could kill, I'd have long been reduced to dust. Yet, I remained unfazed, as though yesterday's events had never occurred. The aged face of Grand Duke Qin wore a faint look of approval. The military officials held opinions distinctly different from their civil counterparts. At least, they believed that what I did was entirely justified. After all, what sort of person was Gu Tianheng? In Kyoto, everyone knew of his name. If it weren't for the ancient family backing him, and if it weren't for their advanced age, someone would have already taught him a lesson he'd never forget. His Majesty arrives. Eunuch Wei's voice rang loud as Emperor Yin, Ning Kenglin, walked calmly into the grand hall. His face was composed as he took his seat on the dragon throne, as if completely unaware of the subtle tensions that had been brewing moments earlier. Before Eunuch Wei could even begin, Gu Yunhe dropped to his knees with a loud thud, tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, I beg for your justice." The entire court erupted in murmurs of surprise. Gu Yunhe was known for his overbearing nature and never bowed to anyone. Yet today he was on his knees, pleading for his son. This could mean only one thing. Many had already guessed. The old fox intended to outright clash with the sixth prince. If the emperor didn't intervene, one could imagine he'd take even more drastic measures. Although Emperor Yin was fully aware of the truth, he couldn't let anything slip. Keeping his face neutral, he quickly raised his hand. "Rise, my dear minister. What matter has upset you so deeply? Speak, and I shall see to it personally." The court's officials, though knowing the truth in their hearts, had no choice but to feign ignorance, watching the unfolding drama in silence. "Your Majesty," Gu Yunhe cried out, his voice choked with emotion. "Yesterday, my son attended the fourth prince's birthday banquet, only to be beaten by the sixth prince to the point of being crippled. His body is ruined. He will never cultivate again. I do not know how my son could have offended the sixth prince. But such actions, such brazen actions, utterly disregard my existence. Your Majesty, I beg you, make the sixth prince give us an explanation. Why did he so mercilessly lay his hand on my son?" Gu Yunhe sobbed pitifully, his performance so convincing that, had the truth of yesterday's events not been evident to everyone, one might truly have believed him. "What?" Emperor Yan's face lit up with astonishment, as though this were the first he'd heard of the incident. "Is this true, my sixth son?" His voice turned cold, striking a commanding tone. Watching their perfectly orchestrated performance, amusement bubbled up within me. Though everything was as clear as day, they insisted on putting on such a show. Very well then, if father and Gu Yunhe wanted to act, I'd play along. Either way, the evidence was already in my grasp. "Yes, father," I replied faintly, standing my ground. "Sixth prince," Gu Yunhe exclaimed. "What offense did my son commit to deserve such cruelty from you?" "I, Gu Yunhe, as Minister of Works, have devoted my efforts to the great Yin, working tirelessly. Is this my reward?" "Your Majesty, my son is my only heir. This is the end of the Gu family's lineage." He beat his chest in despair, dramatizing his sorrow. Seeing him put on such a pitiful display, I almost felt a flicker of sympathy. Still, I couldn't help but be curious. What other tricks did this old fox have up his sleeve?